Marie in Minneapolis made 2 separate phone calls, first to Coast and then to Darkness Radio looking for answers regarding something that happened to her the night after Halloween, 2014, while doing her paper route. The event clearly disturbed her and she couldn't explain it, nor could any of the hosts or guests of the various radio shows. This happened the night after Halloween. I deliver newspapers at night and I was delivering newspapers that night and it was business as usual. I rounded this curve and I saw a group of kids in the middle of the road. There were about 6 of them and they were all wearing gray robes with hoods. They didn't have the hoods on, they were down their backs. I thought that was kind of strange because Halloween had ended about 10 hours before that. One of them saw me and started walking very quickly towards my car saying something. She got very close to my car and I could see that she was about 15 years old and my first thought was, why was she out there? That's pretty young to be out there at that time of night. It was about 4:30 in the morning. I didn't have time to talk to her so I drove around her, but then there were the other 5 kids in the middle of the road and then they saw me and they fanned out to surround my car so I couldn't move and that scared me. I drove up on the lawn to get around them but they were coming pretty quickly at my car and I almost hit one of them and then I thought, I'm gonna call the police because this is quite odd. Then I thought, I better follow them so I could tell the police what they're doing. I saw them turn down this street and I turned to follow them and it took about 10 seconds to get to this street and they were gone. They had disappeared and there's no way they could have gone to even the first house. 2 years ago I lived in a fly-in community in northern Manitoba. I lived there for 2 years and tried to experience everything the location had to offer. I got into hunting and took to exploring around on the Ski-Doo that was at my disposal. One day I went grouse hunting down the ice road on the Ski-Doo. I had been out for a while in -35°C and managed to get a grouse. After I got the grouse, my only thoughts were on getting home. It was only then I realized how cold I was. I was already shivering and I was about 17 kilometers away from the town. I hadn't seen anyone all morning either. As I started back I could only go so fast, otherwise the wind would wick away any heat my gear had trapped. That was the first time I really felt mortal. That was the first time I realized that if I stopped moving, I would die. It took me well over an hour to get back near civilization. When I finally got in the door I was frantic. My wife realized I was in the beginning stages of hypothermia and pushed me to alternate between jumping jacks and push-ups while she prepared me something warm to drink. That was probably my creepiest experience. That is the last time I will go out alone like that. If this community Ski-Doo had have quit on me, which was very possible, I would have needed some quick thinking to make it out of there. Lots of dumb choices that day. This incident occurred in western Idaho. This account comes from a very close family friend of my grandpa. His name is Neil. He's the kind of person that wouldn't lie about something like this and I honestly believe his story. This story was told while I was on a hunting trip with my grandpa, father, a few of my uncles, Neil, and 1 or 2 other people. I don't know exactly how the conversation led to talking about strange and unknown things seen in the wild, but here we were. This was a few years ago, so forgive me if I've forgotten some details. Neil's story. A few years back, he described it to be about the early 1990s, and one of my friends had gotten permission to go and hunt jackrabbits on another one of my friend's properties out in a very remote part of western Idaho. I can't remember exactly where. But they had come an hour or 2 from the Weiser area in. The property was out in the middle of the desert quite far from any small town or city. We entered on the north side of the property over a cattle guard and through a gate. The property was kind of in a valley and was divided into a very large flat plain mostly on one half and then on the other was a very large hill that spanned the length of the private land. It had an elevation of probably 200 to 300 feet give or take. That night we had been working the flatter part of the land with the spotlight on my truck and flashlights in hand shooting the rabbits. It was a clear night and the moon was probably 3/4 full. so it was relatively easy to see some elements of the property by the moonlight. We started a little after dusk, and by this time it was about midnight, and we're about 2/3 down the length of the property when we heard this unhuman, blood-curdling scream come from the eastern side of where the hill ran. I looked at my friend and we both froze. We were at the truck using the spotlight looking for rabbits when it happened. We were probably 200 to 300 yards from the base of the hill, so the top of the hill was probably another 100 yards or so from the base to the top. As I started to scan the hillside with my scope, the creature screamed again. I then followed the sound and saw a tall, lanky humanoid figure standing with the upper half of its body silhouetted against the sky at the top of the hill. I had fired a shot toward it from my .22 knowing it wouldn't make it to the creature. But I wanted to try and get it to move up and over the hill so I could get a better look at it. But instead this thing started to move down the hill toward us. Right after that happened, booked it to the closest side of the property, found a gate, shot the lock off, and drove away from there as fast as we could. To this day I still don't know what I saw, but it scared the daylights out of me. So there's Neil's story to the best of my recollection. I would love to hear what y'all think. Skinwalker? Wendigo? Let me know. Before starting to tell you what happened and how I got into this situation, I'd like to introduce myself a little bit. I'm 29 years old and live in Switzerland, where I work as a cop. Basically it's like 911, someone calls, then dispatch sends us for all kind of interventions. Sometimes, things you see in that job changes your perspectives of what's normal. You meet all kind of people and sometimes weird places too. But in general, my country is safe and I almost never carry my gun home, unless I go training at the shooting range. Also, and because it's linked to my story, I love music and driving cars. It helps me clear my mind and makes me feel good. Some time ago, I met a club of car enthusiasts, and from time to time we meet and do little road trips across the country. I'm also a very chill and calm person, and I always try to find a peaceful solution to anything, especially at work. I try to always see good in people and prefer talking to them. Okay, here starts my story. Last year, 2022, I went on a road trip with a nice guy I met through the car club. Let's call him Robert to keep anonymity. That trip was really cool and we drove almost all night. Felt like playing NFS, which was great because the lights of cities looked beautiful at that time and I'm more of a night owl. After that trip, we said we'll stay in touch to make another trip someday. Weeks passed when suddenly I got a message on WhatsApp. Hi, it's been a while. How are you? Still up for a little trip? Tell me when you're free. When I saw the message, I directly checked my schedule and found a free day. I sent him back, hey, yeah sure, I'm free on. Let me know if it works for you too. He answers, okay, works for me too, where do you want to hike? Then I was confused. Why is he talking about hiking? I checked again the message and noticed it was written by another Robert, too, from my contacts. Not only did I mistaken the dudes by their names, but also because their profile pictures on WhatsApp looked alike. The guy that contacted me was an old acquaintance I met through some of my friends when I did some DJ set parties. It was a few years ago and we were both passionated by the same music. Then from time to time we bumped through each other at concerts. So I had just planned a day with this guy I mistaken for someone else. I felt bad and didn't want to cancel because although it wasn't the person I thought, that guy was nice too, and it's been a while since I went for a hike in the woods or the mountains. So I was like, yeah, why the hell not? Then, we started planning the hike. I didn't want something too challenging, so I made a proposition. I knew a nice hike that goes through the woods and mountains. The views are beautiful and you get to meet hikers here and there. Also, the path has multiple campfire spots, where you can grill some sausages. Robert, too, agreed and asked me if it's okay for me to take him at the train station and we'll leave my car at the parking next to woods. The day of the hike, I arrived at the train station where Robert, too, was waiting for me. I looked through the place and couldn't find him. Then he waved at me. Here, I got my first red flag. The guy I knew and saw on his profile picture looked different. It was Robert, too, but he looked sloppy. He grew long hair and had a beard. I charged up his bag in my trunk and we moved. During the ride, I noticed that Robert, too, smelled bad. It's the kind of odor I smell on the job when I'm confronted with homeless people or drug addicts. But I noticed he came well equipped for the hike, which means he wasn't in a no-money situation. So I decided to not judge him because of his body odor and to ignore it. Besides, we'll be in the woods, so outside I wouldn't notice that. We stopped at a shop near the woods to get some fire starters, and that's when Robert asked me if I was up to change the hike because he knew another location close to the one I have chosen and that had some nice spots for pictures. We both carried good cameras. I'm good with a map and I checked it on my special app. The hike was the same length as mine, but it went near a river which I found really nice. Okay, let's go check that. Finally, we parked my car and arrived at the forest. I saw some old barns there and little fields for cows. Our little trip started. During the hike, I was questioning Robert on his life to catch up time. I already knew he was a smart guy who did engineering school, but I learned he moved out from our city and found some job at a construction company where he does all kind of cool to build stuff. Then the more I learned about his life, the more I felt something was odd. Robert started telling me he has a girlfriend, but they are going through some hard times and he thought she might leave him soon. Then he continued saying that he missed some days at work because he felt depressed and because he wasn't sure it pleased him anymore. He said he might get fired. I was trying to cheer him up and keep him focused on good stuff and advised him to consult if necessary. He asked me about my job and how I react with dangerous people and stuff like that. I wasn't reassured by all this conversation, but I always get all kind of questions from people, so I can't tell I was shocked. Also, during the walk he sometimes looked a bit off, like a robot. At some point, near the river, we found what looked like ruins from an old mild, around 1920 to 1880 I'd say so. It was a cool spot and I took a pic or two. But we didn't see any people on our path and the sky got cloudy and it started to rain a bit. Luckily, I was well equipped. I carried everything you need in this kind of places: water, food, fire starters, first aid and a knife. We kept moving until we found a campfire spot with a wooden table. We decided to stay there and eat. I asked Robert to get some wood while I'll set up the table and look for little branches to maintain the fire. Robert puts his bag on the table and starts to show me tools he got with him. He grabs a big hand saw, puts it on the table, then he takes out two knives. One of them was a really big one. Switzerland's law is permissive regarding knives in my opinion. I was surprised to see this kind of knife because it's a 3-hour hike and we're not staying there for the night, nor hunting something. So I decided to pull out the knife out of the knife holster I had attached on my belt to go get the branches. Robert looked at me and then he said something in a surprised tone that froze me to the bones. "Oh, you took a knife too?" Immediately, my mind started racing. Two? What does this mean? Why wasn't I supposed to get a knife when we planned to go into the woods and make a campfire? Robert suddenly leaves to get what I asked him and I got an uneasy feeling. It's like my whole body was in alert mode, saying me something is going on. I'm used to be around dangerous people at the job, but it's different when you're working fully equipped, bulletproof vest, gun, paper spray, and you're with your partner in the situation I was in right now. I mean, we were alone in the woods and we didn't see anyone on the path. From that moment, I decided to keep both my eyes on Robert and keep him in sight all the time, especially his hands. That's what you learn at the police academy. People always use their hands to do harm. Moreover, I decided to keep a minimum distance in case he tries to do something. A few minutes later, Robert comes back, puts all the branches he grabbed from trees, his knife still in his hand. He looks straight at me and just stands there. Suddenly, he said, "I'm sorry." His tone felt empty of emotions. Immediately I got up and looked at him. I was sure he was going to run at me and try something bad. I got a rush of adrenaline. Then he started to mumble something I could barely understand. We're both here in the woods. Alone. We got knives. I'm sorry. What does he mean? Why does he act that weird? Then Robert continues. Let's hug. My body gave me even more alerts. Why does he want to get close to me, while he is holding a knife in his hand? Is he trying to do something bad? Why would I hug him out of nowhere? Then my mind told me I've got to get out of this situation quickly, but without making him suspicious. I wanted to leave this place and go home. I finally replied, like nothing happened. No worries, man, let's make that fire, eat something so we can get home before going completely wet. But I didn't want to get close to Robert. I asked him to get more branches because the ones he got me were wet. I took the rain as my opportunity. After he came back, I told him the fire starters didn't work well in the rain and it might be a better option to pack our stuff and head back to the parking. He first looked skeptical and disappointed but agreed. We packed everything and left the place. I didn't want to talk to him on our way back, but I didn't want him to notice something was odd, so I just kept talking like nothing happened. From that moment, his tone changed a bit, seemed colder to me. I kept him in my sight. After all, we were still alone in the woods. He kept being very negative towards life and people. It made me think he maybe was in some way. I was happy I did not carry my gun that day because I was afraid he might try to do something because of that. Once we got back to the parking where I finally saw people, he asked me if I could give him a ride. I refused, arguing I just got an urgent call from someone and needed to leave. After all that, I kept asking myself, was he trying to do something? Was he just afraid by the situation? Maybe it was odd for him, even though we knew each other and even partied together. Was he planning something? I mean, we were alone, in a place he knew better than me, and he was a really smart guy. All I can tell you is that I blocked him after that and decided to contact our common friend. I knew he was close to Robert, so I explained him the whole situation. My friend told me that Robert was going through some depression and was feeling bad lately. I told him that I can't do anything legally to help him without his consent, but I advised my friend to call him and make him see someone. A few weeks after, my friend had a discussion with Robert, and apparently Robert was open to see someone about his problems. Thank you for reading my story. Let me know what you think about all this. I'm still confused to this day. I might be making my mind up, but I saw many people with similar reactions to Robert, and I'm not reassured about this. Two of my friends snuck out last summer and took a walk listening to music. They decided to sit down on the road and talked a bit, and they both heard a distant scream that sounded pretty similar to an elk screech, but for like 1 second in duration. So they turned off the music and saw a huge humanoid horse-looking thing sprint out of this forest into a field, and they said it was running really fast, like 40 miles per hour. They said it was kind of hunched and had a limp, was lean but muscular, and was completely pale gray and naked. They both sprinted home and Facebooked each other when they got home and told me and a few others about it the next day. I was in disbelief, so I snuck out on my bike the next night with my other friend and met up with the two original people along with some others and went looking for it. We heard the noises they described, and I and my one friend saw a pale Bigfoot-looking creature walk in front of someone's barn light like 300 yards away, but we're not sure. We continued to do this for a few nights, and one of them was walking to meet up with us alone to go looking for it, and had seen it like 5 times on the walk there, sometimes like 20 feet in front of him. We probably all went looking for it 6 or 7 times in total. The last time we went looking, we all saw it, and it was super tall, like 8 to 10 feet, super fast, and had these glowing eyes you could see from a mile away. I'm pretty sure I also saw it have these long greasy locked strands of hair about shoulder length. It looked like a mix between a crawler, Eren Yeager Titan form, and Jeff the Killer. It was creepy. Then it was on the pavement, you could hear clopping noises like it had hooves or something. Aside from this, I was on a late night gas station walk later that summer with 2 of my friends at 3 in the morning. On our way back we saw something hobble across the road about 70 yards in front of us, and it looked pretty similar. However, it was much smaller, maybe 5 feet tall, but I could see it being maybe 7 feet if it was standing fully upright. This was in rural northeast Ohio. I forgot to add that we were walking on the way back to my friend's house one of the nights, and behind somebody's house we heard the noise of a baby crying in the woods. I couldn't have been mistaken for anything else but a baby. As soon as you bat an eye at that thing, he went zoom. You had to be looking in the right place at the right time. Half the people would see it and be like, oh, there he is. The other half would look over and he'd be gone. I don't think he was a crawler, since those are slow. This dude was super quick. My first thought when I heard my friend explain it was Wendigo. It could have been, not sure. I've seen its full body a few times, and the first time it was sprinting like 60 miles per hour in a field, propelling itself with its front legs, and its back legs were really short and limp like T-Rex arms. I don't believe it was hairy, but I do recall seeing some long greasy locks about shoulder length. There's a movie I remember seeing on Netflix called Sorry to Bother You, and in the movie, there are these tall green-looking humanoids with horse heads who used to be people but took a drug and it turned them into horse people. Look it up. It looked similar, mixed with a crawler, and about 10 or 15 feet tall standing. I remember seeing it next to a ranch house, and it was easily taller than the house. I would describe the way it runs as somewhat like a chicken. I worked in New York Harbor for quite a few years on tugboats, assisting large ships in and out of the harbor. I work offshore now and, unfortunately, haven't seen anything too creepy out here. To set this up, spoiler being that it's not supernatural, New York Harbor is busy. All commercial boats communicate with each other on one VHF station. If you're interested, get a VHF handheld and tune into VHF 13 sometime. Where we're going, what we're doing, how we're going to meet, etc. Everyone uses this station. Rugs, badges, ships, ferries, Coast Guard, well-crewed, yachts, etc. So it's jam-packed, always squeaking. Pretty annoying sometimes. I came into work a day after Hurricane Sandy hit New York. Disregarding the hazards of driving the roads on Staten Island where the boats are stationed, the entire harbor was shut down due to fears of debris and shoaling caused by the storm surge. For the next week, I sat on the boat, getting paid, waiting for the harbor to open. The point I'm getting to is that the radio was dead silent. One of the busiest and congested waterways in the US, and nobody was moving. Nobody was talking. You could turn the interference rejection all the way down, the volume all the way up, and only hear a faint background buzz. It just felt wrong, unnatural, a bit of a post-apocalyptic vibe. Anyway, that's my creepy sea-related story. Me and my grandpa were walking a deer trail along a 5-foot wide thicket with clear cuts on both sides. It was a peaceful day, with the sun shining through the trees and the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Little did we know that this walk would take a turn towards the mysterious and unknown. As we walked, engrossed in our conversation about hunting and the great outdoors, it was my grandfather who first noticed something strange. He abruptly stopped and muttered, "What the bleep is that?" His tone made me stop in my tracks and look in the direction he was pointing. There, in the soft soil near the trail, was the biggest footprint I had ever seen. It was deep and wide, easily twice the size of my own foot. The imprint resembled that of a giant creature, and I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. The kicker to all this was that it was my grandpa's last year of hunting. Due to a cataract in one eye, his doctor advised him to give up hunting. It was a bittersweet moment for him, as he had been an avid hunter his whole life. And now, in his final year, he stumbled upon something truly mysterious. Curiosity piqued, I began searching for any other signs that could lead us to the creature responsible for that enormous footprint. We scanned the surrounding area, looking for tracks, broken branches, or any other evidence of its presence. But to our dismay, we couldn't find anything else. Despite the lack of additional signs, the sighting had spooked me enough to shift my focus from searching for deer to searching for what made that track. My mother was born and raised in Texas, and she would visit her grandmother in Anna, Texas. This is a story my great-grandmother told my mother and my mother told me. She lived out in the country and raised chickens and was a tough old pioneer woman. Her husband had died and she was alone on the farm. It was the early 1900s. She had chickens being stolen, so she had a shotgun by the door to catch whoever or whatever it was. Once, she woke up in the middle of the night to chickens making a racket. She said that she saw a very tall hairy creature standing on two legs in the pen. She blasted one barrel at the creature and it turned to run. She shot at it with the other barrel. She insisted the story was true and had a peppered front porch railing and posts to prove it. My dad's brother had a cabin near Leroy, Michigan. He would take my brother and me to his cabin on many weekends during the year. When I was around 14 years old and my brother was 12, he taught us to hunt and fish, and shoot guns. We never missed a chance to go with him as he had no children. He also had a huge German Shepherd that was fearless. On one occasion, we were walking on state land with the dog. It was the middle of the day in the fall. The path we were on led us around this small hill about 10 feet high. We could see over the woods. Then suddenly it went quiet, but soon it sounded like a freight train coming through the woods towards us from the hill. The dog went crazy and it took every bit of strength my uncle had to hold him back. He went up there to fight whatever was coming at us. I think I could safely say we were terrified except for that dog. It was running on two legs with heavy pounding feet. The branches were breaking. Then, just as it should have come crashing over the little hill, it went completely silent. Nothing. The dog went quiet but kept looking at the top of the hill where this thing should have been. We waited for a bit. My uncle said we should go back. No words were spoken on the trek back, and it was never spoken of until I started watching your videos. There are a couple of old guys talking about an incident that happened years and years ago. My uncle's long gone, but I wish I could go back and ask him about that day. Back in 1969, during the winter, we couldn't get up the road to the cabin as the snow was too deep. We pulled over and pulled our supplies up the road in a toboggan. My dad's other brother came up with his snowmobile. We had fun until it was time to go. It was a Sunday evening as we packed up our things and trudged back down to the cars. It was dark and snowing, and my uncle had left his car keys back up at the cabin. I told him I'd walk back and get the keys. It took me about a half hour to get back up there. I grabbed the car keys and started to make my way back down the 2-track through the woods. I had only gone a little way when I heard branches breaking, like something was following me down the hill. It was off to my right side, paralleling me. It was close, but I couldn't see anything. All I had was my hunting knife, so I pulled it out and began running down the hill, knowing any moment I was going to be attacked. I've never been so afraid. Just then I heard my uncle's snowmobile coming up the hill and his headlights shining at me. He had decided I was taking too long and pulled his machine off the trailer to find me. He passed me and drove up a way to turn around. I was back at the vehicles when my other uncle came back. He asked me if I had lost my knife. I guess I dropped it in the snow running down the hill. It should have been buried in that deep snow, but my uncle said it was on top and easy to spot. I never told anyone what really happened or why I had my knife out of the sheath. In the 1980s, I was married and living in Dorr, Michigan, about 2 hours south of my uncle's cabin. There were lots of woods and living in a nice house. One summer, in the middle of the night, we both woke from a sound sleep by what sounded like a woman screaming at the top of her lungs. My wife was terrified when she asked me if I heard that. Knowing she had heard it and I wasn't dreaming, I jumped up, put my pants on, and grabbed my pistol. Whatever it was started screaming again and I ran into the woods. I was shining my flashlight all over but not seeing anything. I stopped and stood still for a long time and slowly walked back to the house. I told my wife it was probably a rabbit getting caught by a fox or coyote and never spoke about it again. That scream that we heard that night was no rabbit or owl, and I've heard them both. This happened around 3 years ago, and thinking about it still makes me feel uneasy. I live in a rural area surrounded by a nature conservation area. There are many nice paths, and it's a great peaceful and quiet place to go for walks, ride bikes. On this day I decided to take my dog for a walk there in the evening. I didn't want to go that far. For some reason I decided to leave my phone at home, even though I usually take it with me, just in case. Everything was going well and, as usual, I barely met anyone. At some point I got to my favorite spot, a wooded area. There is a field behind it, and I planned on walking all the way to the end. Then I wanted to turn around and take the same way home. As I continued walking after I made it through the wooded area, my dog started acting strange. She kept looking back and didn't want to go on. I thought she had spotted a deer or a rabbit and wasn't concerned. I didn't look around right away. But then she let out a little growl bark. I had never heard her do that before. I turn around and sure enough, there is a man standing on the edge of the wooded area field, like maybe 10 meters next to the path. He was fully clothed and didn't move. He was just staring at us. My heart was pounding. No matter where I would go, I would still be in a secluded area for a while. I didn't think and just started walking quickly towards the end of the field. My dog still wasn't having it. When I turned around after getting a bit further away, he had also moved. Now he was standing on the field, still staring intensely. That's when I really knew we had to get going. I didn't look back until we got to the end of the field. Because of some trees, my view was obstructed. I couldn't see him, and my dog seemed a bit calmer. Obviously I didn't want to stop for more than a few seconds though. From there on, I decided to take the path that would take me to some part of my town the quickest. We literally ran, and I was so relieved when we made it back to civilization. I have no idea what his intention was. I'm just proud of my dog for alerting me. Friend and I went camping when we were around 18. Found an awesome flat area off the side of a rather steep hill that overlooked the lake nearby. I can't remember the name of the lake, not important, but it was large enough that we couldn't see the other side. We were there for a couple of days, were fishing, setting a couple snares, pretty much pulling a survivor man. On the third night we hadn't lit the fire yet, we wanted to see the stars. Being Toronto kids, we rarely got to see too many. Sure enough, moonless night, no light source around anywhere, and there are the stars. I pointed out a few passing satellites. I miss having such great vision. He named off the constellations that he knew. We were chatting, then we saw it. On the horizon, a small, and very bright, red dot appeared. Looked like a gun laser dot. We both sat there racking our brains and making aliens jokes. But sure enough, it was getting closer. Soon it was the size of a dime, then a quarter, but it's taken the shape of an eye, and yet it got closer and closer. We started thinking that maybe it was a forest fire or something. Maybe it really was aliens with a nervous laugh. I remember him getting his hunting knife out of its sheath, and I did the same, ready for anything. Finally, it's the size of a football, actually lighting up the area we were in. We were able to see the red glow off the trees, and the lake. About here is when I realized we were looking at the rising blood moon. The lake was perfectly still and the moon was reflecting off of it. He physically slapped himself into a facepalm. We were city kids after all. When I was 12, I lived out in 29 Palms, California, in the middle of the desert. One night around June 14, 2015, I remember being awake in the middle of the night to a black silhouette that was shaped just like a short gray. It was staring straight down at me and I was staring at its face. It had its hand on my forehead and its skin was so abnormally smooth, soft, and warm. I was filled with pure love and tranquility. I intuitively knew that everything was going to be okay. My mind was completely clear of any thoughts, as if it was controlling my mind. And for some reason, it started making me count upward in my head. Once I got to 3, I went unconscious. I eventually woke up again, still laying in bed, and everything in the room was the same except the entity was just gone. I sat up and immediately thought, WTF was that and what just happened? I was able to think again and I was just so confused at what this all meant. I often question whether or not that intensely reassuring feeling was actually supposed to mean something, or if it was just a way for it to make me relax so it could do what it came to do. But I just don't understand why it seemed to have let me remember that moment instead of making me just forget the entire experience. I may not ever know. This was in an area where there was a clear cut on the far side of the ravine which had a creek running through it. There was a logging road where I camped. If I remember correctly, there was a sign attached to a tree stating DeWalt 16. This was a few miles off the highway to Crater Lake and 50 miles from the parking lot at the Virginia domiciliary at White City. The sound I heard was a loud bwah which I never heard before or since. It lasted perhaps 3 seconds and I could not determine the exact direction. I did not try to discover the source of the sound as there was thick underbrush. Earlier, there had been cattle in the area. Doors were tightly barred in Hong Kong as the search for a hairy beast unfolded. Terrified residents shared stories of a shaggy creature standing over 6 feet tall, sending waves of fear through the community. Among them was Law Chu, a village gardener, who had an encounter with the beast and lived to tell the tale. It was a day like any other when I found myself face to face with this mysterious creature. I was tending to my duties near the family temple, approximately 50 yards away, when the unthinkable occurred. Suddenly, out of the shadows, the beast appeared before me, its entire body covered in long, shaggy gray hair. To my astonishment, it stood upright, assuming a posture that resembled a human. Without a moment's hesitation, instinct took over, and I unleashed a powerful punch towards its stomach. The blow connected, causing the creature to momentarily falter. However, my triumph was short-lived, as it swiftly fell upon me, and we engaged in a desperate struggle. We grappled and wrestled, locked in a fierce battle for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, the creature abruptly disengaged, retreating into the distance, its form shifting as it loped away on all fours. I was left bewildered and shaken, trying to comprehend the surreal encounter that had just unfolded before my very eyes. The encounter had left an indelible mark on my psyche, forever etching the image of that shaggy beast into my memory. Not long after my encounter, the tales of this enigmatic creature continued to circulate. A woman reported witnessing a strange animal galloping past her vegetable garden, moving swiftly on all fours. As proof of her sighting, she presented large triangular footprints imprinted in the soft earth, distinctly different from those made by a human or an ape. The community was thrown into a state of uncertainty and fear as the search for answers intensified. Speculation swirled, and theories were born, attempting to unravel the truth behind this hairy beast that had sent shockwaves through Hong Kong. As the days turned into weeks, the search for the creature continued, and the collective hope for understanding grew. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was also a sense of awe, a recognition that our world holds mysteries far beyond our comprehension. To this day, the memory of that encounter remains vivid in my mind. It serves as a constant reminder that in the vast tapestry of our existence, there are forces and creatures that defy conventional understanding, urging us to embrace the enigmatic wonders that lie hidden within our world. I grew up in a house where my backyard was a huge forest in rural Illinois. When I was a kid, I loved being outdoors and would take every possible opportunity to run amok in the woods with my best friend. When we were younger, 11, 12, we stayed closer to the house in the outskirts and climbed the trees. As we got older, 13, 15, we would venture deep, walking and swimming in the rivers, and building little forts. When I was 16, the forest was roped off and closed off to the public, as a company had began illegally dumping lead, or mercury, into the woods, but that's another story. It was the middle of a hot summer, and I was about 15 at the time. Dusk was approaching and my friend had to go home for dinner, but I wasn't quite ready to leave. We parted ways, and I climbed up a tree near my favorite spot over the river. Now, these woods backed up to a local gun club, so it wasn't uncommon to hear shooting. However, this gun club was contained in its own private property and the members never ventured out into the forest. I sat in my tree for a little bit and ate the blackberries I'd picked earlier while watching it get darker, when I suddenly spotted movement out of the corner of my eye. At first I assumed it was a younger deer because it was larger but not huge, but I quickly realized it was a man. He seemed to be in his late 30s or early 40s, and he wore a black t-shirt and camo pants with creepy, wiry facial hair. He was skulking, like he didn't want to be seen. I thought this was odd, but had no intention of making my presence known since something felt wrong, and being a 15-year-old girl alone in the woods I knew I was at a disadvantage. I slowed my breath down and watched. At first he didn't say anything as he walked around the base of the trees. It was around that time that I realized he had a gun slung over his back. Once he got near the river where my friend and I had been loudly goofing off maybe 10 minutes earlier, he started calling out, "Hey! Anyone here? Help?" while grabbing his rifle. When there was no response and no noise, he gave up after a few minutes and began walking downstream. I waited until it was pitch black before sliding out of that tree as quietly as I could, running home, and having my parents call the cops. They never found anything. I could never bring myself to go back. I was camping at a popular campground in the mountains with my boyfriend. But it was November and it was their last open weekend, so no one was there. We were chatting and having a good time around the campfire and drinking. My boyfriend had to go pee, so he walked to the other side of the road and peed in the bushes. While over there he very slowly and quietly got my attention and pointed out the large glowing eyes staring back at him from the bushes. He still has his dick out while in a stare-off with a mountain lion. We very carefully backed up and stayed really close to the fire until we went to bed in the car instead of the tent. We could hear it walking around after we went to bed that night. The worst part was I went to find the pit toilet 15 minutes before this all happened. By myself. I even got slightly lost while trying to find it and was probably being stalked by the cougar. I've been pretty nervous camping ever since. My dad used to take me hunting on public hunting land in the late 80s, early 90s, and we would always, and I mean always, see the same affable elderly gentleman out there. The nicest man. A bird watcher. He would wear head-to-toe bright orange so no one would mistake him as prey, and he stayed on the main roads and rode a bicycle. Just a fantastic human who spent hours talking to my dad about wildlife and life in general. All of game wardens in the area knew him, and so did most, of not all of the regular hunters. Again, this man never went into the woods, wore bright orange, which included a bright orange hat, and rode a bicycle. He practically glowed. One day, this wonderful man was found, on the road, shot meticulously through the head. No one was ever arrested for his death. My father knew that no one could honestly state they thought he was a deer because of his precautions. We knew the poor man had been murdered. We never went hunting anywhere near there ever again. I saw an elf or leprechaun. So, I went off trail and started aimlessly wandering in the general direction of a peak in the Uintas. From up a steep slope and from behind some very thick tree line I started getting pelted with green pine cones. Those shits hurt. They were flying at me from quite a distance, and I tried to angrily chase down the source, but the terrain was too difficult to negotiate quickly. I didn't see one shape or even the hint of movement through the trees at all. It's like the pine cones were coming from absolutely nowhere and arcing perfectly through thick trees and nailing me almost unerringly. Not a one hit a single tree or branch, and that would have been impossible for me to do. Worst part? I could hear faint, high-pitched, creepy laughter. I am a 20-year veteran in the Force Service. I've worked as a ranger now for 12 years. In all my time working for the government, I've never encountered anything out of the ordinary. That is until my last station job as a ranger at Gooseberry Falls State Park in Minnesota. It was quite possibly one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had while on duty, and certainly not something I'll ever forget. Well, to explain how it happened, we need to go back about 6 months before that incident. I had been planning on retiring. My son had just graduated college and was looking to move closer to Minneapolis. So once he made the offer that he would work part-time with me while he looked for a full-time position, I decided to pass up retirement and stay on the job. By the way, I should make a note that this was all pre-covered. I had heard rumors of management positions opening up in the area. So after discussing it with him, we both agreed that he would come back home for around 6 months while I waited for the opportunity to present itself. I was first introduced to Gooseberry Falls State Park during my orientation as a ranger there, and they took us out into the park at nighttime. It was an amazing sight getting to see all these bright campfires down below from way above on top of the waterfalls. The rocks around the falls are very smooth and slippery due to years and years of erosion. You have to be careful if you want to climb down to view the falls at night. Our group had just finished our tour and was going to head back towards our cars when one of my co-workers, Tom, suggested that we climb down the falls, just for the sake of it. I agreed, and we should have known better, and so did a handful of others who were nearby. As soon as we began climbing down, I sensed something wasn't right, but being fearless, I pushed those feelings aside as nothing more than nerves. It started out easy, everyone traveling downward in a single file behind each other, staying close and yet far enough apart for safety's sake. Then, around 3/4 of the way down, things began to get a bit more dangerous. Tom fell. I didn't see him do it, but I heard the commotion. One of my other co-workers had seen what had happened, yelling up to us that he needed help getting Tom back up the rocks. 2 guys rushed down to assist in whatever way they could, and while Tom was being helped back up, one of my female friends called out for help above him, saying she was slipping. It turns out that one part of the path she had been on had been walking, had gave way underneath and sent her tumbling downward. While this may have been scary in and of itself, what happened next could only be described as something straight from a horror movie. We're all standing there in shock at what had just happened when I heard the sound of movement. I looked up, and there at the top of the ridge was this figure with long dark hair watching me. It was terrifying. It was in all black and had these faint yellow glowing eyes. It was in that moment that I felt my entire body give way as if I suddenly lost control. The next thing I knew, I too was falling down to the grounds below me. Everybody rushed over to help save me, and one guy managed to grab hold of my hand while another wrapped his arms around one leg for whatever little good that did. They tried pulling me back up, but there was no use. I looked down below, and I could see there were people trying to help my friend, though they weren't having much success. I knew then that we were all going to die right here on these rocks if somebody didn't do something fast. That's why I remember the park ranger telling us about one of the waterfalls in this area called Lucifer Falls, which for some reason, nobody had ever been able to find after climbing down to view it at night. It was said that once you get close enough, you could hear voices, supposedly spirits whispering your name from below. Now, what is most troubling about this story is not so much what happened to me and my co-workers, but what happened with Tom and the female friend. As they were being pulled back up to safety, Before either of them can make it out of the water completely, we noticed that their eyes had turned from their normal state into a solid black. It was like at this moment that my two co-workers realized that they were struggling with weren't actually Tom or the girl. I'll never forget hearing one of them scream as he pointed downwards towards whatever our friends had become. The other one, just before Tom and his girlfriend can pull themselves completely up onto the rocks, let go with both hands, jumping back down into the water below to avoid capture. We watched him swim off in the opposite direction, but by this time, there was nothing we could do to save him. We never did find out what happened to any of them after that day. I can only assume they were captured and are now being used as some sort of test subjects for whatever their reasons may be. Just looking at my own hands now, I can still see the long dark hair growing on them, like I saw that day. That's why I'm warning you all not to venture down this path at night. As a matter of fact, it might be best just to stay away from these woods entirely during nighttime hours, like we should have. Whatever it is that inhabits these lands does not seem too keen on having people wandering around here at night. But if you are, be careful, for you may soon find the woods themselves can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Normally, I get off work right around 10 p.m. This was at night when I saw this. I'm also going to leave my name out of this just in case it could hurt my law enforcement credentials. I don't know what I saw, but it was some sort of canine. I was driving down an isolated road that leads to one house on the other side of the hill. I haven't seen any cars or people on this road. It's more of a way for me to get home quicker without having to go all the way around by using this nifty shortcut. But as I'm coming up the hill on my way home, something in the middle of the road catches my eye. Well, it was more so on the side of the road, trying to make its way towards the middle. Before I even had time to think about stopping or barely swerving, whatever it was already up against my car with its front paws and claws up against the hood. This thing was huge. I slammed my gas pedal, hoping it would get out of the way, but I began hearing this little rumbling noise, like this dog growling at me. So, I got out of there fast. This thing went down on all fours from 2 and was now running alongside my car for a little bit before dropping back down behind me, disappearing into the darkness. Everything about this thing was huge. I can't get over it. It had massive legs and were just big. The entire body was big. Its head was huge. It had a very long snout and pointed ears. It looked kind of like a wolf but different. The largest wolf I've ever seen. And those eyes, its eyes were from a whole other world. They were bright red. Thanks for listening to my story. Feel free to share it if you'd like, as long as you keep my name out of it. I patrolled the vast expanse of Yellowstone National Park, a place of breathtaking beauty and tranquility. But lately, an eerie sense of foreboding had settled over the park, leaving everyone on edge. Reports of strange sightings and unsettling events flooded in, spreading like wildfire. Whispers of the Mothman had taken hold, fueled by stories shared on Reddit. As a park ranger named Ray, I prided myself on my rationality and level-headedness. I didn't easily succumb to stories of cryptids and supernatural beings. However, as the days went by, and more sightings piled up, even my skepticism began to waver. The Mothman, according to the Reddit threads, was a winged creature associated with impending disasters. Its ominous presence often served as a harbinger of tragic events. I tried to dismiss it as nothing more than folklore, but the growing tension among the park staff hinted at a collective fear. One night, under the watchful gaze of a full moon, I embarked on my usual patrol. The air crackled with an electric energy, and a thick fog enveloped the trees, lending an eerie atmosphere to the park. I glanced around, my senses on high alert. And then, I saw it. A silhouette emerged from the darkness, the unmistakable shape of a winged creature. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity. The Mothman. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I fumbled for my camera, desperate to capture evidence of this elusive creature. Before I could steady my trembling hands, the Mothman lunged at me. Its wings flapped with a thunderous roar, and I staggered backward, my heart pounding in my chest. It tackled me to the ground, but before I could react, it swiftly disentangled itself and took flight. Disappointment washed over me as I scrambled to my feet, my camera now a useless weight in my hands. I watched as the Mothman disappeared into the night, leaving me with a mixture of awe and frustration. The encounter had been brief, yet it confirmed the existence of this enigmatic cryptid. As the days turned into weeks, the park staff continued to report unusual occurrences. Mysterious accidents, unexplained phenomena, and an overwhelming sense of unease weighed heavily on our minds. The Mothman sightings had become more frequent, intensifying the sense of impending doom. I realized then that my skepticism had been shattered. The Mothman was no mere folklore. It was a part of Yellowstone's dark tapestry. I delved deeper into the Reddit threads, searching for answers, desperate to understand the cryptid's purpose and the impending disaster it seemed to foretell. In the end, despite my efforts, the catastrophic event that had been lurking on the horizon arrived. A violent earthquake shook the park, unleashing chaos and destruction. Buildings crumbled, trees splintered, and panic gripped both visitors and staff. As I surveyed the aftermath, I couldn't help but wonder if the Mothman had come to warn us or if its presence had somehow triggered the calamity. The answers remained elusive, lost in the chaos that had engulfed Yellowstone. I'm in no way, shape or form a hunter. However, growing up in Philly with a wooded creek behind our roadblock, my brother and I were always forbidden to play anywhere near there, and not even think about going down there. So as any little good children do. One boring summer day, we smelled smoke and heard noises and decided we were the best detectives to snoop it out. After minutes of walking farther into thicker brush, we finally saw the source of smoke. As we saw two men walking away from a burning car fire. It wasn't until a few years later, after dinner overhearing the adults talking about that poor unidentified little girl's remains found in a burnt skeleton of a car years ago in those woods, my brother and I, then 12 and 14 years old, looked at each other wide-eyed and jaws dropped as we put two and two together to realize it was most definitely what we had stumbled upon in the woods that day. And if we had been older or smarter, or unafraid of getting whooped for going down there in the first place, the murderers could have been caught, and even maybe that little girl could have been saved. But looking back, I realized more than likely she was already deceased before the fire. When I visit my family's rural house in the boonies of Tennessee, I take my shotgun every time. In the back is a high-walled fenced-in area for my dogs to F around in during the day and sleep at night since they get filthy. One night I wake up to the sounds for barking that I could tell was my dogs fearing something pretty badly. I grabbed the shotgun and went outside and fired off two of my confetti rounds in the direction of the fenced-in area, and I see this massive Bigfoot take off. The dogs slept as close to me as they could get that night. This is an encounter that my mother and my uncle experienced as kids in the 1970s in Tijuana, Mexico. When I was younger, my mom and my uncle would tell this story to us, and I always thought it was a ghost story. But recently I've been thinking it was an encounter. Please let me know if you had a similar experience and if you believe their story was an encounter as well. My mom lived with her older sister, older brother, and mom in a very old apartment complex. The complex was owned by my mother's aunt, but my grandma would run it to make money. The apartment complex was pretty large, and the one only bathroom they had was pretty far away from where they would sleep. My grandma took over a couple of the rooms on one side of the complex since they weren't being rented. There were around 3 to 4 rooms and they were being used as storage, One room was a bedroom and my mom couldn't recall what the other rooms had. In the actual apartment that was next to those rooms they had a kitchen, a TV and a room where they all slept together. Because the building was pretty old, most of the rooms didn't have light, but the actual apartment did. Since the bathroom was really far, my grandma would have my mom and her brother bring in a urine bucket at night. But since back then there was barely any lights, the nights would be very dark and it would make my uncle and mom super nervous. They would have to carry with them a cable light with them. So then one night, again my grandma forced them to go get the pee bucket, and they both nervously hurried to go get it while carrying the cable light. They got the bucket out the room, and as they were heading back my uncle noticed a fire light in the patio, and immediately shields my mom and starts shaking. My mom, confused, tries to see what it is. The way she described it is like a fire-like projection, but not red, more like a whiter fire. They both run to try to go back to the main apartment, but their older sister, to mess with them, locked the door and wouldn't let them in. My uncle, out of fear, takes off, leaving my mom behind. My mom was so scared and peed herself. Out shock and fear, she falls to the floor and observed a shadow creature running out the light. She described this creature around a kid's size. She noticed its eyes, but it said although they were bigger they weren't exaggerated, just bigger. For the color, she said it was like a grayish translucent color. My uncle, as he was running out, trips over a stair and then watched the shadow run out until it disappears. Once my mom's sister finally lets them in, they couldn't stop crying. They couldn't sleep or talk. They were traumatized for years. My grandma would try to make them explain. Other people believed that my grandma needed to dig a hole on the patio because the shadowy creature might have let them know there's a treasure. My grandma believed that if she dig a hole she would find something bad. So that's it happened. For a while my mom and her brother weren't the same, and then when they finally were able to talk about it, my mom realized it wasn't her imagination. I think this story is really interesting because usually an experience like this happens to one person, but two kids? Perhaps they really did see that shadowy gray light creature. This happened about 15 years ago back in Mexico. Me and my dad along with some friends were out in the woods gathering firewood. An old dirt road used mainly by cattle and ranchers. No other traffic that far out. 10 minutes later, this nice new truck with tinted windows coming from the opposite direction stops maybe 25 feet in front of my dad's truck. We could hear somebody crying in the truck, most likely a woman, but I'm not sure. But me, being like 10, didn't think much of it and continued to grab fallen branches. The truck just stopped, but no one got out of the vehicle. My dad told us that it was enough for the day and it was getting dark. All the older guys in the group seemed to know something was up and jumped in the truck in a hurry. I even got my finger smashed on the door because of it. But again, I didn't think much of it aside from my finger getting bloodied. I remember my dad driving fast. They talked and murmured, but it was grown-ups talk to me, and all I could think of was my finger and the pain. When we got back to the town, my dad pounded a few beers and they talked. Several years later, when I was in my early 20s, that memory came back and I connected the dots to what we witnessed. I never felt so much fear in my life before. To this date is the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I don't have the guts to bring it up to my dad. But I'm pretty sure that it was some sort of cartel-related deal, but for some reason they decided that we didn't see anything. Also, this is because back in the day and in my area you never really heard of crime like that. The only crime was cartel on cartel, super secretive crime. So I'm sure that whoever was inside probably had something to do with them, if it was cartel-related. But I can only imagine what my dad felt having me and his friends with him there and seeing something that we were not supposed to see. It could have gone terribly wrong for all of us. I used to work at a weather station in northern Canada. It was a 24-hour place, so it was manned round the clock, and often by someone who was awake. I worked nights many times and I didn't see much creepy stuff, but heard a lot. Fairly nearby was a place where a couple of local guys housed their sled dog teams. You'd hear them yipping and barking now and then, and it was quite routine. Other times, it was apparent that a bear or wolf was over there and bugging them in their cages, because it was a lot more than normal barking. It was the sound of shit-scared dogs freaking out. I only heard this next thing happen one time, but pretty clearly something had gotten in there and killed at least one dog. I heard the sound of a living critter screaming while it was being killed, and it totally knew it. There is no other way to describe it. If you heard it, you'd know. I was recently working near a river in the British Columbia wilderness when about 20 meters from me and my coworker we heard loud footsteps crashing through the trees. My coworker yelled out. Nothing. The footsteps continued, but after he yelled out a second time the footsteps stopped and then things went completely silent. There was other people in the vicinity throughout the week, but to our knowledge, nobody there that day. I grew up hunting and I am very familiar with the fauna of Western Canada. It sounded like a bull or cow, moose or elk. Perhaps a sizable buck. But to my knowledge they don't have the smarts to actively hide from humans when they are yelled at. Same with bears. Mountain lions, however, do. But I don't believe one would ever be so loud and clumsy sounding. WTF was in the woods? I'm not above thinking it was perhaps a Bigfoot. Or was it a sinister person? My daughter, who was 11 years old at the time, was visiting my parents for the weekend during the summer. They own 55 acres in the woods in northern Michigan. Most of the property near the home is cleared, roughly about 7 acres. The rest has sporadic trees here and there until you get to the back 8 acres. Before it gets dark they like to sit out on their screened-in porch and watch the deer come out to eat, which was done this night. The plan was to wait till the sun went down so she could practice riding her CT200 Coleman bike. It is a small bike that only went 20 miles per hour, and it had a decent headlight on it, so it was good for the cleared trails on the property. While her and my dad were sitting on the porch, just before sunset, my daughter was watching the open field for deer, but instead, she seen something that looked like a white dog moving very slowly. It was roughly 200 yards away from them, and she said, "Grandpa, what is that?" He looked and he looked very confused. My dad is a man who has grown up in the woods. He knows every animal and everything possible about where they live. He told her it looked like it could have been a white coyote. It had a similar size, but it didn't look like any coyote he had seen. The body of the creature was very thin, almost bone skinny, and didn't have a tail. He went and quickly grabbed the binoculars from inside the house. He looked and he said it looks really deformed, like a deformed pit bull. It's facing away, so I can't really see its face. It left view and they continued sitting there waiting for dark. When the sun set, my dad made sure to tell her not to go fast, because riding at night was something new. He knew that she knew the lay of the land well, but was worried since it was her first time doing laps night riding. When he was done with his safety brief, she took off. As she was riding her way around the property, she had a weird feeling of being watched. But she pushed those thoughts to the side because she assumed it was nerves on top of it being dark in the woods. As she rounded the corner to the straightaway with her light shining down the path, the light from her bike reflected back 2 eyes. She slowed her bike down, thinking it was a coyote or a deer. As she came slowly closer, she realized it was white. She was frozen in a panic when she realized that this was the creature she and my dad seen in the field. Only this time she was just feet away. The creature was facing her and she was able to clearly see its head this time. It was crouching with its long skinny arms hanging down against its side. It had the head of a human dying of malnutrition. It had a huge chest and its rib cage was very prominent. What she thought was white fur was skin. It had white skin with gray undertones. It looked like death. Its eyes were half the size of its head and completely reflected the light from her bike. She was still riding towards it, unable to react due to being frozen in fear. The creature's mouth then became clear. It was really big and unnatural. As she got closer, she started to realize that this creature was very tall like my dad, who is 6'3". She said the long skinny arms that hung down to its sides had human-like hands. She started to feel sick and woozy. Then, she snapped out of it, turned the bike around and headed back to the house as fast as the bike went. My sister and I were out off-roading around 1 a.m. this one night in my old Jeep. We ended up coming across this large water retention basin and decided to explore it for a bit. While we were cruising around, we started talking about skinwalkers and whether they're real or not. The conversation had spooked us both a bit as it was pitch black out, not a light in sight other than my light bars. We ended up changing the topic and kept on cruising. Not even 20 minutes later, we both got this very uneasy feeling of being watched, and shortly after my dash lights started flickering slightly, something that they never do and haven't done since. Already spooked from the previous conversation, this creeped us out even more, and we decided it was time to call it a night. As we were about to leave the retention basin, my Jeep engine died trying to climb the slight hill out, which was also not normal for my Jeep. It struggled to start but eventually started and was barely running. At that point we were terrified, and I gunned it out of there while my Jeep continued to run like it had a bullet shot through the engine. We definitely said our prayers, as neither one of us was going to get out and take a look at that point. Once we got back to the main road, we made it to a gas station close by and I stopped to investigate. Upon investigation, I found a vacuum line had come disconnected. A vacuum line that should not have come off, as it is a securely connected vacuum line. I reattached the line and my Jeep ran perfectly and has not come off years later. I've had, without a doubt, real paranormal experiences in the past, and this definitely felt the same. Was it just an unfortunate series of events, or was there something out there with us that night? I'll never know, and I definitely don't want to go back and find out for myself. I worked at a dog sledding company in northern Ontario this past winter. Our building was about 1 kilometer from the dog kennels. I know very well the routine barking and howling you mentioned. Our dogs, about 35, would do it usually twice a night. To other people it sounds aggressive, but when you know the dogs and their barking, it sounds fine. I have never liked being outside at night, and my housemates like to have a fire most nights about 50 feet from the building. One night I was sitting in the common area reading, about 11 p.m. Suddenly they came bursting into the house yelling. I could hear the dogs barking, and over my friends yelling in panic I could hear something wasn't right with the dogs. The barks were shrieking and short, something was happening. Occasionally a dog would get out and pick a fight with another dog, that's what it sounded like. The aggressive, growl barking. I stayed at the building while the others piled into the Cub Cadet to go break up the fight. They came back 10 minutes later, white as ghosts. A wolf had gotten in and a few of the dogs in one kennel had torn the fencing down and attacked it. Wolf was on the ground dying. 4 of our dogs were laying around the kennel in pieces, 2 more dying. They shot the 2 dogs and Wolf and were coming back to take a few minutes before picking up the pieces. The rest of the pack may still have been around because it's unlikely one wolf killed 6 dogs by itself. I don't work there anymore. Way too intense for me. Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona. And let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend in the car. Suddenly we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I try to slow down to see what the heck it was. But all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down, it was a cool night, But I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit that gas pedal and GTFO there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like in animals, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. Just today I found a trail cam facing a daycare on one of the properties I manage. I cut it out of the tree. It's pretty creepy because the SD card is full of pictures from December 30th, 2017 to Jan 1, 2018. So in 3 days the entire thing got full and no one came back for it for over a year now. There's no pictures of anyone setting it up. There's several pictures of cars driving by and an occasional picture of someone entering or exiting the building. But you can't make out any faces or license plates, and again no images of anyone setting it up or walking near it at all. Me and my co-workers came up with a few theories. First and easiest is a pervert. He got locked up for something else, and that's why the SD card hasn't been cleared of data in over a year. Second is a police investigator or fraud investigator, because the camera is facing the front door and the handicap parking spots. Was someone claiming disability and handicap when they really weren't, and the camera was put there to catch them walking with ease? Still doesn't explain why the trail cam would still be there though. Last is a jealous or suspicious lover spying on someone. Did they see what they needed and kill themselves? Did they kill the other person and get locked up? Maybe they had multiple trail cams and got the info they needed off a different one. Very creepy to me though. Me and a buddy were doing some backcountry hiking in the Great Basin in an area where all sorts of weird shit was prone to happening. There was some restricted military base in the general area, lots of military testing and maneuvers, and lots of crazy-ass weirdos that came through that area. We crested a tall hill and were looking out over a valley when we saw two other guys on a hill across from us. I took a look at them through my binocs and they looked pretty normal. One had a rifle, but that didn't concern me because lots of people would skeet shoot and such up in that region. I decided to give them a holler and wave just to let them know we were in the area just in case they were shooting. Well, they noticed us and the guy with the rifle raised it and pointed it in our direction. I tried to dismiss it as him using his scope to be able to see us as we were pretty far away. We resume hiking and next thing I know I hear shots landing on the hill we're on. Not terribly close, but we hoof it down that hill and up another one and I break out the binocs again. Well, those two guys had now made it across to the hill we were on before and were skulking around the brush. F that. I decided we needed to get back to camp, but that we couldn't make a beeline because it would take us across the valley and we would be spotted in a second. I saw that there was an old, dry washout that was the perfect depth to conceal us. We snuck our way down into it and it was literally like being in a trench surrounded by sheer dirt walls. We followed it around and out to safety, but it was pretty harrowing being in there because you couldn't see too much above and so we had no clue where those guys were. My buddy told me a story over ice fishing this past weekend. So, my boss has tons of private property in northern Michigan, and he offered to let me hunt there this year. So I took him up on the offer quickly as I've put up with central Michigan public land for years. Anyways, come September I got out there and put 3 hang-on tree stands with screw-in steps. Yeah, I know, not legal, but that's the only thing I'm comfortable climbing, and I take them out after I leave. In various locations. Keep in mind this is private. Nobody else is supposed to be hunting within miles of me. Fast forward to late October and I managed to get out there after a very busy work schedule, roofing sucks, go to school kids, for a weekend. So Friday, I take my bait out to one of my stands, the closest one to the cabin. I get there and notice there isn't much deer sign, so I decide to lug my bag out 3 miles down until the swamp where I find my next stand with heavy sign. So I spread my pile out. I put my steps in so I can climb it in the morning and begin to head back. The third stand, the furthest one out, was only a mile away from the one I was at, situated on the side of a fairly large hill. I get within a quarter mile of it on my GPS when suddenly I begin to pick up on a bad feeling. Like, my body was telling me something was up. Normally I know better than to go against this, but this is as remote as you can get for Michigan, so I carried on. The closer I got, the worse the feeling got. I got within 50 yards when I just froze. Something was wrong. The tree my stand was in was empty. There was no stand. But just to my right in front, about 30 feet from the tree, was my stand, mangled and broken. I ran over to it and started investigating. In front of the stand, 5 feet away on the ground, was a massive and fresh impact mark on the ground where it had hit, then bounced against a tree. Hard enough to leave a mark, again fresh, on the tree and cleanly snapped the seat off. I then turned to me tree. I looked for marks, and found none. Just the old marks from where I screwed my steps in a month and a half ago when I set it up. No footprints, nothing around the tree. Someone, or something, unstrapped my stand and threw it from 25 feet up the tree and traveled through the air the same distance to the ground. This stand was not light either, easily 60 pounds. I knew I needed to get out of there quick, so I booked it straight to the cabin. Stupid me went out to hunt the next morning in the stand with bait. I hunted from sunup to sundown, not seeing a damn thing. So, around dark I started to pack up. Where I was facing, I could see the hill where I had the other stand, and just as I was about to get down I could see a light. Then 2. Then 4 or 5 lights. They were moving erratically around the general area of the stand. It was so silent I could barely hear some faint voices. I noped out of there silently and in the dark. The next day, I was done. I had decided to pick up my remaining stands and leave. I went to the stand I hunted in the next day, when I seen the stand hanging in the tree next to the one I was in off a branch. I didn't investigate. I turned around, and ran back to the truck. I was done. Nope, that was that. Called my boss and told him what was up. His theory was meth heads or marijuana growers. As for me, I have no clue. Back to creepy. This was out by a campground of several natural springs. A friend and I, same buddy from before, decided to strike out and go explore some very dilapidated and ancient looking farm structures we'd seen earlier in the day. We decided to go at night because being sane, right? It was a small cluster of buildings far off next to some woods. We hiked through the brush to get there, but there was also a really torn up, we'd choked dirt road that led to it. The buildings were completely decrepit and looked like they were going to collapse if we breathed too hard. We went to the biggest barn-like building and immediately began to smell death. As we got to the interior we noticed some really unnerving things. First, despite the fact that these buildings no longer had any functional purpose, it was clear that people still went out there. There were fresh footprints that did not belong to us. Second, there seemed to be blood spattered all over the place. Third, there were pieces of wood that had been sharpened into crude, short stakes that were absolutely drenched in blood. Fourth, there were scattered clumps of what looked, to me at least, to be human hair. Lastly, it looked like someone had used the blood-stained stakes to try and scrawl something on a couple walls and on a load-bearing post in the center of the building. I couldn't make it out, probably better that way. So yeah, we decide to GTFO immediately. We decide to leave via a slightly different route because we were ultra paranoid that someone was watching and would follow us back to camp. As we made our way back we hit a truly putrid wall of that death stench again. We found the source. It was the rear half of a calf. Just the rear half. The front half was absolutely nowhere in sight. The worst thing about it though is that this animal was cut clean in half. It did not look like an animal attack at all. No other wounds, just perfectly snipped in half. We made it back to camp and left the next morning. I was 16 to 17, around 2009, with a group of friends, 8 of us maybe, walking down my block in Forest Park, Illinois, heading towards one of my friend's house. It was summer, around 9 p.m. The sun was already set. Once we made it to the end of my block, at an intersection, perched atop of 20 feet street light was a figure. Humanoid, definitely, but with wings, standing relatively still. I and all of my friends saw it. Started out it for maybe a few seconds. All muttering WTF? After those seconds of collective confusion, the thing spread its wings fully. I don't think either of us saw it fly off or anything, because the moment it did that, we all took off running. Half of us one way and the other half another. Guessing neither of us has ever run that fast in our lives. I eventually made it to the friend's house we were originally intending to get to. Obviously, we were freaked out, asking each other WTF did we just see? Honestly really not talking about it too much after the situation. I'm 29 now. None of those friends that I still keep in contact with remember seeing red eyes. But everything else was the same as how the Mothman is described. At this time neither of us had even heard of the Mothman or even that there has been a sighting in the Chicago area. But I, without a doubt, know what I saw was real, because the group saw the exact same thing, at the exact same moment. If I was by myself, I don't know if I would have believed it. Honestly, we were out of there so fast that I couldn't pick up much of the vibes that it gave off. All I know is that wasn't an owl, a crane, or a drone. It kind of reminded me of the creature from the Jeepers Creepers film, if you know of that movie. Not a scary one, but it was definitely pretty awesome to me. I saw fresh deer signs going into this meadow through some aspen when I was out for an early morning hike. I approached the clearing from downwind and made my way toward it almost imperceptibly slow. The grass in the clearing was ridiculously tall and lush and covered in cool dew, and I could see why the deer would have found this so attractive on a summer morning. I made my way into the grass and got near into the middle when I saw a 6-point buck come out from behind some trees on the other side. He looked at me for a minute and knocked his antlers a little bit against a tree. I didn't want to get him riled, so I lowered myself into the grass. When I did that, the whole herd of does quietly stood up all around me. They were bedded in the grass and I couldn't see them. They didn't seem spooked at all and just lazily started to make their way out of the clearing. A small doe strolled by so close in fact that I almost wanted to touch her. Just a really serene and beautiful sight. Story from my dad. Back in 1989, my dad was hunting out in New Kent County, Virginia. He feels uneasy throughout the morning and then he gets really spooked to the point where he decides to leave. Nothing weird is happening and he's a lifelong hunter who wouldn't normally leave the woods for a bad feeling. Can vouch, he's very practical. As he's driving home, he sees a bunch of cop cars at the rest stop near his hunt club. Later that evening, he finds out that the cops had found the bodies of victims of the Colonial Parkway killer near the rest stop in a spot fairly close to his tree stand. Anna Maria Phelps and Daniel Lauer. As a true crime buff, when my dad told me this story last year, I lost my dang mind. In late fall of 2018, I was driving back home from work on a Saturday afternoon on I-271 South near Mayfield, Ohio. The weather was overcast and light rain was coming down and slowed down traffic due to rain. It wasn't very windy, but the wind blew the rain to the southeast. Out of my periphery I noticed to my right what resembled a large grouping of dark gray balloons floating silently from one side of the freeway to the other, above the tops of the cars on the same freeway. Upon closer inspection I noticed these orbs hanging or grouping together in what resembled a D and a strand model. Some were attached to others, while the remainder were free floating, clinging together as they floated silently across and into obscurity. This was my third experience witnessing something anomalous, and I reported it months ago to author Preston Dennett. I've included the artistic recreation of my sighting. We were out in a state park tent camping, not far from civilization at all. 3 of us. After drinking a bit too much and some other partying, we hiked a bit up the mountain behind our camp. Stupid. It was pitch black with a very steep incline. About 30 minutes into the hike, in the middle of nowhere, we see a structure. It's a door and not much else. The door is built into a brick building. It had 4 walls, but the structure was so small and built just for the door. The front was about 6 feet wide, and then from front to back it was probably 2 feet. I know it doesn't sound that creepy, but when you find a closed door on a tiny brick building, throw in the partying and it becomes really creepy. Turns out the door was unlocked. So, we open it and there's no floor inside, but a ladder going down. You bet your ass none of us had the balls to go down. We dropped some rocks that took quite a while to hit the bottom. No splash, just a solid smack of rock against concrete. Sorry for the boring ending, but there wasn't much more to the story. Shit was real strange though. It was a long time ago, I have no recollection of where it was, so if I wanted to ever go back I'm sorry. I, MJ, a 28-year-old warehouse worker, prefer to keep my last name anonymous. The event I'm about to share took place while I was hunting with my dog in a rural area I refer to as Black Bay, Florida. I've only recently felt confident enough to tell this story. I've kept it to myself and close family for a very long time. After several hours, I decided it was time to head back home before it became too dark to find my way. As we made our way through the fields, I hopped the last fence and waited for my large dog to squeeze through the gate. We were about 20 feet away from the start of the path when I heard a whoop on one side, followed by a sharp whistle on the adjacent side. Initially, I thought the sounds were birds, but as the unidentified sounds continued, I realized something else was going on. I took a few more steps, and suddenly, something let out a deep growl followed by a yell. It stunned me and confused me. I had never heard anything remotely close to that before. I managed to catch a glimpse of something reddish-brown crossing the path, although it wasn't much taller than me. As the noise subsided, I mustered the courage to make my way through the path and finally reach my residence. The only way home was through the path that this creature had just crossed. The sun was almost down, so it was a moment of flight or fight, and I chose flight. When I arrived home, my mother noticed that something was wrong. She was outside collecting clothes off the line and asked if I had heard a strange noise coming from that direction, but I couldn't reply. I was still in shock. At the time, I hadn't heard much about Bigfoot, but I knew that what I saw that day wasn't your average local wildlife. It was possibly a family of ape-like creatures crossing the path. And I have a theory. Now, I understand that what I encountered was a family because I heard 3 vocalizations that evening. Back then, it was hard to understand what was happening, but now I believe I must have come between the juvenile and the adult. That's why they distracted me and ultimately scared the living crap out of me, to ensure I didn't hurt their young. During about 5 hours of babysitting, I drank a 6-pack of 5% ABV seltzers. I am not a day one drinker. It was just a regular night and I did not make any mistakes due to said seltzers, nor was I drunk. Now if you are under the understanding that the common person doesn't typically hallucinate or mess up too bad with around 1 strawberry lemonade seltzer every 45 minutes, then I can carry on. And you can read, but if you can do nothing but automatically prejudge my story over said disclaimer, don't bother. And yes, this will be relevant to the end of the story. Moving along. So in a very woodsy state in the US I used to live in, I knew a hippie couple that would pay me and my now ex to babysit sometimes. It was about 20 minutes into the woods. There were houses on the way, but all pretty far apart. These friends lived up a hill that was about a 1-minute drive, and had 2 neighbors but not anywhere close enough to hear them. On this night I went up there by myself. They paid good money to babysit, had awesome well-behaved kids, and their property was gorgeous, so it was always a treat go up there. I didn't know how to lock their front door, but I always felt safe cause I was like, who would come all the way up here? Guess I might have been wrong. So the evening went normally until the end. The kids played outside a bit and I watched them. They went on to watch T5 and one put a tuna casserole in the oven their mom had prepped. I went to do some dishes while they chilled because I said I would clean the house the day before, also a paying gig, and I didn't come through for that, so I wanted to surprise the parents. Pretty soon after, the kids needed to get ready for bed. One could brush her teeth and the other still needed his brush, so I did that, and I think they just put on pajamas and I went to grab a quick drink from the kitchen. Here's where it gets weird. Again, no neighbors close. Between the bathroom and the kitchen there was a back door. I heard a woman talking very close to the window as if she was talking to someone else. The TV was off and I don't put on headphones or a speaker around other people, so it was none of those things. I assumed I didn't hear their parents pull up and they were talking outside, so I opened the back door and called out their names, but it was pitch black and silent. I immediately felt alarmed. I put the kids to bed and said I will be right back, and if they are still awake I will read them a story. I went outside and sounded a drill I happened to see by the door and said, if anyone has a bone to pick, I'm right here and come get it. Mind you, even a good cop was at least 20 minutes out and I had 2 other lives to protect. Call me bonkers, but again I heard people in the woods and I have no history of mental illness or drug abuse, so yeah, I heard what I heard. With how shaken up I was, I knew something had to be wrong. Parents returned shortly after. Mom seemed calm. Dad said he thinks I drank too much and he believes I thought I heard something. He said his kids did not hear me outside when I came out warning whoever was out there. I closed the door so they wouldn't hear me, and the kids said the night went well. Despite this, he thinks I scared them and drank too much and never had me babysit again. I think I did the right thing. One of my aunts recently passed away at 92 years of age. My cousin has been her caregiver for the past 4 years. He promised her he'd never put her in a nursing home. He doted on her and kept her clean and comfortable until she passed away at home. The evening she died, he was monitoring her vitals and listening to her heart with a stethoscope and heard her take her final breath. As he stood up from her bedside, he caught a glimpse of movement at the nearby bathroom door. He saw his mom in a flowing white dress, looking much younger and almost transparent. She looked at him and said, "Thank you," and faded away. We will be attending her celebration of life this weekend. I grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. I spent a lot of time outside and I loved all animals, including bugs, frogs and lizards, etc. My little brother played a lot of sports, so on weekends I was always dragged to his games, and after school I often had to attend his practices. It was soccer season and I had to go with my mom to one of my brother's soccer practices after school on this day. I was probably female, 8 or 9 at the time. It was at a local park surrounded by some wilderness and some hiking trails. I liked this park because off to the side of the soccer fields was a creek with frogs and stuff. I'd love to go over there and look at them and try to catch them, etc. It was evening time and the sun was setting, but there was still plenty of light left. I told my mom I was gonna go down to the creek to catch frogs. It was down the hill slightly from the fields and obscured by some bushes and shrubs. But there was a clear dirt trail that ran alongside the creek. So I scurried on down there and was carefully studying the creek looking for frogs. When suddenly a man's voice startles me, "What you looking for?" I look up and see a middle-aged man, dressed in typical office business wear, button-up shirt, slacks, dress shoes. He was standing on the trail, blocking my route back up to the soccer fields. Looking at me and smiling. I was a shy and cautious child, so I just looked at the man and didn't reply at first. My spidey senses were already tingling and I remember feeling nervous and uneasy. I sometimes saw hikers on the trail by the creek, but his outfit and appearance told me this wasn't a hiker. He then asked me, "Are you looking for butterflies? I saw some down there," as he points further down the trail, away from the soccer fields. I just said no and started looking around at what my options were. I felt the need to get out of there, fast. But as I mentioned, he was standing on the trail, which was my route back to the fields. There were thick bushes on the hillside between the trail and where the fields were. I started making my way up the rocks to the side of the creek towards the trail, further down from where he stood, and to my alarm, he started moving down the trail toward me. "Need some help?" he said. I was now starting to panic, although nothing had happened and he seemed friendly. It just felt wrong to me. I just got stranger danger vibes. I remember feeling a burst of adrenaline and fear. I shouted no and booked it up the rocks, across the trail, and crashed my way through the bushes towards the soccer fields. I remember the branches scratching me, but I didn't care. I literally scrambled my way through them till I came up to the fields and then sprinted over to where my mom was watching my brothers practice. I probably looked like hell, so she of course asked what the heck happened, and I told her. I felt like she thought I was just being paranoid though. I'll never know if this guy posed a real threat or not. He could have been just getting some fresh air on his way home from work, who knows? I just know it felt creepy at the time. About 10 years ago I was home alone, sitting in the den watching TV. The doorway to the den opened up into a hallway, and just across the hallway and offset a little ways was the doorway that went into the kitchen. Sitting in my recliner, I could see into the hallway, and if I leaned back enough I could see partway into the kitchen. So anyway, I'm sitting there watching T5 and one hears something. I look into the hallway and, don't laugh, there's a pecan rolling down the hallway. My first reaction is, there's someone in the kitchen messing with me. I lean back and look into the kitchen. There's no one there. On the far side of the kitchen is another door that goes into another hallway that if you take a right it goes out back. A left will take you out front into the carport. I get up and go look. Both doors are shut and locked and no one around. I picked up the pecan, put it back in the bucket which was sitting in the hallway by the back door, and go back to my recliner. Few minutes later another pecan goes rolling down the hallway. I bolted out of my chair like my butt was on fire trying to catch whoever was doing it. Same story, no one around but me, and both doors were still shut and locked. Now I guess is the time to say, I'm not a believer in ghosts, but I'm having second thoughts. I put the pecan back in the bucket, check the doors one more time and go back to my chair. Just a few more minutes in my chair and another pecan goes rolling down the hallway. I get up, go pick up the pecan and out loud I said, "Okay, I'm tired of picking up your shit, stop it now." I put the pecan back in the bucket, went back to my chair and nothing ever happened again. To this day, I still don't know what was doing it. My youngest daughter swears the house was haunted. She claims to have woken up in the middle of the night with someone, a man, standing at the foot of her bed watching her. He was dressed in a Civil War uniform. I never asked her if he was from the north or south. She said he never made any attempt to harm her. She'd just put her head under the covers and after a few minutes he'd be gone, but it happened enough that it spooked her pretty good. Her bedroom was upstairs. She wouldn't go to her bedroom at night if she was the only one at home. Instead, she'd stay in the living room with every light in the house on, and the front door open for a fast getaway. This is a true story I long awaited to share with your community. So last month I had another encounter with Bigfoot. I was out elk hunting near the Oregon coast, exploring the mountains behind Cannon Beach. I had reached the area near Grassy Lake, accessed by Buchanan Creek Road, just past the fish hatchery. As luck would have it, I had spotted a herd of 25 elk emerging from a thicket and managed to shoot a bull. After gutting and quartering the elk, I decided to do some further exploration in the vicinity with my 1989 Ford Escort. Having some time to spare, I grabbed my fishing pole and began ascending towards Grassy Lake. However, before I could get too far away from my car, I heard a strange sound coming from about 250 to 300 yards away. Curiosity piqued, I noticed a distinct hump amidst a grove of young Christmas trees, about 8.5 feet tall. Intrigued, I returned to my car to retrieve my rifle and peered at the hump through my .35 power scope. To my surprise, I observed a hand rising up, pushing one of the trees down. At that moment, I thought I was merely witnessing the rear end of a bear. I continued observing for about an hour and a half, convinced that the bear was unaware of my presence. As a light rain mixed with snow began to fall, I grew somewhat bored and decided to honk the horn of my car. Instantly, the creature's head shot up, towering 1.5 feet above the trees. It was then that I realized I was looking at another one of those things. After scanning its surroundings, the head returned to its previous activities, completely disregarding my presence. Another half an hour went by, and the creature remained motionless. I decided to walk up the road behind the Bigfoot on a cliff to get a closer look at what it was doing. The creature was chattering, emitting deep, hollow noises resembling pig grunts. Even from a distance of 150 to 200 yards, I could see its hands engaged in some sort of activity. I noticed another white truck passing along the road, engaging in what appeared to be road hunting. Sensing the approaching vehicle, the Bigfoot lowered itself to the ground until the truck had passed, and then it rose back up. Frustrated by the interruption, I fired a rifle bullet into the air. Startled, the creature's head snapped back up, its gaze frantically searching the surroundings. It locked eyes with me, seemingly unbothered by my presence, as if it couldn't care less who saw it. The creature continued flipping its arm upwards, chattering and stomping its foot, as if urging me to leave. To further deter it, I fired a second round. It shot me a disdainful look before finally departing, sprinting towards a nearby hillside ridge with astonishing speed. It effortlessly traversed the mildly rough terrain in a mere 1.5 minutes before disappearing into the steep Oliver Canyon. The ravine, with its 200-foot depth, provided me with a glimpse of the creature as it moved further into the distant forest, eventually vanishing from sight. Intrigued, I descended to investigate what the Bigfoot had been doing. To my astonishment, I discovered a dead coyote caught in an animal trap. The coyote's neck was broken, with a pool of blood and scattered coyote hair surrounding it. The creature had devoured the entrails and rear half of the animal, leaving only the head and front legs behind. Perhaps, if I hadn't scared it away, it would have finished its meal. Coyote hind legs are said to be particularly tender, while the front legs are more muscular. As darkness settled in, I made my way back, planning to return the next day. When I returned to the site the following day, I discovered 24-inch long footprints left behind by the towering 10-foot tall Bigfoot. Additionally, I found 10 strands of 5-inch long hairs clinging to a tree branch. As I reached the base of the 200-foot ravine where the Bigfoot had made its impressive jump, I encountered 2 deep footprints embedded in the soil. Intrigued, I decided to follow the creature's trail back into the hills. The path exuded a sweet, putrid stench, reminiscent of something deceased. Eventually, I stumbled upon a cave, fairly spacious inside, with a pool of water sourced from a nearby spring. It appeared as though something had slept there, though I couldn't rule out the possibility of it being a bear's den. This story takes place in August of 2013, in the mountains of southern Oregon. I am a USAF Security Forces airman, military policeman. My girlfriend was at work, and as a swelteringly hot day began to turn into thunderstorms, my buddy Nick, another military cop, and I decided to go explore some back roads and get out of the heat in town. Southern Oregon is crisscrossed with logging roads, some actively used, and many totally forgotten and grown over. Nick and I spent many of our days off starting on roads that we knew, finding roads we didn't know, driving for hours into the mountains, eventually navigating back to paved roads. On this particular day, with storm clouds building over the mountains, we set off on a road we had never been on, and began the drive into the mountains. After driving for around an hour, we hadn't seen nor heard any signs of other people in the woods. We rounded a bend in the thick fir woods, and emerged in a meadow that was totally surrounded by thick aspen groves. The meadow was perfectly flat, and eerily still. We both noticed the strange stillness almost immediately. No birds, hardly any insect noise, no squirrels, and certainly no other people. On the far side of the meadow, right at the edge of the tree line, there was a picnic table. The table was very odd, however. It was painted a bright orange, and was much larger than a typical picnic table in a park. Remarking on this, Nick drove through the meadow to get a closer look. I remember being apprehensive as we approached. The whole scenario was exceptionally strange. The overall silence of the aspen grove was unsettling. Also, it was nearly impossible to see far into the trees as aspens grow extremely close together. When we parked by the table, I hopped out of the passenger seat of the truck to check it out. I'm not very tall, only about 5 feet 5. Regardless, the table was ridiculously oversized and practically unusable. The seats were nearly at chest level, meaning I would have to climb up to even sit on them. As I was looking at the table, Nick called me over to the truck, and I noticed he was looking back into the aspens. At first, I couldn't see what he was looking at, but then I noticed a splash of color that was completely out of place in the thick trees. A small one-man tent was set back in the trees, about 50 feet from the strange table. I had an initial feeling of dread, and felt certain that there was someone in the tent, and if we could see the tent, they could see us. There were no campgrounds in this area, no people, no main roads for miles. Surely someone camping so remotely would be, at the very least, a strange person. However, as we observed the tent, we didn't see any movement or hear any sounds coming from it. Nick suggested I call out. I didn't want to, but I did. "Hey! Anyone in there?" I yelled. No reply. Feeling completely on edge, Nick and I thought about driving away and leaving this strange area. But we began to fear the worst. What if there was a body in the tent? What if somebody had gotten kidnapped? Foolish, I know, but we thought it, all the same. After some debate, we decided to have Nick turn the truck around to drive away from the camp. Should we need to leave in a hurry, he would be waiting behind the wheel. With my heart pounding, I started walking through the trees towards the tent. I was totally keyed up with my senses on full alert. When I reached the campsite, several things struck me as odd. Backpacks were scattered all over. No fire had been built, no wood collected. The tent was literally full of backpacks, and women's clothing. Full of dread, I turned to leave and tell Nick what I had seen. As I left, I heard Nick start yelling, "Let's go! Let's get the F out of here!" Not knowing why he was yelling, I ran back to the truck. When I broke out of the trees, I saw a beat-up old Ford Taurus on the road, blocking us from leaving the meadow. I immediately leapt into the passenger seat, and Nick floored the gas pedal. The car was occupied by 2 men. A third person was laying against the window in the back. As we drove across the meadow, the driver attempted to block us from the road, but Nick drove around them and accelerated the way we had come from. I looked back and saw the car attempting to turn around on the narrow road. Nick drove like a madman, and though I was honestly terrified that they would catch up, we hit the highway without seeing the car again. I still do not know if the person in the back was male or female. I called the state police, and they promised to send a trooper out to check out the scene. However, I received a call the next day from a trooper stating that the campsite, the backpacks, and the women's clothing was all gone, though he could tell people had been in the area. The strange table was still by the thick aspen grove. I have not returned to the area, and do not intend to. I was at a summer camp that separated boys from the girls. We would normally sleep in separate cabins, however, this being a nice night, our counselors decided it would be nice to camp outside. Being overly tested our own high schoolers given new freedom of the outdoors, we decided to separate from our supervision and be lined for the girls' campsite. Upon successfully reaching their site and being dumbfounded at what to do, we decided that throwing miscellaneous items into the fire, creating subsequent explosions, would be a good icebreaker. Unfortunately, due to our brilliance, we were quickly brought back to our camp and separated from the girls. Not being discouraged, we decided to regroup and try again. As we began to leave for their site again, we heard an extremely loud bang, as if from a high-caliber rifle. The sound was followed by another bang, followed by silence. We all became paralyzed, unsure what to do. Was it from the girls' site? We were too afraid to find out. We could see a flashlight in the distance mulling around the area. I only remember lying quietly, barely able to sleep, joking with fellow campers who would get shot first if that bang was indeed from a gun. The next morning we woke up, alive and very confused to what had happened. I actually only found out what had happened when I got home from camp. A man had shot his ex at a house right by the campsite we were staying that night. What stood out to me the most, other than aforementioned, was an interview with a neighbor who didn't call the police right away, because she figured the sound was from some stupid kids blowing up things at a campsite. I led a small expedition of 12 Marines, tasked with recovering a downed aircraft rumored to have encountered a massive, unknown sea creature. It was a mission shrouded in mystery, and our team was a mix of experienced soldiers and unique individuals. One such individual was Jack, a fellow Marine who, in his free time, embraced his love for gambling and dabbled in the world of acting. We descended into the depths, our hearts pounding with anticipation. The murky waters swallowed us whole, enveloping us in a realm where light struggled to penetrate. We maneuvered cautiously, scanning the underwater landscape, until our eyes widened in disbelief. There it was, a sunken aircraft resting on the ocean floor. As we swam closer to investigate, the sense of danger grew palpable. Suddenly, without warning, a colossal aquatic predator materialized before us. Its sheer size defied all logic, dwarfing even the wreckage of the downed aircraft. The beast's enormous jaws gaped wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Panic and chaos ensued as the creature lunged towards us, its fury unleashed. The water churned with violence as we fought desperately to survive. Harpoons were thrown with precision, aiming for vulnerable spots, while gunfire echoed through the depths. Jack, with his quick thinking, managed to shoot the creature directly in its eyes, momentarily stunning it. Exploiting the creature's temporary vulnerability, we launched our final assault. Grenades were hurled with deadly accuracy, finding their mark in the creature's gaping maw. The water erupted in a cataclysmic explosion as the beast thrashed in its death throes. It was a battle of survival, a fight against an ancient leviathan that threatened to unleash chaos upon the world. But victory came at a devastating cost. 10 of my comrades, brave Marines who had faced the unimaginable with unwavering resolve, met their untimely end in the jaws of the creature. Only Jack and I emerged from the depths, battered but alive. As we floated in the water, a mixture of relief and sorrow washed over us. The beast that had haunted us had been vanquished, but the sacrifice of our fallen comrades would forever weigh heavy on our hearts. We resurfaced, the sun welcoming us back into its warm embrace. The ocean, once a serene backdrop, now held the memories of a battle fought and lives lost. With the mission complete, we returned to our base, determined to honor the fallen. Not my story, but a colleague's of mine. My colleague was responding to a call to check up on a camper. When he had pulled up, He noticed all the lights were out, which was strange considering the call was only made a few moments prior. When this ranger approached the tent, there was nothing, not a sound. It was as if everybody in the campsite had completely disappeared, leaving only him by himself. He was puzzled and not sure why somebody would make the call of this campsite and then be completely deserted. Then he described what he could hear as a weird growling noise with kind of a chewing sound. He shines his light over in the direction of this noise and sees this tiny 3-foot-tall furry humanoid thing standing there that reminded him of a chimpanzee. He was completely startled and nearly falling backwards on his behind. This thing also had a very surprised expression on its face. Not really sure what to do, it quickly ran off, scurrying between the branches and the trees and going at about 30 miles an hour. My colleague claims that it looked partly human, a brow ridge and a nose very much like a human does, but the rest of the face was almost covered in hair and reminded him very much of an ape. Besides the nose and the brow ridge, the eyes were also all black too, and it did not appear to be violent or aggressive in any way. As it turns out, the campers at this campsite were being harassed by this tiny little humanoid ape thing, which is the reason why they left soon after they made the call. Apparently, this thing was trying to get into one of their tents in which they were scared and got in their car and deserted their camp. After speaking to a few friends of mine who are heavily into cryptozoology, they all believe that a juvenile Sasquatch was responsible. The incident I'm about to share took place in the bordering area of Guyana and Venezuela. It was an encounter that left the dog owner shaken and described it as both bizarre and distressing. In an interview with the local media, Mr. Amsterdam recounted the events that unfolded on that evening. He had been taking a leisurely walk with his faithful canine companion when, suddenly, a colossal black creature emerged, seemingly intent on attacking him. He referred to it as a big black monster, its presence evoking fear and trepidation. However, his dog, in an act of unwavering loyalty and bravery, leapt into action, putting its life on the line to protect its owner. The description Mr. Amsterdam provided of the creature was chilling. He likened it to something out of a nightmare, referring to it as monster-like and diabolical. The creature ruthlessly constricted the dog's neck, snuffing the life out of it with a savage onslaught. After the heinous act, the creature swiftly departed the scene, leaving Mr. Amsterdam in shock and grief. Grateful for his own survival, he expressed gratitude to God and his fallen companion for saving his life. The loss of his beloved pet had left an indelible mark on his heart, as his faithful companion had accompanied him everywhere. As news of the incident spread like wildfire on social media, others came forward, sharing their own strange experiences in the same vicinity. Gavin Liverpool, a user on social media, recounted an incident from the early 2000s when a similar creature attacked a dog near the Makuria police outpost. The creature had vanished into the darkness, leaving the dog to suffer until its demise. Speculations ran rampant among the residents, with some suggesting that the creature could be a werewolf or an evil spirit that only prowls the night. However, there were also those who criticized the dog owner, asserting that he should have been more cautious in protecting his pet. A user named Sheikh Ibrahim expressed deep sympathy for the dog's tragic fate but also emphasized the importance of human responsibility in such situations. Some residents argued that if the creature had been a black panther, it would have carried its meal into the night instead of simply abandoning it. The incident left the community bewildered and on edge, grappling with the mystery of the creature's identity and intentions. It served as a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that coexist alongside us, lurking in the shadows of the night. As the debates and speculations continued, the people of the bordering region remained cautious, wary of the unknown and the secrets it held. I was a young highway patrol officer patrolling the highways of Maryland. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. I was driving on Interstate 95, closing up towards Baltimore. The speed limit in that section of the highway is 65 miles an hour. I would always patrol between the two left lanes so people could see my lights and not get too comfortable driving 20 over the speed limit. As I came up to where 695 splits off from 95 northbound heading towards Fullerton, there was this dark figure standing in the right lane ahead of me. It looked like a person, but it did not move at all, just stood there next to the barrier wall separating the right lane from the exit ramp for Fullington Avenue North coming out of Philly. So naturally, I sped up slowly to catch up with this person, thinking they must be injured or something. As I get closer, still maintaining the speed limit or just under, this thing turns its head to look at me, and I notice it has two glowing red eyes in the center of its face. It was very intense and terrifying, but what struck me most was its teeth. This thing had fangs like a wolf or bear, very sharp edges protruding out of its mouth. Its whole demeanor was extremely menacing. It did not look human at all, but when it turned around and stared right at me, I slammed on my brakes in sheer terror. I managed to get myself together after a couple of seconds, speeding away, hoping not to lose control of my car and wreck. Ironically, I heard radio communications from another officer about 10 minutes later that a driver up the road had witnessed an upright decaying animal running across the road. It was as if it had been hit by a car and left a trail of blood on the pavement for about 50 yards before completely disappearing from sight, crossing into another street. I'm not sure what this thing is, but I've never seen anything like it. Some friends and I would take my truck up in the mountains during the winter time and tow someone on a tube across the snow. We'd drop the tailgate in my old long bed Ford and a few guys would sit in the back with one of those bazillion candlelight spotlights. When I was driving it'd be fun to make really wide turns in the dark so the person on the tube didn't have the luxury of headlights or taillights to somewhat illuminate their trail. The person in the bed of the truck with the spotlight would be funny and shine the light clear off to the side so it was pitch black if you were on the tube. One particular winter night a snowstorm was rolling in so we headed up to the usual spot and it was dark that night. A friend was on the tube. I was driving watching my mirrors as I'd swing him wide enough he had little light to see anything. The guy with the spotlight shined the light clear to the side of the truck and as I checked my mirror and I made eye contact with a guy dressed in jeans, a red plaid shirt, and a blaze orange ball cap. As we made eye contact I lost all control of my body for probably only 5 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. I stopped the truck and turned it around and asked the guys if they saw him. They all said no, so I flipped the truck around and turned on the high beams and they shined the spotlight all over. I got out and looked for footprints in the fresh snow and saw nothing. That night we went back home and I told my dad about the weird experience and he didn't think anything of it. A week later on the news the police reported finding a body in the area close to where we were and asked for any tips. My old man convinced me to call the police and tell them we were up in the area and saw that guy. I called and the police said they'd send an investigator over. He came over to the house. I recalled the same experience saying it happened 7 days earlier. As soon as I said that, the investigator asked me, "You are sure on your date?" Which I was positive. And he showed me a picture of the body they found wearing the same red plaid shirt and blaze orange ball cap. He informed me the body had been on the mountain for at least 1 month so I must have just seen something. Turns out it was a man who suffered from some mental handicaps and committed S on the mountain, 1 month prior to when I saw him. Under the chilling midnight sky, my friend Dell and I drove along a desolate road, enveloped in an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to us, a life-altering encounter awaited. As our eyes scanned the darkness, a graceful 4-point deer emerged, captivating our attention with its beauty. Little did we know, this sighting was merely a prelude to something far more extraordinary. On the left, the deer vanished into the shadows, diverting our gaze to the right. Dim moonlight revealed a figure that sent shivers down our spines, a towering bipedal dogman. Its immense size filled us with a primal fear that transcended the limits of our understanding. Traversing the road, the creature's passage stirred the thick line of trees, setting them in motion. We stood transfixed, unable to avert our eyes from this mysterious being that defied explanation. It possessed an allure that was both enchanting and terrifying, hinting at an existence beyond our grasp. In that fleeting moment, a sense of otherworldliness saturated the air. The dogman's powerful strides seemed to bridge the gap between our reality and the unknown. Its presence invoked a mixture of awe and fear, captivating our senses with its enigmatic nature. Despite our yearning for clarity, the darkness concealed the creature's details. Yet, even in the absence of certainty, we recognized that we had borne witness to something extraordinary, a being that transcended the boundaries of our everyday existence. As the dogman dissolved into the night, our minds teemed with unanswered questions. Who was it? Where did it come from? This encounter ignited a fervent curiosity within us, driving us to explore the hidden enigmas lurking in the shadows. Since that bewitching moment, the memory of our encounter has etched itself permanently in our minds. The indelible mark left by the bipedal dogman serves as a reminder that our world is brimming with mysteries, beyond the limits of our perception, awaiting discovery. I was on our property in the Mount Hood National Forest in western Oregon. I was making a new access road for equipment to get through and had been cutting with my chainsaw for some time when I decided to take a break. I pulled my earplugs out, which I normally leave in my ears. I sat there inspecting my work. Suddenly, something started crunching through the thick brush from down over the hillside in my direction, straight at me. At first, I thought it was an elk, but the equipment noise should have kept the area clear of most animals, and I could tell it was cumbersome and lumbered along on 2 feet. I started straining my eyes to see what was coming through the thicket as it approached and got closer with every step. Finally, by the sound, I knew I should be seeing it because it wasn't more than 50 feet in the brush, but I couldn't make out any dark forms at all. It was November and all the leaves were gone off the trees and plants, so I had visibility of 200 feet. Suddenly, it came to a stop. It all went silent, extremely silent. There were no typical forest noises of any kind. I could feel that I was being watched, but why couldn't I see it? Anyway, I got tired of whatever it was playing games. I put my earplugs back in, fired up my saw, and went back to work, keeping my eyes down low just in case it let itself be seen. I knew it was watching me, but I wasn't going to give it the satisfaction of freaking me out. I'd trust the Lord to keep me safe, and that thing knew it. I didn't have anything else happen that day. But when I returned the next morning, something had taken all the brush I had stacked in piles along the new road and scattered it back in my way. Again, upon noticing this, I was peering through the woods around me with my senses on edge. When my 2 dogs came out to visit me, they quietly walked up behind me and stepped on some branches, breaking them. I about jumped into the next county. I went back to work restacking the brush, and nothing more happened. About 6 months later, though, I was in an area not far from there where I had been cutting all day, trying to get a section out of an old-growth fir log for carving. It was getting close to dusk, and I had my old Chevy pickup parked not far from me, about 40 feet away. I was preoccupied with what I was doing at the moment. But as I let my saw start a new cut down through the 5-foot log, I glanced over at my truck, and there, standing alongside it, between me and the car, was a massive being, all black or dark brown, and staring at me. I cursed under my breath because I really wasn't looking for a visit now. My truck is hot blue, so this thing stood out really well against it. That rig is on 35-inch tires, a 6-inch lift with the top of the cab being about 7 feet tall, and this thing's head was quickly a foot taller than the truck. I didn't stare at it or want to make a lot of eye contact with it, but I noticed it was about 4 feet wide at the shoulders, and its arms hung down to its knees. It was very hairy and very solid. I'm no judge, but I'm assuming it had to have been at least 600 pounds, if not more. The second I saw this thing standing there, a cold shiver ran down me, but I didn't want it to think I saw it, so I turned back to focus on my cutting. I didn't want to look back or head over to see if it was still there. It was about 10 feet closer to me and standing more to my left near the hood of my truck. I could feel my heart pounding and I was getting a cold sweat too, but I went back to focusing on my work. I didn't look back for several minutes, knowing that things could show up next to me or behind me without warning. I find the best thing to do is focus on what I'm doing and not look around, and don't let my imagination run away with me. It's easy to do out there in the dark with those Bigfoot being curious and coming around. I looked back up after 5 minutes and it was gone, thank God. But I'm sure it was standing in the dark there somewhere and I wasn't about to look around for it. I finished my work there, packed my tools and headed to the house without anything more occurring. The next day I went back, but after that, I tried to get back before dusk. I had previously thought that they were kind of shy, but not after what I've seen. They're curious and will show up even if equipment or machinery is running. One summer, several years ago, I was spending an evening with a friend over in Washington at a rock pit we used to camp at quite a bit. Over a decade ago, she had her own encounters with the Bigfoot, in which one walked up to her and her brother in the forest on Mount Hood. They were armed with AR-15s but were both frozen in fear. It got within 5 feet of them and just locked eyes with her. It was a 9 to 10 foot male and watched her intently for about a minute before turning its head and disappearing into the trees. They literally looked and looked for it, but it had vanished. This encounter happened in broad daylight. Anyway, they are amazing creatures. So this happened 3 years ago when I was living with my parents in Meeteetse, Wyoming. Super small and secluded. It was Halloween and my parents decorated the house, and we expected about 3-4 kids to show up, as the house is about a mile from a subdivision and parents usually drive their kids. At 8 I took in the chair with candy because I figured no one else would be coming around. I'm in the basement where there are no windows and very little sound can get out, and it's about 11. All the lights upstairs are shut off because I'm going to bed. I hear a knock at the side door, which no one ever knocks at. I go upstairs and the floodlight, which usually turns on automatically, wasn't on. So I flipped on the other light that lights up the basketball hoop area. There's a person in one of those old man masks that have the crazy hair just standing there. He is just looking at the house. He sprints to the back where the patio is. I hear loud banging on the back windows. Honestly, the loudest kicking I've ever heard. I rush over and the person is just staring. Then he runs away and I don't hear anything for 5 minutes or so. Then I start hearing the knob to the main door being forcefully jiggled back and forth. I ran upstairs to the bedroom and went to the crawl space in the attic. I immediately dialed 911. This was the first time I ever dialed 911, so I don't know what I was expecting, but the operator didn't seem to be very shocked or wanting to send out a car very quickly. I remember repeating my address like 12 times and the lady kept saying, "Calm down, sir. She wants me to stay on the line, but I'm afraid if the guy got in he would know where I was because of my voice." I hang up and I can hear the knob being slammed like he had a hammer or something. I'm having a full-on panic attack and I'm wheezing trying to get air. Then I hear the side door, original door, being kicked super hard. At this point I'm shaking so bad the dust from the floorboards is flying up in the air. I hear a window smash and I immediately know he's going to get in. I hold my breath, which makes the wheezing worse. I'm going to die. I'm listening to hear footsteps or anything. Nothing. The actual amount of time I spent up there was around 16 minutes. I swear it was an hour. An officer showed up and pounded on the door. I ran downstairs and flipped open the door. I told him everything, as well as the backup sheriffs that got there. They all kept saying a friend was probably just trying to scare me. I had no friends in Wyoming. None. They looked around the house and wrote down some shit, but nothing really happened. They left and I drove behind them to Cody, Wyoming, and got a hotel room. I still can't sleep without all the lights on and a .45 on my dresser. It was November 2012 when I was working at a small gas station in northeast Louisiana. We were the only small shop and 24-hour service station in Miles, just off the highway. I worked the night shift. I loved it, the sharing of stories with the traveling customers, that is when the rare customer showed up. It must have been around 3 a.m. I was cleaning the floors and locking the beer coolers when suddenly the lights went out. I pulled out my cell and used it as a guiding light until I made it back to our counter where I kicked on the gas generator. It lit the parking lot, the bath, and the hall leading to the register. When I looked outside, I could just make out the movement of the trees across the street, but, otherwise, it was pitch black. I turned on the radio and started listening to a local station with its night owl DJ, commenting on the heavy winds and cracking jokes between songs. Suddenly I saw some figures in the dark. I could just make them out. They seemed to be a group of kids on bikes. There were 3 of them. 2 of them dropped their bikes and made their way to the door where they just stood there staring at me. I just stared back for a moment, waiting for them to come in. They never did. I moved around the counter and opened the door. "What's up, guys? Out kinda late, aren't you?" I asked them, expecting them to come in. "Can we use your phone?" one asked, their heads tilted kinda low. I felt a little worried as I pulled my cell from my pocket and offered it to her. "Sure." She looked at me and then I saw her eyes. They were solid black, almost like ink-filled orbs. "No, I need the real one," she said, her face twisted into an angry snarl. I pulled the door closed and flipped the locks. No, ma'am, you go home and get your mom's phone." They stared at me through the door for a minute longer before turning away and biking off. The next day I had my boss check the cameras to get the pictures of the creepy kids, but the cameras had been off the whole time. Now the cameras run off the generator instead of the hall lights. I never saw the kids again. Three roommates and I went over to a friend's apartment not far from campus, but on a set of apartments in the middle of nowhere. We were just sitting in the living room watching TV and I got up to go put a glass in the sink. Know how there is usually a window over the sink in most kitchens? So I'm washing this glass out, the light is on. There are no blinds on the window, just a curtain. I hear a sound at the window and I look up just in time to see a hand hit the glass flat. I was like 20 years old, but I know I must have squealed or did some kind of girly scream, and the other 3 dudes came running in. I told them someone hit the glass. My buddy grabs his hunting rifle and we run outside. By this time 60 seconds have probably already passed. We get outside and all we see is a bucket laying sideways under the window, along with the screen. There was a visible hand print on the window. Breakdown. Someone got a bucket to stand on, took the screen off the window and was trying to open it, when the bucket must have flipped from under them. Outside looking in, you could see through the kitchen and into the living room where we were sitting. This person would have easily seen me standing there, literally 3 feet from them on the other side of the window. There were 4 college-age guys inside and this person was still trying to break in. One day in 2003 I was walking down a bike path in the back of my house with my stepdaughter when I saw 2 boys leaning against their bikes up ahead. I didn't really think much about it, since it is a bike path, until one of the kids raised his head up and looked me straight in the eye. That's when fear struck me so hard I was stopped dead in my tracks. His eyes were black and hollow like he didn't have a soul. It was like looking at pure evil. At least that's the way I described it when I recounted the incident later that evening to my husband and my other daughter. I immediately led my stepdaughter off the path, cut through someone's yard, and walked out to the street. I didn't know what I had encountered at the time, but now I am quite sure it was the black-eyed children. I don't know what they are, but I know they are dangerous. It was so weird. I thought that my stepdaughter would also be aware of what I perceived to be impending danger, but she was completely oblivious, even when I led her off the path and onto the street. I somehow knew I had to get out of there now. Surprisingly, they appeared normal in every other aspect, except for the eyes, of course, and a vague awareness that they didn't quite fit into the environment. I only saw the eyes of one of them because the other kid had his back on me. He looked to be around 13 or 14, flannel shirt and jeans, and a swarthy complexion. Now that I have been reading about these encounters, it piques my curiosity, but I wouldn't want to run into them again. Last year I was on an outward bound trip in the Rockies on a 14-day expedition. In case you guys aren't hip to the outward bound course, there is a solo about 3/4 the way through the trip, which is pretty much you're in your own area out of eyeshot and hearing range of other group members for a set amount of time. This expedition had a 2-day one, so on day 11 or so we stopped to do ours. Mind you, this is a 9-day hike from the closest base camp, and we went about a mile off the rugged trail we were taking to set up. I woke up on the second day of the solo and looked out of my tarp and saw a guy about 20 feet away in a solid cherry red hoodie with the hood drawstrings fully pulled, so his face was entirely covered. I figured this was one of the instructors, because they go around sometime on the second day to check on us, so I waved at him and smiled. He then took off uphill and I lost sight in the trees. Come the next day, when we are all back and talking about it, I asked which of the instructors had the red hoodie. Turns out neither of them did. There was a man 10,000 feet up a mountain in the middle of the woods who walked by me sleeping in a tent. It had potential to go pretty awry. A military man, John, went outside to have a smoke. He lives in the hills surrounding Deadwood, South Dakota. He spotted 2 kids walking up a hill. They stopped and looked at John, which spooked him. They were wearing hoodies and looked very strange. Their eyes were completely black. They started to come across the street walking directly towards John, who introduced himself to them. They continued to advance towards him. Frightened, he retreated into the house. Inside, he asked his wife if she heard him talking to the kids. She never heard anything. They soon went to bed. John then noticed one of the boys outside his window. He rushed to bolt the front door, as one of them was there too. He never made it to the door. For whatever reason, he turned around and went back to the bedroom, where he saw the boy standing outside his window. He went to grab his pistol. He wanted to scare them off. He assumed they were wearing masks. One was at the window and another was at the door. He was extremely scared now. The next thing he remembered was waking up in bed. His wife informed him that he had been gone for an hour and a half. I did hear the door open and close. You weren't there, she told him. John had left the house at 4 a.m. and didn't return home until 5:30 a.m. I spent 3 months in northwestern Utah in 1999 doing graduate field work. I was alone for almost all of it. I read Lord of the Rings, played guitar, laid in the dirt staring up at the stars. Very fun. Anyhow, one night as I was sleeping, I heard a strange noise, see edit below, around 3 a.m. that jolted me awake instantly. I was in a tent and about 30 feet away from me, I heard a grunt that lasted about 4 seconds. Maybe it was a throat clearing? It was an animal noise. Most alarmingly though, it had a definitely aggressive tone to it. It sounded like a challenge. There were no bears in the area, but mountain lions were possible, although quite rare. I didn't hear any of the insane mating calls for the 3 months. I sat bolt upright and grabbed my flashlight. I had no weapons with me other than a small knife, and that was somewhere with the cook gear. I waited, quiet as a mouse, for about 30 seconds listening for any noise. It was dead quiet. I could have heard anything. But, not a single sound. As quietly as I could, but it sounded like when you're opening a bag of chips when you're trying not to make a sound, I positioned myself at the tent zipper, then suddenly yanked it open and shined the flashlight. Nothing. Then I bolted for the truck about 50 yards away. I made it and looked around with the flashlight. Nothing. It was out there watching me, unless it ran away when I ran to the truck. I had the window cracked a bit and watched and listened for about an hour. Nothing. I laid down in the back and tried to sleep, but it was quite chilly and I was wearing only a pair of underwear and my huge scratchy wool sweater that was luckily in the backseat. The next morning, I looked for tracks but saw nothing. And for the next 6 or so weeks I slept in the back of the truck. My younger brother was in his room carrying out a conversation, which was weird because we were alone at home. I went to see who he was talking to. There was no one there, so I asked him who he was talking to. He said the little girl with the black eyes. I asked where she was and he said that she had left. I thought he just lying. About a week later we started hearing voices and footsteps. I would be sleeping with my blankets covering me and I would wake up with them folded at the bottom of my bed. My sister got scared one night and crawled into bed with me. As she was getting into my bed I woke up, so I turned on my TV. I also turned on my light to find the remote. I left the light on along with the TV right when we were both drifting off to sleep. My door slammed shut, which is almost impossible as I always have a basket full of books in front of the door so that it doesn't close. The light then shut off, and my TV picture went off with static noise. I got up and went to the door. I tried to open it, but it was like someone was holding the door handle from the outside. My sister and I started to scream when my mom came and opened the door. As she did, the light turned back on and the TV picture came back. We had a priest bless the house, but the activity continues. The house was built in 2003 and no one has died there. We need help. It was the beginning of archery hunting season for elk, 4 years ago in August. My friend Richard and I, accompanied by our buddy John, embarked on an adventure to Black Bear Swamp. Little did we know that this outing would unveil a sight that would haunt our memories for years to come. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden glow upon the landscape, we found ourselves near a road at around 7 p.m. It was then that our eyes caught something peculiar. A creature stood perched upon a hill, its figure shrouded in shadows. Its hue appeared to be a murky brown, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. The sheer magnitude of this being left us in awe, a towering presence that seemed to reach heights of approximately 12 feet. The image of that encounter still lingers vividly in my mind as I recall the conversation I had with Richard over the phone on August 18th. He described the creature, the words tumbling out in a mix of fascination and trepidation. The mere thought of it sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder of the enigmatic encounter we had experienced together. To this day, the details remain etched in our memories, serving as a constant reminder of the mysteries that lie within the depths of the world we inhabit. The shadowy figure, the towering height, and the haunting presence of that creature on the hill continue to fuel our curiosity, leaving us yearning for answers that may forever elude us. 4 years have passed since that fateful day, and yet the impact of that sighting has not diminished. It serves as a testament to the hidden wonders that exist in the realms beyond our comprehension. Our encounter with the mysterious creature at Black Bear Swamp is a chapter of our lives that will forever intrigue and haunt us, a fragment of the unknown that forever remains embedded in our shared experiences. I'm a pretty avid backpacker in the Pacific Northwest. Sometimes I'll hike for days on end without seeing another person. I think it's exhilarating being completely alone. There's really no feeling like it. You get used to it, but personally I can never help but be on edge. The environment is completely serene and friendly, but there's a constant feeling in the back of your mind. It's hard to put your finger on. Most of the time you'll be chugging along, comfortable in your mind, but when you stop for rest, or to fill up on water, you can't help but look over your shoulder. Nothing bothers me much out in the woods. I've run into brown bears, had elk trample through camps late at night and much more. But one night was different. I was on a deep backwoods hike, in the late fall off season. It was pretty cold, but the snow hadn't quite started falling yet. I like that. In fact, I usually plan my trips this way. The forest ranger I talked to when I was organizing the trip said I was the only hiker she knew of who'd be up there at the time. I was using dispersed camping sites so far off the beaten path they don't have fire pits. That night was 5 or 6 miles from the trail into the area. I set up camp at a site about 100 yards from a stream, close enough that a faint babbling was audible. I'd lit a fire, cooked dinner, read for a while and was settling down to sleep. I lay listening for a while to the sounds of the woods and the creek. Just as I was nodding off, I think I hear voices. Nothing distinct, no clear words, but clearly a group of people was having a good time, laughing, maybe telling stories around a campfire. A feeling of dread came over me. I thought, I shouldn't leave the tent. Fear like I've never felt engulfed me. All the hairs on my arms, legs, and on the back of my neck stood on end. I lay there for a while in panic, the voices carrying on laughing indistinctly. After a while they receded into the background noise. I still didn't leave the tent, I was too afraid. The next morning after a very short night's sleep, I searched the surrounding area, and the path to the site. The few shoe prints I found were faded and worn around the edges, too old and too few to be from the size of group I'd heard. I tried to shrug it off as nerves, maybe nervousness got the best of me, but I couldn't shake a certain tension. I made good time to my next site, the last of the trip, looking around a little more than usual. Still nobody to be seen. That site had no stream. Dry camping isn't a blast, but it's doable if you pack enough water for cooking and drinking for the night. It was a lot quieter, just the chirps of bugs and the wind rustling the trees. I cooked my dinner, and stayed up a good while after dark sitting on a log, looking at the stars and listening to the sounds of the forest, trying to hear the voices from the night before, but there was nothing. I turned in for the night, stretching every act out. I lay there, restless for what felt like hours. Finally, calm comes over me. And it's back. Nothing threatening or particularly scary, just the sounds of a group of 15 to 20 having a good time, barely audible above the background noise. This time I'm calm, and there's what seems like an internal dialogue in the back of my mind. Why not join them? Sounds like they're having fun. I'd really rather stay here. This is entirely unconscious, and goes on for a while. I'd never experienced anything like this. I was worried that I'd lost it. After a time, the noises faded away into the white noise, and I felt that I was alone. The next day I packed as quickly as I could and got out of Dodge. During the day I was more at ease, like I had always been in the past. I was relieved when I got to the car and started back home. I told the story a few times, and every time I felt a little of that dread from the first night. I really had no reason to feel strongly about what had happened. I just heard strange noises in the forest, nothing extraordinary, but I felt it. On one occasion, I told the story my teacher who's native. He got quiet for a minute, then said I had run into stick Indians. He said that it was good that I didn't leave the tent. Stick Indians are evil and dangerous being that prey on children and women. The look on his face was sober. He told me not to go back to that place again. These spirits are extremely aggressive and attack and kill at the slightest provocation, including even saying their Salish name, which he refused to do. Whenever the subject comes up, I get that same fear in me. As I write this, I'm thousands of miles from those sites and my arms are still quaking. "5 years ago, I found myself deep within the Salmon Huckleberry Wilderness, 18 air miles east of Estacada, Oregon. It was a place of raw beauty. It was a moonlit night. My hiking companions and I had set up camp near a pristine lake, eager to spend the night under the starry sky. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and excitement as we exchanged stories around the crackling campfire. However, As the night grew darker, an eerie silence fell upon the forest. Suddenly, piercing screams tore through the stillness, jolting us from our conversations. The chilling sounds seemed to originate from the heart of the wilderness, carrying an otherworldly quality that sent shivers down our spines. Fear gripped us as we scrambled to pack our belongings. Panic spread like wildfire, and one man, overcome by terror, lost control and wet his pants. We were desperate to escape the clutches of whatever creature or force was responsible for those blood-curdling screams. With trembling legs, we began our hasty retreat, stumbling through the underbrush and over fallen logs. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, pushing me forward despite the exhaustion that weighed heavy on my limbs. The air hung heavy with tension and the pungent scent of fear. As we made our way through the darkness, a swarm of bats suddenly erupted from the forest canopy. Chaos ensued, and one of the creatures became entangled in the hair of the man closest to me. His panicked cries mingled with the flapping wings of the bat, creating a cacophony of terror. It was a moment of sheer terror, amplifying the already unsettling atmosphere surrounding us. Seeking safety and solace, we pressed on, desperately hoping to leave the haunted echoes of the banshee's screams behind. Our path led us through an area enveloped in a putrid odor, a stench that defied description. It was as if the very essence of fear and decay had taken physical form, assaulting our senses and leaving us gasping for fresh air. Eventually, we emerged from the depths of that haunted night, stumbling into the dim light of dawn. Exhausted and shaken, we collapsed onto the forest floor, grateful to have escaped whatever malevolent presence had haunted our wilderness retreat. My grandfather told me the story about the eerie incident that made him quit being a ranger. My grandfather used to work to be a park ranger in Uganda and had many stories to tell us about misbehaving teenagers who thought it was funny to stay illegally in the park overnight, white supremacist tourists who think they could hunt any time, and even indigenous people who believe the land belonged to them. But this time, he told me the story why he resigned from being a ranger, as he thought I was old enough to hear this creepy story. And after hearing it, I'm thankful for him quitting, or else I probably wouldn't be here today. One day, he and his co-worker, let's call him Sam, went out to patrol at night. As they were walking, they saw a very high, unusual amount of snake activity everywhere. Ignoring it, they continued on their job. And they had heard multiple trumpets of elephants and saw many zebras running in no particular direction, just away from the place that he and his co-worker were going deeper into the depths of the forest. They assumed that it was somebody, possibly teenagers, causing trouble. This made them cautious and alert for danger. They continued going deeper in with their rifles loaded and lamps in front of them. Then, they saw a blue shimmery light glowing in the shape of a circle in the forest. It looked to be like a portal. My grandfather had advised his co-worker to examine it. As Sam leaned in to touch it, he was immediately sucked in like a vacuum. Now, I'm not relating Derek to trash, but who touches a portal? After waiting a few moments for Derek to come out, but as expected, he didn't. My grandfather ran away from the portal and towards the cabin of rangers. There, he shared this unnatural incident with the rest of the rangers who slept there. They collectively decided to go check it out the next morning. The next morning, they went to the same place. When my grandfather saw the portal, there was no portal and no sign of Derek either. His co-workers then did not believe him and said that Derek must have slipped drugs and hallucinated the whole thing. My grandfather resigned after that. He did not want to see more supernatural incidents happening and also did not want to die. And there was a huge cover-up that happened with Derek and him disappearing. Is he still alive in some alternate universe? Did he turn into something like a ghost? Is he dead? Nobody knows. This evening, I'm going to be telling you about a sighting that I had back in July while working the night shift. It was just me and my partner that night. We were going around the highway right around 11 p.m. But as it turns out, Our second call came in the day right around 10:40 p.m. In Ohio State Highway Patrol jurisdiction, there are no set speed limits on any roads except the turnpike and a few other select highways. So when we get calls to investigate speeders, we have to find probable causes that somebody is going above the posted speed limit. Now, it was about 10:45, and I see a car passing from behind at seemingly high speeds. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I noticed the brake lights turning on and off, at first, I thought somebody was just messing around. But then it became apparent this guy was trying to warn me. I turned on my lights and siren and immediately got behind this person. We were driving into a heavily forested area, so there were no lights. And it wasn't until I turned my spotlight on that I was able to see what he was trying to warn me about. There was a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. It appeared to be wearing all white like robes, and it did not move at all, just standing still in the road. The reason I knew this person had to have seen this thing is that he too pulled over right into the closest shoulder. As soon as he approached this thing, I get out of my car and shine my light onto this person, and it immediately sprints off into the trees like some sort of wild animal, yet completely unhuman. Despite how quickly it moved, it made no noise running through the brush. My partner comes up behind me, asking if I saw what he saw, and I responded with, "Yeah, I did," in a very uneasy tone. Despite being unable to explain what it was that I just saw, all I can think about was getting back in our car and driving away. The other officer asked me if I wanted him to go in after it so we could at least figure out what kind of animal it might have been. But the fact that this thing wasn't making any noise while running kind of gave me the feeling that whatever was running through those woods knew exactly where it was going, which led me to believe that chasing after it would likely be trying to catch a ghost. We didn't see anything else throughout our shift besides some drunk drivers and people purposely not wearing their seatbelts. All in all, another uneventful night besides this. Still can't explain this. I was out in the mountains of Pennsylvania in the Poconos. This happened multiple times. I would be in the woods and would hear knocking sounds on the trees around us at night. I would brush it off as just wind, but then the sounds would get louder and closer, and then they started surrounding us in a circle. It was like the way that a loading icon is and goes in a circle. We would just shut up and throw more wood on the fire. Then we heard screaming from the woods surrounding us, not yelping but in some kind of language. It was absolutely insane. It sounded like people dying. It wasn't coyotes, I've heard them 1,000s of times. This was human. While the screaming and knocking kept going in circles, we would huddle near each other at the fire, looking at each other like what the F, and it would stop after about 20 minutes. When we were in our tent, sometimes we would hear it again and hide under the blankets. Sometimes would even hear footsteps. This was in an area that had a lot of Native American violence, so maybe that could be why? Just grasping at straws here, because there was no way we could explain it. Whenever we went to the same area it would happen. Edit for everyone wondering if I'm alive, LOL, yes I am. We ended up staying at my friend's cabin, more like a shed to be honest, and I really only stayed one night and day because two people, my friends, had to leave and I didn't want to be alone with the last person there whom I didn't know all that well. They were kinda odd to say the least, and I didn't feel right without cell service or my own car in the middle of nowhere with a stranger. Nothing out of the ordinary there though, just a campfire, some beers, grilled some food, etc. This was in a different area than the above happened, maybe that's why, but if I ever go back to the last place I will make a new post. No weird sounds that I could hear, even while venturing into the woods looking for them, but maybe someday I'll hear them again. Thanks for all the replies asking if I'm alive though, haha. I feel kinda bad how anticlimactic this was too. I really wanted to catch a recording or something, but it was just a normal camp out this time. I took a deep breath of the crisp, pine-scented air as I surveyed the quiet campground nestled deep within Yosemite National Park. As a park ranger, solitude was part of the job, but tonight felt different. The stillness of the forest was interrupted by a strange, childlike whisper that sent shivers down my spine. I'm Chris, a lone ranger stationed at this remote campground. I'm not your typical ranger. Besides my love for the great outdoors, I'm also an occasional jiu-jitsu master and computer geek. But none of that mattered now as I strained my ears to decipher the eerie whispers that seemed to emanate from the woods. With no other campers around, curiosity compelled me to investigate the source of the sound. I followed the whispers, my heart pounding in my chest as they grew louder and more unsettling. They led me to a massive, ancient tree standing alone in the heart of the forest. As I approached the tree, the whispers intensified, filling the air with an unsettling aura. I circled the tree, and to my surprise, I discovered a hidden entrance concealed by gnarled roots. It was as if the tree was guarding the secret that lay beneath. With my flashlight in hand, I descended into the hidden network of caves beneath the forest floor. The air grew damp and heavy, carrying the scent of decay. My heart raced as the beam of light revealed row upon row of human bones, a chilling testament to the cave's dark history. A cold chill ran down my spine as I realized that these remains were over a century old. It seemed that roughly 100 human corpses rested here, their souls trapped within these cavernous walls. I was treading on unhallowed ground, an unwelcome guest in this domain of the forgotten. Accidentally, I placed my foot upon a fragile bone, and a sickening crack echoed through the cave. The whispers abruptly ceased, replaced by an ominous silence. Panic set in as I realized I had attracted the attention of an unknown predator that had been lurking in the depths of the darkness. I scrambled to find a hiding spot, my mind racing to concoct a plan of escape. The creature's whispers returned, now laced with anger and hunger. It was closing in on my location, inch by agonizing inch. With nowhere to run, I found a narrow alcove and pressed myself against the rough cave wall, praying that it would be enough to conceal me from the creature's sight. My heart pounded against my ribs as the whispers grew louder, reverberating through my very being. Minutes felt like hours as I clung to the hope that I had eluded the predator's gaze. Finally, the whispers began to fade, their malevolence receding into the abyss. The creature had moved on, leaving me trembling in the darkness. As the silence settled upon the cave once more, I knew I had to make my escape. Slowly, cautiously, I ventured out of my hiding place, every step calculated to avoid making even the slightest sound. With each passing moment, the fear and madness that had threatened to consume me subsided. I emerged from the cave's gaping maw, the sunlight warming my face like a long-lost friend. I knew then that I would never return to that place, haunted by whispers and the specter of unimaginable horror. My sons, then about 7 and 5, and I had planned to fish the Brittenbush River near the 4685 bridge as we'd camped in the area before and they were familiar with it. We turned off FR46 onto 4685, south, crossed the bridge, pulled over and parked. 4685 continues on a short way then begins to climb. There's a dirt road that leads right, west, that parallels the river immediately past where we parked. I was giving the okay, here's how we're going to do this speech when a movement a little farther up the road, 100 feet or so, caught my attention. When I looked I saw a figure I initially thought to be a person walking across the road from left to right. But quickly realized this was out of the ordinary. The figure was approximately 8 feet tall, maybe a few inches more, covered with reddish-brown hair all over its body. I distinctly remember seeing muscle movement as it moved and thinking, man, that thing must be strong. I also remember its arms swinging as it walked, and being too long for a human being's because its hands came down to its lower thigh level. It only had to take 4 or 5 steps to cross the road, then stepped down over the edge of the road into the brush. It turned and looked at us briefly as it walked. I can't honestly say I got a good look at its facial features, but I did notice that the hair color on the head and the side of the face matched the color of the body hair. When I looked at my boys, my older son was staring where I had been, my younger son didn't see it. After the shock of "did we just see a Bigfoot?" passed, I walked up to where the figure had walked across the road and tried to duplicate its stride. I'm 5'9" and it took me several steps to cross the road. I went into the brush where I saw it enter and found a foot-shaped impression in some moss-covered ground that dwarfed my boot. That was enough. We decided not to do any fishing. On the way home we stopped at the ranger station and asked if they had heard any reports of Bigfoot, and learned real quickly why most people don't report their sightings. I was 17 and laying in my driveway smoking a cigarette. I was mad about something and I said to myself, I'm so pissed off right now, if an alien ship flew above me I would tell them to F off. Typical teenager shit. At the exact moment I thought that I heard the sound of a foot scraping across the ground. I looked down, since I was laying down, and saw a man with white hair and a backpack walking down my street about 20 feet from me. I lived on a cul-de-sac and this man was not one of my neighbors. He was walking from the opening of my street toward the dead end. I watched him walk by and he got behind my car and I watched his feet go past my tire. I kept watching to see him walk out the other side. And I waited. And I waited. I never saw his feet walk past my tire. So at that moment I thought he was standing at the back of my car, so I get up to confront him. Except he's gone. Poof. No man on the road. No doors opened or closed on my street, and my neighborhood was cut out of a large hill, so there was no outlet except for the end of the road, but that's where he was walking from. It scared the ever-living shit out of me. I put my cigarette out and went back inside and locked the door. I have only told a few people about this. Edit. This was at about 11 p.m. Very quiet on my block and no one outside. Though I was in a neighborhood, it felt secluded and alone. 4.5 to 5 years ago, I found myself in the depths of Black Bear Swamp, a remote and secluded area known for its dense vegetation and elusive wildlife. It was a place where nature reigned supreme, and the boundaries between reality and the extraordinary often blurred. That day, I was accompanied by my girlfriend, Sarah, as we embarked on a leisurely hike through the swamp. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves filled the atmosphere. We reveled in the tranquility of the untouched wilderness, blissfully unaware of the astonishing events that were about to unfold. As we made our way through the thick undergrowth, a sudden thud resonated through the air, followed by a loud crack against the trunk of a towering pine tree. Startled, Sarah turned towards me, her eyes wide with alarm. "Did you throw that rock at me?" she accused, her voice trembling with a mix of confusion and anger. Taken aback by her accusation, I quickly denied any involvement. My mind raced, trying to comprehend what had just happened. It was impossible for me to have thrown a rock with such force and accuracy. Something else was at play. Our attention was abruptly diverted as movement caught our peripheral vision. Peering through the dense brush, we glimpsed a figure, large and hulking, swiftly making its way through the undergrowth. At first, we mistook it for a deer, but as it emerged into a clearing, the truth became undeniable. Before us stood a creature that defied explanation, a Bigfoot. Its massive frame towered over the surrounding foliage, and its dark, shaggy fur blended seamlessly with the shadows. The creature moved with a grace and agility that belied its immense size. It cast a glance in our direction, its piercing eyes seeming to hold a hint of intelligence and curiosity. He just stared at us for a minute and then disappeared into wilderness. True story. This story is from around 5-6 years ago when I was a teenager, but I still remember it clearly. For some context, this was a wooded area near my hometown in the UK that had established bike paths and people visited regularly, making it a decently known area, but still was large and had areas that no one would go to. It began when my friend and I cycled to the area to do some jumps and generally just ride around, when we spotted a swing on top of a hill and decided we wanted to go up and use it. We did so and spent around an hour or two just talking and swinging, and it began to get dark. My friend took off as he had to be back earlier than me, and instead of leaving, I cycled around for a bit longer. I ended up cycling pretty deep into the woods until I was no longer on bike paths and instead barely visible dirt paths. I went up another pretty steep hill, and this is when it happened. Below me, around 20 meters or so near the bottom of the hill, stood a man wearing a black leather gas mask, some kind of military-looking jacket, and holding a long thick torch in his hand. The torch wasn't on and he was just crouching down in my direction towards the hill, staring straight at the ground, and from what I could tell he wasn't doing anything at all. But then he looked up at me. I couldn't make out if he was staring directly towards me, but the cold black voids of the mask's eye sockets terrified me. I immediately nearly shit myself and leapt onto my bike. As I did, I heard heavy, rough, fast breathing getting louder, and I rode as fast I could for about 10 seconds before quickly looking back. He was stood still at the top of the hill, no longer chasing but just staring at me with the same cold black eyes. I never told anyone what happened, not even any of my friends, and still now even driving past that place sends a chill down my spine. I know it's not a particularly amazing story, but definitely scares me still. I have an older guy friend who grew up in 1950s Alaska, where his dad was a bush pilot. So one day, they're out flying around just for a nice day, and suddenly the entire sky goes red. Complete red and clouds and no radio. At the time, he's old enough to understand what was going on, but still young that they just don't talk about it. His dad continues flying, for hours and not a word, but still thinking that the Cold War had just ended in thermonuclear holocaust. It wasn't out of the question. Alaska was a target close to Russia, and this was the height of the Cold War. The sky is still forever red. Finally, they start to run out of fuel. They have to land, but they don't know what's going on and zero ability to find out. His dad eases the plane down, finds the landing strip, and goes in for an emergency landing. They make it down perfectly, no hiccups, bumps, or anything. The airport is besides itself, red sky and an unannounced emergency landing, and a crew guy comes up to help them out. "What's going on?" his dad asked. "You have no idea just how lucky you are. A volcano just went off, and you've been flying through the debris. Thank God no thermonuclear warfare, and they were stupidly lucky that the plane didn't stall out in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, with a volcano spewing nearby." When I was around 12-15, I was hunting with my dad and his hunting buddy. I was with my dad and our friend was off a different trail. At the end of the day, we always met up where our trails met to walk back to the truck together. My dad was trying to teach our friend over the radios we used to use and couldn't get anything from him for about 20 minutes. As my dad and I are almost to the crossing, he comes on the radio and says he's on his way. We get there and soon after our friend shows up entirely out of breath and sweating like a pig. Mind you, we're in the north woods of Wisconsin during gun deer season, so he has very heavy clothing on, and his spot was about 1 mile down the trail. He goes on to tell us why he didn't answer and what happened. He was sitting in his ground blind and saw some movement in front of him. About 50 yards ahead he saw a black bear cub, and only the cub. It sat down and started clawing at a tree trunk. He didn't move or make any noise because he knew Mama Bear was close and didn't want her to find him. He sat there watching the cub for over an hour, constantly trying to find Mama Bear, but could not get eyes on her. Finally, the cub lumbered off and he decided it was safe to move out. By the time he answered us, it was already getting past dusk and starting to get dark. As he was walking, he heard a breath and felt hot warm air on the back of his neck. The man is 6'4", so there's only two things that could have been tall enough to do that. A person, or a standing bear. He panicked and sprinted for over a mile down the trail until he saw us. Luckily, he wasn't chased and made it back safely, just sweaty and beat. I was fishing in this little pond in the woods near my buddy's house. I heard a growling from across the water, but it was a really deep growl. I look up and I saw what can only be described as a Sasquatch. It was looking right at me from across the lake, which is about 100 feet away. Then it dropped on its belly and, I want to say, crawled away because that was the motion, but it was super fast. Reminded me of a licker from Resident Evil. I literally peed my pants and whimpered a little and was in shock for a moment. I never told a soul because who would believe me? This happened to my grandfather years ago. I guess he was out hunting and walking around in some woods maybe 5 miles from a main road near where my family settled north of Pittsburgh. He said that he started seeing these burnt out candles and started picking them up for some reason. He followed them for like 100 yards, and at the very end there was a circle of black candles with a hole in the ground that looked to be a grave. He brought all the candles home and my grandma yelled at him and made him throw them away. God, I really want to tell this to people. So a few months ago, my girlfriend and I went to a public state park. It is not like a middle of nowhere, but still not many people around, and it was in the afternoon that a strange thing happened. When we were heading out of the park, we saw a car that was traveling on the opposite side toward us. Then the car turned right. It was a sedan. We thought there was a road right there. And when we got to the section where that car turned, we didn't see any road, but only high grass and big trees. I asked my girlfriend, "Did you see that red car just now? I thought it turned right around here." She said, "I saw a car too, but it was white, wasn't it?" We looked at each other for a few seconds and quickly left that area. That was weird. I was working as a forest ranger up here in Anchorage when this happened. My job at the time was to patrol the remote areas of the park, make sure nobody ever lit fires they weren't supposed to or throw litter when they weren't supposed to. I was equipped with my own radio and rifle with me at all times in case I had to deal with any squatters or crazy people who came in the woods looking to do bad things, or maybe camping out at night illegally when they weren't supposed to. It was just before midnight on a Friday evening. I had been patrolling an area called Barney Creek. I hadn't noticed anything unusual happening, so I wasn't expecting anything like that later that night. But then, I found a deceased person, a skeleton. More on that in just a second. On my way back to my car is when I saw this body lying across the trail that I'd been walking on. At first, I thought it was maybe an animal due to the condition that the body was in. But as I got closer and looked again, I realized it wasn't a bear corpse or any other animal because there was no fur covering its flesh. It had obviously died quite a while ago. After shining my flashlight around the area more thoroughly, with a sense of growing apprehension tapping into whatever bravery might be needed, I slowly approached the remains, took out my camera before beginning to take pictures of the evidence. I was in no way prepared for what I saw when I moved much closer to take a look. The skull was pretty badly rotted, and there appeared to be a bullet hole right behind the left eye socket. Some brutal execution must have also happened, maybe even torture, judging by how bony and ripped out their chest area looked without flesh or what was left covering up the rib cage. Whoever they were, somebody wanted them dead and couldn't accept any opposition from whoever they were going after. This meant that whoever killed them was still around, and they'd be coming back. They could have been waiting out for me in the forest, possibly planning to take out their sick revenge on me. I had one mission: to get out of there as soon as possible and alert the authorities for backup. I had to run back as fast as I could, which was hard with how freaked out and terrified I was. Still getting lost and occasionally trying to remember every time a branch or leaf would brush against me. I just suspected it was something that could kill me now, kind of like a monster's claw reaching up from behind bushes, ready to grab me by the neck and snap it like a twig. My heart raced with so much fear that I swear it was almost going to pop out of my chest without any warning at all. Finally, after what seemed like forever, I managed then to get away but just collapsed onto the forest floor, completely exhausted. As soon as morning had arrived, I was successful in returning to the area, but the remains were gone. I couldn't tell if somebody had come in and taken them or maybe some animal decided to bury their body under some dirt or leaves until fully decomposed. In any case, it didn't matter much because no one was going to find out who killed that person. But I realized afterwards, whoever did it might have been looking for me too. It's best not to say anything about my experience now while I'm still working as a ranger. Look, I don't know what happened, but here in Alaska at night, those skeletal remains still haunt me. I have never seen a cadaver in that bad condition. But all I can say is, why didn't everybody just stay away from this area? Why did this happen? Who's this poor soul that got killed? It definitely looked malicious, like somebody had just left the body there. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Had it been an animal, it would have been eaten or torn apart. But the body had been there for a while, and there were no signs of any animals even touching it. How strange, almost paranormal, if you will. I've received many strange, bizarre calls as an officer. This is one of them. The call came in as a woman reporting to the police that she had heard and seen a large dog trying to break into her home. She sounded frantic. It told me she saw the creature trying to get in through her door several times before dialing 911. The dispatcher asked if the animal was actually inside her home. She told us no. The dispatcher asked if this thing was trying to get inside her house. She said yes and told the dispatcher that this was a large, vicious dog, larger than any dog she'd ever seen before. This continued on for several minutes until I finally arrived on the scene. I got out of my car and walked towards the house, flashlight in hand and ready for anything. Then I knocked on the front door. I waited several seconds, and there was no response. I knocked again, still nothing. So, I walked around the back of her home to see if she had gotten out another exit or entrance. I didn't want to break down her door. Maybe she wasn't in danger after all. About halfway up the driveway, at the side of her house, I noticed a large missing section of fence that looked to be torn down, leading right off to the woods and the property next door. Then it occurred to me, there were also large canine tracks that led over this fence right in the dirt, leading up to the house. As I crouched down, shined my flashlight, and began trying to investigate, I saw something that will haunt me forever. Growling at me from less than 20 feet away was a snarling wolf-like creature, standing on two legs right by the tree line leading off into the woods. This creature lowered its head and growled, and then jumped off quickly into the darkness of the forest. I had my gun drawn and ready, and as this thing disappeared, and I kept my gun focused, two men appeared on the property whom I did not recognize. They were not fellow officers. They told me they were related to the woman inside. They both had firearms drawn but kept them by their side. I asked them if they knew what was going on. They both looked at me like I had two heads. The one guy said, "You don't know." The second man just nodded toward the creature, whispering something. He began to tell me that this home is being attacked by a strange creature, the same creature that also attacked his daughter while he was trying to get her home from school just weeks ago. They were kind of like an unofficial band of men who were trying to track down this creature. He also informed me they had been tracking this beast for weeks after it killed several livestock in another rural area. I began to inform him about animal control, but he said that they had already done so, and they did not believe us. And then he showed me photos of his wife's injuries after this beast tried to kill her in cold blood. That photo will stay with me. His photo was of his wife laying on an emergency room table, fresh stitches all across her right side, face, and neck, and also needing her jaw wired shut due to nearly being bitten off by this thing. Immediately, both men's attention went right towards the woods where this creature disappeared, both drawing the firearm. The one man with the photo began shooting several times, and just then, we could hear the growling. And just there, faintly beyond the light of the house in the darkness, was this creature again. I've been trying to figure out what I was looking at. Werewolves aren't real. What else could this thing be if it's not a werewolf? Was this thing possibly some kind of mutation or maybe some sort of lab experiment? I don't know, but it kind of vanished again in the woods, and things seemed to calm down that night. I took the names and members of the two gentlemen who seemed to want to help and let me know if there's anything I could share with them to help track down this strange creature. The woman inside the house refused to speak to me or even come out and acknowledge my presence. I think she was so frightened by what had just happened. Personally, I have no explanations for any of this. I just know that it was a very, very strange call and a very strange night. I was hunting down in Stephenville, Texas during whitetail season. I was up in a tripod overlooking a pasture. Behind me about 50 yards away was a dry riverbed, but you couldn't see it because a dense screen of trees grew along both sides of the riverbed, but you could hike to it, and there was another spot I would sometimes hunt on the other side. It was getting late, but there was still a decent amount of light. I had seen absolutely nothing that day, not even critters. So I'm sitting up in my tripod just watching when all of a sudden from behind me in or around the riverbed I hear the most ungodly shriek howl roar that made my hair stand on end, and I damn well near peed my pants. It continued for about 3 minutes until it suddenly stopped, and that's about when I decided to call it a night. Ran the whole way back to my vehicle. I didn't see it, and to this day I still wonder what it was. Didn't sound like a bobcat or coyote, and Stephenville isn't exactly known for its big cats or any cryptids. Maybe some of you hunters out there have experienced something similar? So in the end of August, this guy I was talking to, now boyfriend, 43 male, he wears a size 12 shoe, important later, and I, 21 female, went fishing. We went to one of our normal spots, a spillway type deal coming off a mountain tucked into a small bowl-like valley. There's a really nice little pool there. So we go fishing and it's like 10 p.m. We had seriously just gotten there and set up when a giant rock came flying through the air into the middle of the pool. We hollered out, "Hey, we're fishing down here. Sorry for disturbing your camping, but we're done setting up and just want a quiet night. We'll be respectful if you will." A second later another rock came flying through the air and landed 2 feet from me. We decided to go investigate who is chucking rocks at us. I go and shut off our side-by-side so there's no lights. We go up to where the rocks seemed to be coming from and didn't see anyone or any footprints. We go back down to our little hole and I feel someone watching me from each side of the valley. I was starting to freak out, but not going to say anything because I'm a big tough girl. I'm not, but I didn't want to seem like a wimp. Another rock comes flying down into the pool. I clean up my stuff and go to my boyfriend, and say I'm leaving with or without you. He agrees to leave and we pack up. I tell him I felt like we were being watched from both sides and he agrees. Well, he was pissed, so he goes back to check out where we were the next day. He found where the person was camping and had a stockpile of large rocks to throw at us. Whoever it was dug out a hole to sleep in, and my boyfriend found footprints that made his feet look tiny, probably a size 15, and where they were camped they had a perfect line of sight to us. The crazy thing is we walked right below him and were 6 feet from him. We never saw him even with our headlamps on, and I kept looking in his direction. I do have the pics he sent me, but he has an old phone and won't let me get him one with a better camera. My old man would take my brothers and I hunting out of this little cabin in Colorado. The cabin is way isolated, and I mean this place is a good 30 to 40 miles from the nearest town, and that itself is only a handful of people nestled right in the middle of Nowhereville, USA. To get there you have to go over a mountain pass and take a ton of old dirt roads, but in the end, it's worth it. The hunting is great, the sights are unforgettable, and you are completely isolated. One year my brother, who I'll call Carl, and I decide to play a little prank on our youngest brother, Lou. We have a habit of telling scary stories, and this only increases when we go camping and hunting, cause that's just one of the things you do out in the middle of the woods. Carl and I finish telling Lou a particularly frightening tale, and like the loving brothers we are, we start egging him on about all the creepy shit that's probably lurking outside the cabin as we speak. Lou is getting way into it and begins to freak out, and our dad has enough of mine and Carl's antics and sends us out to get more firewood. While we're out there, Carl and I devise an even greater prank that'll surely scar our baby brother for life. So like the idiots we are, we start making all these howling noises. Now we're a good 50 yards from the cabin at this point, and Carl and I are lying in wait for our little brother to come investigate where we went, since that's something our dad would make him do. Sure enough, Lou comes out with a high beam light and starts scanning the area from the doorway to see where we are. Now Lou hates coyotes, and we continue to make howling and growling noises while he searches for us. And from what we can see of him, the kid is petrified on the spot as he looks for us. As soon as he passed Carl and I with the light, we jumped out of the darkness and snarled and ran at him on all fours, scaring the living hell out of our little bro. Mission accomplished. Next thing Carl and I know, our dad is in the doorway, and boy, our old pops is fuming at this point. He grabs the light Lou had dropped and turns it on us as we're making our way back. I turned to Carl and told him it was nice knowing him, but before our dad goes full Jack Torrance from The Shining on our asses, something changed in the way my dad was standing. I visibly saw his silhouette sag in the doorway as he looked out into the night, and suddenly he's telling us to get in the cabin as fast as we can. I didn't hear anger in his voice at all. I just remember the fear in his words as he started yelling, "Boys, don't turn around. Just get back to the cabin. Now. Now. Now." Carl and I barely made it through the door before our dad slammed it shut and managed to lock it with his shaking hands. He made it to his chair and sat down before facing us and said with the straightest face, "Stop scaring your brother." Turns out they planned the whole thing when we went out for firewood. This is my story with the Mothman of Chicago. I genuinely believe this one in particular roosts in Bussey Woods, in the western suburbs, Rolling Meadows area. I am in a suburb next door. This occurred right at the start of the pandemic in early 2020. Many things were shut, and this moonless night was easily the darkest I'd ever experienced in the suburbs. Usually, light pollution means you can see 24/7, but this night was particularly dark and quiet. It was like 2 a.m., and I'm in the garage tinkering on one of the bikes listening to some music, not super loud, when there was a crash on the roof of my garage. I've had raccoons jump off the tree onto it before, but this sounded like a person my size just jumped onto it. The whole building shook. My garage is an old horse barn, relatively small for a barn but big for a garage, and detached and across the driveway. Well, I heard this and I knew it couldn't be a raccoon, but that's what my mind went to. So I grab a shovel and step outside trying to look up, but it's so dark I can't see a darn thing. As I round the corner of the garage into the front part of my yard, which was so dark I couldn't see my neighbor's house, I swear on my life I hear something jump down and land maybe 15 yards in front of me. I can't see anything. I don't remember hearing anything breathe, snarl, growl, or anything like that, which you would if you were face to face with a raccoon. They're noisy. So I'm standing there, dead stopped, holding the shovel like a walking stick, unsure of what to do or even what's happening. I had a very visceral feeling that I was squaring down with something my size, though. I felt it. I knew I couldn't just stand there and wait to become a victim. I have a mentality that I never will be one. I'll throw the first stone every time. I raised the shovel to my other hand, taking a defensive grip, and stepped forward, only taking 1 or 2 steps before I hear 3 heavy footfalls. Then I hear the fence behind my garage rattle, and then I hear a whooshing sound like a great pair of beating wings. I genuinely believe when I stepped forward, whatever was there turned, jumped on the fence, and took off flying. I never even caught a glimpse. I was 100% sober, no drinking, and I don't do drugs. I was not sleep deprived. I only got off work an hour and a half prior. I think my garage was the only light for miles, and my music drew it in. No one, and I mean no one else, was for a mile in any direction as far as I could tell. As soon as that thing left, I shut down the garage and went inside, somewhat shaken, thinking, holy crap, I damn near got into a fight with something and I don't even know what it was. The reason I think that it was the Mothman and why I think it roosts in Bussy Woods is another story entirely. This is not an embellishment. This is a real event that happened to me, albeit only one time ever. I was in 7th or 8th grade when me and about 15 of my friends and acquaintances went into the woods by the highway. To ensure no one saw that there were kids with airsoft guns and camo shooting each other, we trekked deep into the woods. No highway car could be heard, so we knew it was far enough. We eventually came across this old single-roomed house. The windows were boarded up with wood, the door had about 5 padlocks, and the pool out back was green with algae. Grass overgrew any remnants of a driveway through the dense forest. Peeking through the wood boards, found broken furniture and the floor caked in dirt. The guy who organized the hangout lived nearby and assured us all that the owners hadn't been at the house for 10 years, they were old and presumed dead. With no concerns, we finally played airsoft for a couple hours. Needing a break, we all rendezvoused back at the house. As we approached, we could hear the faint sound of an engine. Nobody could even tell a car was approaching at first because of the thick brush. Sure enough, a black car was rolling around the corner. Pulling up to our group, the driver lowers the passenger window. An old man driving and an old man behind him. The passenger was an elderly woman with another elderly woman behind her. Everyone in the car was dressed in all black formal clothes. They practically started screaming at us to get away. Literally almost shrieking, but it also sounded angry. We tried to apologize for trespassing, but then the driver started reaching for something in the glove box. We all ran out of there. Their eyes were so grayish blue it was almost transparent. The hair was whiter than snow. The black tuxedos and dresses were vampiric looking. To this day, I think they were cultists. I'll never know and I'll never forget. My name is Jack, and I lead a rather adventurous life. By day, I work as a hunter, skilled in tracking elusive game through the wilderness. And in my free time, I indulge in my passion for soccer, finding solace in the thrill of the game. It was a crisp autumn morning when my friends called me, their voices filled with excitement and mischief. They proposed a hunting trip to a forbidden part of Yellowstone National Park, a place shrouded in local legends and superstitions. Despite my initial reluctance, I couldn't resist the allure of adventure, and I agreed to join them. As we set off on our journey, laughter and banter filled the air, masking the subtle unease that lingered beneath the surface. What could go wrong? The deeper we ventured into the preserve, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. Trails seemed to vanish before our eyes, leading us in circles, and phantom animals darted through the underbrush, elusive and ethereal. Unexplained noises echoed through the trees, sending shivers down our spines. It was then, in the heart of that supposedly haunted place, that we encountered the true horror that awaited us. A vengeful spirit like Cryptid, a creature that had been awakened. One by one, my friends fell victim to its wrath, their lives cruelly snuffed out. As the cries and pleas for mercy filled the air, I knew I was the only one left standing. Fear coursed through my veins, but I couldn't abandon my friends to this malevolent force. Gathering my courage, I prepared for a final battle, armed with my trusty rifle. In a desperate showdown, I faced off against the cryptid, our eyes locked in a battle of wills. With every shot I fired, I prayed it would be the one to bring an end to its reign of terror. Finally, with a well-aimed shot to its heart, the creature let out a bone-chilling howl and collapsed. But as it lay lifeless on the forest floor, a strange occurrence unfolded. The cryptid, once a fearsome presence, vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed at all. The weight of what had transpired settled upon me, and I realized the magnitude of the horrors I had witnessed. Wounded and emotionally drained, I summoned the strength to call for help. But when the authorities arrived, their eyes fell upon the lifeless bodies of my friends, and suspicion clouded their gaze. Instead of finding solace and aid, I found myself accused of their deaths. Now, confined within the cold confines of a jail cell, I reflect upon the events that led me here. The haunting memories of that ill-fated hunting trip remain etched in my mind, and I yearn for justice and vindication. The truth of that cursed place in Yellowstone National Park may forever remain a mystery, but the burden of what I experienced will forever haunt me. This was at Deschutes Park in Washington State. It's a smallish trail that has a couple waterfall viewpoints. We went out because it was mushroom season and we were looking for chicken of the woods and oysters. So the three of us get to the park. There is no one else in the parking lot. Cool, we get to have the trail to ourselves and talk. We go down, mess about for an hour looking for mushrooms and just enjoying the fresh air and quietness. We stop and see this giant oyster mushroom. This thing was like 2 pounds intact. I got real excited and said, "Whoa guys, look." More loudly than normal. At this point we all looked and I noticed some sticks cracking off in the woods. Then I hear a tree knock, and being in Bigfoot country, that definitely snapped our attention behind us. NBD for cracked squirrels and deer are around. But this sounded like a hard stick on a tree. We turn around. I see an older man, about 5'7", glasses and gray hair, a red North Face windbreaker and blue jeans, jump from behind a tree. He was holding a walking stick, so I assumed that was it. Like he was peering around the tree, spying on us dramatically, and jumped out trying to appear normal. Then he ran toward us. This dude was not on the trail and got there after us. I kept hearing snaps in the woods throughout our walk, but it did not click until I saw him. Then he seemed not to notice us, startled looking, and ran toward us anyway. We tensed as he approached. We didn't have a weapon, but my boyfriend is pretty big. Me and my cousin are female. We were the ones talking loudly, so I'm sure he heard us and thought we were alone. He started walking with us and I noticed he had a slight English accent. A formal sounding guy, but creepy. He was saying, "Do you have any weapons? There's been bears down here." There was no bears we knew of in that area. He also asked us at the end of the trail if we wanted to partake in his ritual in the water. At the end of the trail, the water kinda is accessible, but it is freezing cold, rapids. This day was about 60 Fahrenheit. No way this thinner old man is gonna jump in there, I thought. But he was insistent on us going down there with him. I was like, no, thank you. I didn't know what else to say. I feel like this dude was either 100% some weirdo creep looking to kill us, or some partially psychotic man on a hike. The creepiest dive of my life. 2 buddies of mine and I were on a night dive in the Puget Sound hunting prawns. It was about 1 a.m. and we're a good 100 feet deep, the pitchiest black you could imagine. We used to do this thing on night dives where we'd get in a circle, turn off our lights, then stir up the water and watch the bioluminescence float around us like floating stars in a black watery space. Beautiful. Only this one time we turn off our lights, stir up the water, and the water glows just enough to reveal a 4th person sitting in our circle. We were at a dive resort, so it wasn't so odd to see another diver, only it was 1 a.m. We'd seen no one else prepping a dive at the dock. He was also alone, which was odd considering the dangerous conditions of a night dive in those waters, and he had no fins or gloves. I don't know how he swam so well without fins or didn't get hypothermia without boots or gloves. We wore dry suits because it was so cold, but this dude was in a wet suit with exposed skin and we thought we saw a giant gash in one of the legs. So the three of us all notice him and we're too scared to move. I can hear my buddies panting in their regs, and the guy just smiles and waves, then swims away. Whenever you think you're alone and someone just shows up, like in an alley at night, it's weird as F. 100 feet underwater at night is terrifying. I lived alone in an old house and had a creepy stay. Again, the house was old, a huge house built in 1915 and converted into apartments for World War I soldiers before they went overseas. I rented one apartment, about 1,000 square feet by itself, and the rest of the house was empty rooms and a giant staircase. As soon as I moved in, I met the next door neighbor, Rebecca, who, about 30 seconds into the conversation, asked me if I knew the house was haunted. I laughed it off, but she insisted it wasn't safe. Wasn't worried, moved in, cleaned out a lot of junk and fixed the place up as well as I could. Over the next few months, Rebecca and I ran into each other here and there, and each time she added to the story. Apparently there was an old lady who lived in the apartment before me who never left, never opened the windows, and never cleaned. She died in the apartment and there was an estate sale to get rid of some of her stuff. Rebecca told me during the estate sale she had gone into the basement and regretted it. About a week later I decided to go check out the basement, I think partly to prove to myself I wasn't concerned. I was also curious. I'm not superstitious and I don't believe in ghosts, but the occult is interesting to me. As soon as I stepped in the basement I was creeped out. It smelled musty, but not like I have ever smelled before. Along the steps there were burned down candles that made bluish-gray wax puddles. The basement itself had two huge water heater tanks, also covered in wax, and an empty concrete floor behind the tanks that had nasty-looking towels around and more candles. Bizarre but not haunted. At this point I've lived in the apartment by myself for about 3 months without any problem. My car got broken into one night, but that wasn't surprising given the neighborhood. Nothing strange had happened until the night I checked the basement. At 4 a.m. I bolted awake because I heard something in my room. This was odd for me because I sleep like a dead man. Sat in bed for a minute, heard nothing and went back to sleep. Around 6 a.m. I had a night terror. Heard the noise again and woke up, but this time had sleep paralysis. I saw a black figure walk in my room and stop just inside the doorway. At this point I think it's a robber and I start trying to ask what he wants, but I can't speak or move. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before and I was terrified. After the longest 2-3 minutes of my life I willed myself out of sleep and the whole atmosphere changed. No one was there, nothing was out of place, no locks were broken, nothing. I quickly got ready and showed up at work 2 hours before it opened. Over the next few weeks I would hear the sound again here and there. It was a scratching and thumping sound, always very early in the morning. As soon as I would wake up it would stop. Then one morning it was especially loud. Still dark outside, 5 a.m. I heard it just behind the headboard of my bed. This time I made sure I was totally awake. I laid perfectly still and didn't even breathe, and I heard it again now fully awake. There was definitely something in my room. After the sleep paralysis imaginary robber episode I had bought a kid's baseball bat and set it next to my bed for self-defense. Can't afford a gun. I picked up the bat and slid out of bed. Every minute or so I would hear the rusting, scratching, thumping noise. It was in my closet. I stood outside the door and my heart was pounding at this point. All the stories of the place being haunted, the creepy basement, the sleep paralysis episode, the weird early morning noises, all of it had built up in my mind and led to this moment. I was about to do battle with some evil force. I threw the door open and swung into the darkness, hitting nothing. I beat my clothes like a madman, but there was nothing in there. Then I heard a little scurry on the floor and saw something jump into one of my shoes. Upon closer inspection, It was a baby squirrel. I went outside later and found a hole in the roof. There was a family of squirrels living in my ceiling that was very active in the early morning, and one of the babies had somehow managed to find its way into my closet to scare the hell out of me. Not haunted, just squirrels. This happened around 3 years ago, and thinking about it still makes me feel uneasy. I live in a rural area surrounded by a nature conservation area. There are many nice paths, and it's a great peaceful and quiet place to go for walks, ride bikes. On this day I decided to take my dog for a walk there in the evening. I didn't want to go that far. For some reason I decided to leave my phone at home, even though I usually take it with me, just in case. Everything was going well and, as usual, I barely met anyone. At some point I got to my favorite spot, a wooded area. There is a field behind it, and I planned on walking all the way to the end. Then I wanted to turn around and take the same way home. As I continued walking after I made it through the wooded area, my dog started acting strange. She kept looking back and didn't want to go on. I thought she had spotted a deer or a rabbit and wasn't concerned. I didn't look around right away. But then she let out a little growl bark. I had never heard her do that before. I turn around and sure enough, there is a man standing on the edge of the wooded area field, like maybe 10 meters next to the path. He was fully clothed and didn't move. He was just staring at us. My heart was pounding. No matter where I would go, I would still be in a secluded area for a while. I didn't think and just started walking quickly towards the end of the field. My dog still wasn't having it. When I turned around after getting a bit further away, he had also moved. Now he was standing on the field, still staring intensely. That's when I really knew we had to get going. I didn't look back until we got to the end of the field. Because of some trees, my view was obstructed. I couldn't see him, and my dog seemed a bit calmer. Obviously I didn't want to stop for more than a few seconds though. From there on, I decided to take the path that would take me to some part of my town the quickest. We literally ran, and I was so relieved when we made it back to civilization. I have no idea what his intention was. I'm just proud of my dog for alerting me. Yesterday I took my son fishing. He wanted to go to a nearby lake that we haven't been to in quite some time. It's not known to be a great area. For some background, the last time we went, about a year ago, a car drove by and screamed "nice ass" at me while I stood there with my young son. This kind of garbage behavior is unfortunately expected in the area. It's also known to be a late-night hookup spot as well as a late-night drug deal location. Due to the lake's reputation, I had made a deal with my dad that I wouldn't stay there past 4 p.m. without him. On to the story. My 12-year-old son, who looks much younger than he is, and I pulled up at our favorite fishing spot, a small pond on the opposite side of the road as the lake. Almost immediately, an older gentleman approached us asking if there were fish in the pond. I replied that we had just gotten started, so nothing yet, but that we had caught fish in the pond on plenty of other occasions. He thanked us for the information, and returned to his spot on the other side of the road. About 15 minutes later, another younger man approaches the older man with a dog. I can see and hear them chatting, but they've made no move to involve us in the conversation, which I'm glad for. I just want to enjoy a day with my son. Unfortunately, the water in the pond was incredibly low and murky, and I could tell we weren't going to have any luck. I tell my son to pack it up and we'll try another spot on the other side of the lake. As we begin packing our gear into the trunk, the younger man yells over, "Sorry if my dog and I ran you off." I tell him it's no problem, and we were simply moving to a better fishing spot. He then starts telling me how nice it is to see a mom taking her kid fishing, how you don't see that very often, etc. I get this a lot, so I'm pretty used to it. We have a short conversation about it as I pack up, and I then move towards the driver's side doors to depart. Before I can leave, the younger man starts up another conversation, this time asking me how old I think he is. This feels strange to me, but I'm nice to a fault sometimes, so I answer his question. I tell him I'm a horrible judge of age, but maybe 25? He tells me he's 38 and I'm too kind, and I laugh it off saying something like I work with teenagers, so they always guess me well above my age just to be mean. He asks where I work and I stupidly tell him my city. Turns out he lives there too and starts going on and on about how he got a free apartment on such and such street because his baby mama kicked him out of their house. I think he's talking about some kind of government assistance program. Weird flex, but okay man. At this point, I'm standing by the car door with my hand on the handle and my son is already in the back seat. This guy can't take the hint and starts telling me all about his awful baby mama and how women are supposed to be submissive, quiet, and do what they're told. He specifically said, it's cool that you can bait a hook or whatever, but you're still a woman. Now my alarm bells are blaring. This guy struck up a conversation by commending me for doing a typically dad thing with my kid. Now he's putting me down for the same thing. He's gone from being overly friendly and complimentary to agitated and ranting. I should have been rude and just got in the car and left, but I've unfortunately been conditioned, like many women, to be polite even when we're uncomfortable. Instead, I start making comments in the hopes he'll see I'm not some meek submissive woman who's going to agree with him. After all, I'm a tatted up chick with an eyebrow piercing, and 2 lip piercings. I don't exactly look like a submissive little housewife. I guess I was trying to make him just as uncomfortable as he made me in the hopes he'd leave me alone. After he says women shouldn't be loud or opinionated, I tell him, oh, well you wouldn't like me at all. He tries to backpedal saying, it's okay to be loud I guess, but don't try that with your man, you know? I say my man doesn't tell me shit. I do what I want. This kind of back and forth goes on for a while before he finally shakes his head and says, I just don't understand what kind of woman would act like that. I reply a strong one. As soon as the words left my mouth, the older gentleman yells from his spot on the bank, yeah. Say that again, honey. This distracted the creep long enough for me to hop in the car and lock the doors. I still don't feel safe though. Unbeknownst to Creepotzoid, only 2 of my car doors actually have functioning locks, but at least they're the 2 on his side. I put the key in the ignition and turn. No dice. Nothing. Of all the times for my car to act up, it chooses now. Panic has now set in. As I repeatedly try to start my car, I can see him out of the corner of my eye. He's taken notice of my car troubles and is trying to get my attention. As he takes a few steps towards my car, the engine finally roars to life and I peel out of there. Only then do I let my composure crumble and have a long talk with my son about what just happened. To the older gentleman who took notice of my discomfort and provided a distraction, I'd gladly meet with you again any day. To the younger, misogynistic creep, I don't know if I was actually in any danger from you, but my gut said I was. Let's never meet again. Oh, and to my dad, I'll make you a new deal. I'm never going to that lake alone again, regardless of the time of day. Probably too late chime in and not me, but back in the 70s my father used to fly freelance charter jobs. One job was flying a dead guy to his funeral destination. On the way there he ran into some bad weather. Turbulence ensued. He started hearing a strange sound. A human sound. The dead guy behind him was gasping, moaning. Sounded like a forceful her. Before you start thinking the dead guy wasn't actually dead, he was. The rough turbulence was forcing air out of the cadaver's lungs, producing the sound. Back last year, almost exactly. In walking, and there's a trail that stems into a first from the main road. And you walk through a very tight path. That is partly broken up due to thick tree roots. I'm walking back from a 6-mile jog and am halfway in the trail. To my right, several meters below me and about 100 to 180 feet away, there are train tracks. From that area, I hear what sounds like a parrot screeching, crying in my direction. I turn around trying to see where it came from, and I started walking faster. It screeched louder and I heard a single rustle, then the sound coming closer. I think I broke the world record for the 100-meter dash because I booked my tits out of there and I never heard it since. Stupid of me, but I went back days later multiple times and never heard it again. Except faintly once, I think. Does anyone have any idea what the F that thing was? It sounded like it was crying, but half in pain and half in get over here bitch kinds tones. All I can say is that it did not sound human at all. It only sounded like it was crying, screeching like a demon baby. Hey everyone, let me tell you about a creepy thing that happened to me early this week. At the time I didn't think anything of it, but now that I've put some thought into it, I feel a bit creeped out by it. A bit of backstory: I'm a guy in my early 20s who enjoys the occasional joint, though my parents, whom I live with, do not approve. As a result, I keep my stash in the woods down the road from my house. The actual stash site is very well hidden. It was in a very thick bush under a rock, practically buried. There is absolutely no way that anyone could just happen to find the stash, and I know this because I've been using this same spot for almost a year. Plus, like I said before, it was practically underground, under a bush, in the middle of some woodland that is rarely visited. Anyhow, that night I remember feeling quite creeped out as I walked through the woods, as if someone was following me. I felt like I could hear movement behind me, feel eyes on me. But I just sort of put it down to the fact that I was walking through the dark, spooky woods on my own, high as F, in the middle of the night. When I got to the stash site, there was a cat nearby. She looked a little alarmed by my presence but didn't run away, until a few moments later when she noped the F out of there for seemingly no reason. This spooked me out a bit, and sorta reinforced that feeling of being followed I had a minute or two before, but I reassured myself by putting it down to the weed making me paranoid. I go back the following night, and the stash is gone. Putting it all together in my head, the only explanation that makes sense is that someone, or something, but probably the former, lol, was indeed in those woods. Very weird shit. Needless to say, I don't like staying at hotels much anymore. I drove 9 hours to meet my parents at a halfway mark to pick up my 2-year-old daughter at an agreed-on hotel. I assumed we were all going to stay there the night since we both had such a long drive. When I had grabbed all her things, I asked, "Are you going to stay here too?" My dad said no, we are gonna head back. I was a little disappointed, but I understood that they don't like hotels much. I checked in and went to our room. It was fairly late, but I don't sleep much at night. I am more of a night person. I turned the TV on and I was in my bed and my daughter was in hers. She fell asleep pretty quick, probably the car ride. I had all the lights off in the room. The only light was coming from the TV. I was sitting up against the headboard with my legs stretched out straight in front of me under the covers. All of a sudden, I felt something grab my toes, both feet at the same time. I quickly pulled my legs in toward me with my knees bent against my chest. I grabbed my phone and used the light on it to shine at the end of the bed. I didn't see anything. I sat there trying to look stoic, like I wasn't afraid, but inside I was screaming. I didn't want whatever it was to see me scared. After a few minutes of sitting there, acting like nothing just happened, I relaxed my legs and continued watching TV. Moments later, I felt pressure next to my leg, like a hand, like someone was leaning their body onto the bed from the end of the bed with both hands down on the mattress. Then I felt pressure as if their left hand moved forward and pressed down. Then, what felt like their right hand moved forward and closer to my knee. Then their left hand moved forward. It felt like someone or something was crawling up to my face, slowly and methodically. It was definitely a Harley Quinn type movement. I could feel the palm push down first, then the hand rolled forward to the fingers. Imagine it like how a person walks, Heel to toe, the motion was very similar and very exaggerated. It was creepy and unsettling, like it was having fun. I flung off the blankets and jumped into my daughter's bed, hoping her innocence would save me. I was facing the wall spooning her and I seen shadows go across the wall. I jumped up and turned the light on, frantically grabbing our stuff to pack up to leave. I went down to check out. It was about 4 a.m. The guy working said, "You are leaving early." I said, "Yeah, couldn't sleep, by chance. Do you have anyone ever tell you this hotel is haunted?" I laughed nervously, waiting for him to laugh too, which I wish he would have. Instead, he replied, "Why? What room were you in?" I told him and he replied, "I don't know why they put you over there. I never put people over there. Ever since we got new owners, they did a cleansing on the building, thinking things would get better, but since then, things have gotten worse." I told him, "Yeah, I don't think it worked." I will never forget that, and I wanted to share it. I grew up in the late 90s, early 2000s. I spent a lot of time outside and I loved all animals, including bugs, frogs and lizards, etc. My little brother played a lot of sports, so on weekends I was always dragged to his games, and after school I often had to attend his practices. It was soccer season and I had to go with my mom to one of my brother's soccer practices after school on this day. I was probably 8 or 9 at the time. It was at a local park surrounded by some wilderness and some hiking trails. I liked this park because off to the side of the soccer fields was a creek with frogs and stuff. I'd love to go over there and look at them and try to catch them, etc. It was evening time and the sun was setting, but there was still plenty of light left. I told my mom I was gonna go down to the creek to catch frogs. It was down the hill slightly from the fields and obscured by some bushes and shrubs. But there was a clear dirt trail that ran alongside the creek. So I scurried on down there and was carefully studying the creek looking for frogs. When suddenly a man's voice startles me, "What you looking for?" I look up and see a middle-aged man, dressed in typical office business wear, button-up shirt, slacks, dress shoes. He was standing on the trail, blocking my route back up to the soccer fields, looking at me and smiling. I was a shy and cautious child, so I just looked at the man and didn't reply at first. My spidey senses were already tingling and I remember feeling nervous and uneasy. I sometimes saw hikers on the trail by the creek, but his outfit and appearance told me this wasn't a hiker. He then asked me, "Are you looking for butterflies?" I saw some down there as he points further down the trail, away from the soccer fields. I just said no and started looking around at what my options were. I felt the need to get out of there, fast. But as I mentioned, he was standing on the trail, which was my route back to the fields. There were thick bushes on the hillside between the trail and where the fields were. I started making my way up the rocks to the side of the creek towards the trail, further down from where he stood, and to my alarm, he started moving down the trail toward me. "Need some help?" he said. I was now starting to panic. Although nothing had happened and he seemed friendly, it just felt wrong to me. I just got stranger danger vibes. I remember feeling a burst of adrenaline and fear. I shouted no and booked it up the rocks, across the trail, and crashed my way through the bushes towards the soccer fields. I remember the branches scratching me, but I didn't care. I literally scrambled my way through them till I came up to the fields and then sprinted over to where my mom was watching my brother's practice. I probably looked like hell, so she of course asked what the heck happened and I told her. I felt like she thought I was just being paranoid though. I'll never know if this guy posed a real threat or not. He could have been just getting some fresh air on his way home from work, who knows? I just know it felt creepy at the time. My husband worked as a government contractor for a company that sends him all over the world. For a few years my daughter and I would travel with him. He was usually gone for months at a time. One of his business trips was to Bremerton, Washington. We were put into an apartment called Olympic Village Apartments. It was rented out to companies like his. They were okay, fully furnished, better than a hotel, especially for that length of time that we usually stayed. The apartment we had was on the ground floor. It was decorated well and the furniture wasn't too worn, nothing seemed or felt weird. I usually can read vibes of places where I go. I am not sure how to explain it. I don't think I am psychic, just maybe in tune with my surroundings. Things seemed pretty normal for the first few days. I spent most days there since I didn't have a car, just playing my video games or watching TV. One night, my husband came home to the apartment, and I had dinner ready and set out. We all sat down at the table to eat, having the normal conversations people do, like how was work? Type stuff, when all of a sudden I felt something touch my thigh. I didn't respond to it because I wasn't sure exactly what had just happened, so I continued eating. A few moments later, it happened again. It felt familiar. Like my old 10 pounds. Chihuahua was begging for food. I looked down thinking I would see a dog looking up at me, but there wasn't anything there. My instinct had been to move him down with my hand to get him to stop begging. I laughed out loud and said to my husband, I keep feeling like there is a dog here. I felt something jump at my leg and I almost pushed it down. My husband said that's weird, because I feel like there is one here too. He told me he was on his way to the bathroom around 3 a.m. As soon as he walked out and turned to walk down the hall, he seen a small shadow sitting there still looking at him. He jumped back startled, and it disappeared. I was in shock, because I didn't expect anyone to feel the same thing. It seemed weird. I am very connected to animals. I have always been my whole life. Dogs and I seem to have a very deep bond, almost on a spiritual level. About a week later, it was a weekend, and my husband and I were watching TV. We were both on our own couch. Mine was the large sofa, so I was stretched out under a blanket. Almost without any thinking, I went to readjust my position. In the moment, I thought my dog was laying in the crease of the back of my knee, where my legs bend. I was being careful to not squash him or move him because I felt a weight on the blanket. I looked and nothing was there. I felt weird. I told my husband what had happened. Everything was normal for a while after that. I hadn't felt the dog since the couch. One night I woke up and had to go to the bathroom. I am night blind and I wore glasses, but I decided to just go without putting them on. The bathroom had a window and a light from outside shine through with just enough light that I could see once I got close and around the corner. So I headed down the hall, sliding my hand slowly across the wall so I could feel where to go. I was looking straight ahead but it was pitch black. I came to the corner, with my hand still tracing the side, and I saw something. It was darker than the dark hall, but the darkness blocked the light from the window. The light traced a body. Its height brought my head to look instinctively up towards where a face would be. I froze in terror, gasped and jumped back, scared because I thought it was a real person. Where the head would be, it looked like he was wearing a top hat. This dark figure seemed to be close to 6 feet 5 tall. Once I realized it wasn't human, I quickly rushed past it to turn on the bathroom light. With the light on, I seen that nothing was there. Years later I brought this up to my daughter. I didn't want to tell her before because she was still little, and she shared with me she also seen a man there who would stand in the corner, with a big hat, and a little dog at his feet. This happened only 3 weeks ago. I've thought about it often and I know without a doubt, me and my patient were almost prey to a predator. I work for my state. I work with people with substance abuse disorder, the mentally ill, and to a lesser degree those with slight developmental delays. My role with the developmentally delayed is similar to a lower-ranked social worker. One thing I have to verify is that the participant is able to achieve their own personal goals set for that year, similar to an IEP in public schools. One of my patients has a goal to walk and or hike at least 1 mile, 3 times a week. When I made my visit to her home, hiking was what I need to see her achieve. So she took us both on a walking slight hiking trail nearby. Her and I are actually similar age, our 40s. As we were walking the trail, We got to a point that was much more isolated. We were no longer walking the trail that loops around a neighborhood pond with many people, but we were on trail that took us through the woods and a cotton field. Her and I were walking and talking when she suddenly stopped walking. I looked at her, and just as she went to say, "I have a bad feeling," I had an overwhelming feeling myself that someone was watching us. Due to her development delays, I felt more concerned for her welfare than my own. It's hard to explain, but I didn't feel fear. I felt a feeling of protecting her. I looked behind us because I heard the sound of leaves crunching, and sure enough, a guy, who looked to be in his 30s, is suddenly coming out of the woods, and he's slowly creeping up towards us. There was no one else around, so for this guy to magically come out of the woods and creeping up, I knew whatever he wanted was nefarious. I told her to continue walking, giving her a head start. I don't know why I even did this, but I just completely turned myself around, stopped, and I looked straight at him. I just stared. I didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, but as soon as we locked eyes, it was as if he realized, now they know I'm back here, because he froze and stopped walking towards us. I kept staring at him, then I started to walk back towards my patient, so he understood my eyes were on him. Then as I walked backwards, I looked over to see my patient, looked back at him, and he disappeared as fast as he came. Back into the woods. If he were just wanting to walk this nature trail, why did he stop as soon as I turned around and stared? Why wouldn't he just continue on his walk and pass us? This guy was clearly waiting and watching for a woman, or women, to go down the isolated trail. For him to come out of the woods when he did, it was clear to me that he was out hiding and stalking. I will forever be convinced that my patient's bad feeling and my feeling of being watched saved one or both of us from whatever that man had planned. I spent about 6 months last year essentially volunteering on organic farms in exchange for room and board. One of the farms I stayed at was actually an off-the-grid homestead near Mount Hood, Oregon, populated by shamanic hippies, who had some wild stories, themselves, and while not remote, was deep enough in the mountains that we had no neighbors for at least 10 miles in every direction. Beautiful, forested land with an amazing view of Mount Hood from the garden. I was camping every night for about 2 weeks before weird things started happening. The first bizarre occurrence happened not to me, but to a fellow friend, who I'll call Jay. Now, I am not particularly outdoorsy. I grew up in the woods in North Florida and spent my formative years getting lost in places I shouldn't be, but I don't have a great deal of camping experience and only the most basic survival skills. I am comfortable in the woods, but only until sunset. Jay, a true outdoorsman, had been a forest ranger in the Alaskan bush for 2 years prior and frequently went on weeks-long solo backpacking trips. He had shown up at the farm a few days after me and had set up camp over a mile further down the mountain than I had. Which I initially thought was a dickish move, but later came to appreciate because he played his harmonica at all hours and nobody needs to hear that shit. He was a slow-talking Minnesotan that favored all things logical. One morning, we met up for breakfast and he asked me if I had heard all that screaming the night before. I hadn't. He told me that he had been laying in his tent with his headlamp on, reading a book when he heard a deep, rumbling scream just outside his tent. He turned his lamp off to listen more closely, and realized that his entire tent was illuminated from the outside, as if someone was aiming a floodlight at it. In the few seconds after he turned his headlamp off, 2 things happened in rapid succession. The screaming cut off as if someone had flipped a switch, and the light from outside clicked off. He listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. After a few moments of silence, he turned his headlamp back on and left his tent to investigate, because I guess he had never seen a horror movie in his whole goddamn life. He said that there was nothing in the clearing and no movement from the surrounding forest, even though he hadn't heard anything leave. And the scream had been very close to, if not within, his camp. Then he apparently shrugged to himself and went to sleep, or maybe he passed out in fear and was too much of a man to admit it. He told me this over breakfast and I was horrified. He said he'd never heard an animal that sounded like that and could not explain the light, except that maybe a hunter had found their way onto our land. But then where did they go? He listened for footsteps and heard nothing. He didn't seem worried, just a bit perturbed. It was very Minnesota of him. Everything was quiet for a few weeks after that incident. Jay left for another farm, and I remained in my old campsite, only about 3/4 of a mile down from the main cabin. I was comfortable in my tent and no longer jerked awake at broken twigs or animals moving through the brush. I was very proud of myself. Look at me, an outdoors woman. Which was, of course, when the screaming started. I was laying in my tent, just on the edge of sleep when it started. It was a deep, low roaring. Unlike any animal I knew to live in the mountains in that region. I consoled myself by saying it was an injured black bear, a messed up wolf, some kind of Lovecraftian mutant elk. Then, from farther down the mountain, something else began screaming, answering. The two whatevers shrieked at each other for the better part of an hour. I laid in my tent, trying to psych myself up to hike back up to the main cabin, but couldn't quite commit. I laced up my boots and put on my headlamp in case I had to make a run for it. Eventually, the screaming stopped and I somehow managed to sleep. I woke up somewhere around 4 a.m. to something very large shuffling in the bush directly behind my tent. I laid in the dark and listened, absolutely terrified. Elk? Bear? It was too large. I could hear it ruffling branches of trees at least 6 feet off the ground. I heard it take a step, and then another. Bipedal. Human? Hunter? A hunter would never be as loud as this thing was, and I seriously doubt they would disturb an obvious campsite. Besides, in the month I'd been on the homestead at that point, I'd never heard a gunshot. I'd never seen anyone other than the people I was working with this far up the mountain, for that matter. I laid there, considering my options. It moved slowly, like it was picking through the bushes behind me. Which, in retrospect, of course it was. I'd camped right next to wild blackberry. I laid and listened and waited for a long time, almost until sunrise. It was moving slowly down the mountain. I laid in my tent long after the noise died out. When I finally managed to rally my nerves and leave my tent, the brush behind my tent was obviously disturbed. I thought about investigating, looking for prints, droppings, but decided I'd rather just repress the whole thing and deal with it when I was far, far away from these woods. At breakfast, I asked my host, Anne, about the screaming. She was delighted that I'd had a run-in with the forest people. She said that years ago when they'd moved onto the land, the forest people would get into their garden and make a mess of things, so she'd started leaving baskets of produce for them as a sign of goodwill. They'd left the garden alone since. Then I camped out for another week before it got too cold and I moved into the main cabin. And never heard anything weird again. Pretty anticlimactic, but I guess real life usually is. Still very bizarre and interesting. As a lifelong student of all things esoteric, it verified a lot of suspicions I had. Mostly that weird shit happens in the woods. It's also pretty telling that everyone I met in the Cascades, granted most of them were of the shamanic, metaphysical persuasion, had a Sasquatch story. There were a few other strange things about that place, but this story is by far the most interesting. Oregon is a weird, wonderful place. I'm a police officer. So, I had just finished my shift and was on my current way home. I had stopped off at Wendy's to grab a quick bite to eat. It was right around midnight, so the drive-thru was pretty dead. As I went through the line, I saw this thing just standing there, watching me from across the parking lot. Not sure what it was, but it looked really tall and skinny, with gangly arms and legs hanging out. It gave me this very uneasy feeling, and I watched it as it turned and walked away over to some shrubbery behind one of those big light poles by the parking lot exit and entrance. I try not to think too much of it and just drove away. There's just something about what I saw that still really spooked me. I feel very unsettled in my stomach just thinking back to it. As I was getting home from work, I was still shaken up. I could not stop thinking about what I saw, so I decided to show my son and daughter, 8 and 10, who were getting ready for bed, about what had rattled me so badly. Not that I could actually show them, but at least tell them. My kids kind of just looked at me like I was crazy, but being kids, I found they would believe me a lot more than my wife would. Then they started telling me about Slender Man, which sounds like it might be what I saw, but I don't know any of these creepypasta characters kids watch nowadays. Could you kindly give me any information on what do you think I saw, and was this paranormal or not? I suppose it is expected that anybody who chooses to follow in the footsteps of Smoking the Bear would be possibly stuck in a few scary situations. That certainly was the case for me as I spent my nights working alongside park rangers on some of the most dangerous and terrifying trails in the States. It's not what one might think about being a ranger, though. We don't spend every day sitting around watching deer graves or children play in the playgrounds. Instead, what happens behind those locked gates is something more akin to horror movies than a picnic. If you manage to find your way through these wooded corridors without being eaten alive by some wild animal or eaten after by a bear, you could end up with some serious psychological damage. As my first summer as a ranger was coming to an end, I decided that I wanted to spend one last night in the woods alone. Not many rangers do that kind of thing anymore, but for me, it was sort of this cleansing ritual. My girlfriend had just broken up with me at the time, and I needed time to work through that emotional trauma. I knew there were other people who understood my pain. They would be likely willing to talk about the world ending when we got close enough in proximity. But every man needs his space from time to time, even if he is working within the confines of the law. To be honest, I wasn't really sure where to expect to be out there in the woods with no one else around. I had been alone quite a few times before, but never running into any real trouble. But this time, my mind was racing through the worst-case scenarios, and it almost felt like fate that I would get caught up in some kind of adventure by myself. Either I was going to find somebody who could relate to all my situations, or perhaps even fall for them as they helped me do it all. Anyway, I made it to the trailhead, and then Julian began hiking down towards it to my favorite spot at Lake Oroville State Park. The entire park is beautiful, located not far from Sacramento, but until you are actually standing deep within its borders, you can't truly grasp its beauty. I loved watching the weather rolling over the water, feeling the cold air as it rushed past my face and into my lungs, waking me up from a lazy afternoon nap. I felt at peace with myself every time I visited this spot, but not so much that other people bothered me. That's why this was almost certainly going to be a good night. I just crossed over one of the small bridges leading across the lake when I heard something rustling behind me, more similar to low growls than anything else, really. It sounded like something was stalking towards me, perhaps a bear. The only thing about these sounds that didn't scream bear were its frequency. They were more sporadic than I would have expected. My ears picked up this distinct sound of footsteps more than once, actually, as if somebody were running towards me directly through the thicket. Not wanting to meet with whatever was out there on my own terms, I scrambled for one of the trees and threw myself up into it to try and hide. Unfortunately, jumping back had cost me more time than I realized, and by the time that I reached around and grabbed hold of a branch, something hit me hard right in the side. You know, it feels like forever before I felt like landing against something soft and squishy. It wasn't exactly warm or inviting, so all of those other feelings must just be an illusion brought on by adrenaline. It only took a single moment for me to realize what had been happening, that I had been wrapped at the ankles, waist, shoulders, and neck in some kind of netting. I didn't know what exactly it was made out of, but it wasn't rope. It was some sort of binding material. My hands were then completely immobilized by entanglement as well, so there wasn't much I could do other than struggle against my bonds, a dead-end endeavor if there ever was one. Now, the first thing I noticed when I could finally see again is it was completely dark around me. All light coming from behind with only blackness ahead. Two dim lights appeared along the walls on either side of me and began approaching slowly. As my eyes now adjust, they were really more like natural animal eyes than any sort of man-made illusions. Even worse, I noticed that the blackness ahead of me wasn't really coming from a lack of light at all. Instead, there appeared to be some kind of organic wall blocking up my view, spreading out across the room to each side. I had no idea how large this place was, but it must have been bigger than what I could see. One behind me and another in front of me, they made themselves known. Moments later, footsteps. The noises were too far away for me to make out at first, but then I could hear they belonged to something, and more than two. Now, at this point, fear began gripping my heart as I lashed out against my binds once again, only to find that they hadn't been loosened in the slightest. More so, I thought, we'll get to that in a moment. I was hauled from my small prison by several sets of long clawed hands that dragged over what appeared to be some kind of altar. It was much different from one of those sacrificial altars appearing to be used in ancient times for rituals. The ones to appease unworldly beings were said to lurk within the space between two worlds. But this one seemed more like a place where people got together for satanic worship or other unholy activities. These beings holding me lured me down onto it and began weaving this sort of flower all around me while chanting something in this ungodly language. I was so terrified, I swear I could have had a heart attack. I could make out all the words, but I had no idea what this thing was or what they were saying. The entire group of these things began chanting in unison as they surrounded me, continued weaving more of this plant material around me. It felt like forever before they finally got to the last one. All I could do was just lay there on my back, completely immobilized by flowers while these creatures circled around me once and turned their backs towards me. The chant stopped abruptly, and every creature but one turned to leave. The remaining one tossed this mask aside, revealing a set of devilish features underneath it. What I had been dealing with looked like a combination of wild feral human beings and kind of goblinish people. You know what, it kind of reminded me of the trolls or orcs in Lord of the Rings. Humanoid, terrifying looking, but also not human. That's what they reminded me of. It stood there, shaking its head from side to side slowly with its arms raised upward as I tried to break free. Again, I cannot reiterate how terrifying this was. I had no idea what was going to happen, and I was convinced in that moment I was about to be sacrificed by some sort of underground dwelling creatures. I was so scared beyond belief. Then, this thing pulled its arm down after shaking its head and walked away. Completely immobilized, I tried my best to get out of my entrapment. And I believe it was the massive amounts of adrenaline exploding through my entire being that allowed me to break free. As I did, though, I could hear these things coming back, and I knew I had to escape as quickly as I could. Once fully free, I started to run for it, escaping in just a matter of time, feeling my way out of this black organic labyrinth. I don't know if I was in a cave or what this was, but as I reflect back on these memories, I had so much flooding through my mind. I feel like I kind of blacked out. I don't really know if I remember much after that, but I do distinctly remember collapsing on the ground and being found later on. I know that's probably very anticlimactic, but when the human body endures that kind of traumatic stress, it does things to the brain that aren't exactly normal. Anyway, I was treated at the hospital, ultimately taken back to the station, and sent home. I didn't actually believe what I experienced at first. I thought it was some crude nightmare or horrible hallucination. But it wasn't until later that I realized it must have been something that really happened, because I actually had binding marks around my ankles, my thighs, my waist, and my wrists. Those bindings were on tight, and I must have wiggled free enough that I loosened them. Like I said, whatever the bindings were made of, they were this crude rope-vine material. I've never seen it before in my life. None of them really believed me, though, when I actually got a chance to describe what happened. They thought I was either making it up or just had a bad nightmare. As you can probably bet, this incident has been difficult for me. At any rate, this is my story, and I hope you can get enjoyment from a real-life traumatic event. I don't care if you believe me, and if you choose to read this, which, by the way, you have permission to, I don't care if your readers believe me. I know there's something out there that lives underneath the ground, something that isn't quite human. I walk with cautious excitement through the old Comanche reservation. My name is Hosa, a young Comanche Native American archaeologist deeply connected to the rich history and spiritual traditions of my people. Today, I had stumbled upon a burial ground that had been concealed from us for centuries. As I brushed away the dirt and leaves, I uncovered ancient texts etched onto weathered stones. The symbols spoke of a forgotten era, revealing a harrowing tale of an unknown predator that had ravaged our ancestors 200 years earlier. The text spoke of its monstrous features, a beast with antlers, a snout, and 6 terrifying legs. The predator's insatiable appetite for blood left our people in fear and despair. Intrigued, I delved deeper into the mysterious history of our tribe. However, with every step, I couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes watched my every move. Strange occurrences surrounded me, the whispers of the wind carrying warnings that echoed through the trees. It wasn't long before I realized that the unknown predator described in the text was not just a relic of the past. It was real, and it was pursuing me relentlessly. Fear coursed through my veins as I witnessed its monstrous presence in deep woods, while I was hunting. Its antlers piercing the night sky, and its 6 legs propelling it with unimaginable speed. Determined to protect my people and unveil the truth, I embarked on a perilous journey. Armed with knowledge and guided by the spirits of my ancestors, I sought to confront the predator head-on. It was a battle of survival, a clash between human will and primordial terror. After many heart-stopping encounters, the ultimate twist revealed itself, a betrayal that cut me to my core. Our tribe leader, the one whom I trusted and respected, had concealed dark secrets that were meant to stay buried. The predator, it turned out, was somehow linked to our own people's history, a curse that had been hidden for generations. With clarity, I understood that the responsibility to end this cycle of fear and betrayal fell upon my shoulders. Armed with my ancestral bow and arrows, I faced the predator in a final showdown. Adrenaline surged through my veins as I unleashed a barrage of arrows, each one finding its mark until the beast finally fell. As the life drained from its monstrous form, it vanished before my eyes, leaving behind only a lingering sense of victory mingled with sorrow. I had fulfilled my duty, but the wounds of betrayal ran deep within my soul. In the end, I emerged from this terrifying ordeal with a newfound strength and resilience. The burial ground, once shrouded in darkness, had now been exposed to the light. I vowed to protect my people and ensure that the sins of the past would never haunt us again. For it is through the wounds of betrayal that we learn the power of our own spirit, and the strength to build a brighter future. I am a biologist, and one of the perks of the job is being able to see some remote and spectacular places that people don't see very often. Part of my work involves collecting insects from remote waterholes out in the middle of Australia, a few hundred kilometers north of Uluru. One of the ladies I work with, Alice, lives out there full time, spends a lot of time out bush and has spent a lot of time with the local Aboriginal people, so she has a trove of stories and weird experiences. But I'll just tell you about the one I had. So, as I said, I visit a lot of waterholes out there. Being a very arid region, these waterholes hold great spiritual and cultural significance to the indigenous people. Most, if not all of them, are sacred in some way, and they all have traditional stories attached to them. So, one day 4 of us headed out to this particular site, a full day of heavy 4-wheel driving through the Fink Gorge. We get there not long before sundown, and as we pull up, there is a black dingo standing in the spot we are going to camp. He stares at us for a bit, then disappears off into the bush, as they do. This in itself isn't weird. Plenty of dingoes out there and they come in a range of colors. Not that common to see a black one, but they are around. So that's fine. We set up camp, have a nice night of looking for pythons and drinking wine. Yep, biologists. We slept in swags, kind of like a tent that just fits a sleeping bag, and sometimes has a little fold-up netting bit so you can sit up in there. It was really windy that night, so no problems with spooky noises, and I went to sleep pretty quickly. That night I had a really vivid dream about the black dingo coming into camp, sniffing around my swag and scratching at the netting trying to get in. It bothered me, and I woke up, but went back to sleep pretty soon after. Still, not so weird. We woke up in the morning, did our sampling, packed up camp and started off on the long drive back to town. After we have been driving for a bit, Alice starts talking about how seeing the black dingo at the campsite when we got there really freaked her out. She didn't say anything earlier because she didn't want us to be spooked. Turns out that in the traditional folklore, that waterhole is protected by a black dingo spirit. The last time Alice camped there with other people, one of them had a dream that a black dingo came up to their swag and started attacking her. This lady woke up with long, deep scratches all over her face, and no reasonable explanation for them. I had no idea of this story before I had the dream, and didn't mention it to anyone that morning. There is definitely a special feeling to a lot of these places. Very hard to describe. When you are out in this country, these kinds of weird semi-spiritual coincidences are commonplace. I have some more stories, but I'm typing on my phone and my thumbs are sore. Three teenage witnesses were playing basketball from 6 to 9 a.m. on a Saturday morning. The weather was clear and sunny and they were across the street from a fire station in Fairview, New Jersey. While walking back to a friend's home, the reporting witness noticed that the area was empty of cars and people when normally there would be 50 to 100 people in the park. The witness stated that he observed rainbow colors out of the corner of his right eye. When he looked, he saw a shining silver metallic saucer with round tinted windows. He alerted his two friends who also saw the craft. He heard and felt whirring air and a roaring sound. His shirt was flapping as if in a 5-mile-an-hour wind, but there was no wind. They were paralyzed and could not run. They later arrived back at his friend's home with no memory of walking there. The witness discussed the incident with two friends, both now deceased, and they had no memory of being on the craft as he did. He recalls seeing them on operating tables, but he was standing approximately 30 feet away. The craft appeared larger inside than outside, possibly 400 feet across. About 25 creatures, approximately 4 feet tall, were present with about 10 to 15 around him and the rest around his friends. The creatures were gray in color with large round heads and large black eyes. The creatures were touching him all over. They were speaking telepathically and were surprised when they realized that he could hear them. His mother had previously told him that psychic abilities were common in their family, but he had never really believed it. He asked why they were there. His impression was that they were friendly and curious and meant no harm. He believed that they were trying to help his two friends who both had heart problems, and he believes that their lives may have been extended by the aid rendered on the craft. He remembers looking out the window and down onto the basketball court where they had been playing. He could see other beings moving about in long corridors. He remembers seeing the craft ascend after they had been returned. It moved up and to the right, then left, then up and away, leaving a rainbow-colored trail behind. When he returned to his home, his mother said he seemed changed, and he replied, "It's no big deal, Mom." Before this report, he had only confided this story to his two daughters because he did not feel that anyone would believe him. I wasn't alone. I was working on a shrimp boat that was out to sea. Unbeknownst to me, most of the coastal shrimpers just go out for the day. For reasons unknown to me, our captain took us way the F out there. I think he said something about trying out new shrimping grounds. Anyway, we were heading into a storm, turned out to be a Cat 2 hurricane, and the boat was rocking. We got our rescue gear and waited for the inevitable. It never came, but none of us slept that night. It was eerie passing through the eye. Totally calm, while everything else raged around us. We had all made our peace. The next morning we had either gone through it, or we came back the way we came. Either way we were on the edge of the storm. The captain was tired, so we took the day off. The first mate and I sat on the deck for a fair bit of the day watching the last of the hurricane and the start of a new storm. We thought we had this smaller storm beat. We lowered the boom masts again, and braced for heavy seas. The first mate brought along a bunch of weed, and taught me how to roll a joint in your hand, and how to smoke it. By this time it was getting late in the day and the storm was getting more energetic. Lots of thunder and lightning. We could see the reflective light and hear the thunder, so we knew it was at least 10 miles out. The first mate, who was pretty stingy otherwise, rolled me a big old fat joint and told me to enjoy it. Of course I was in hog heaven. It never occurred to why this skinflint was sharing all this with me. He absolutely didn't have to, hadn't before, and wouldn't afterwards. At some point it dawns on me. So I ask why now, and not last night when I was wholly terrified in a life vest and high-vis ocean survival suit thing. He points off in the distance and I see a little itty-bitty funnel cloud. Looks like a tornado. In the open water they're called water spouts, and they're just as dangerous. So I get kinda worried. The first mate laughed and said, "Look around." There were at least 13 water spouts within a few miles of us. The first mate wasn't watching the storms. He was watching these water spouts pop up every so often, getting a little closer each time. By now the captain is awake, and we're booking it anywhere but where we were. By the time all was said and done, we had gotten passed by 3 different spouts, got a rain of sand dollars, jellyfish, and a load of other ocean goodies. We had one go directly over us and touch down 10 yards from the deck. I was scared of the hurricane, but these salty dogs were totally and completely terrified of the water spouts. It was and is by far the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Noises in the woods, being followed by a black bear, are all upsetting, but for some reason being in that boat at that time got under my skin. I don't really believe in any cryptids, though the idea of them is fun, except for Mothman. Around the time of these sightings in mid-fall 2017, I lived in a small town in southeast Michigan, Oakland County, and was attending high school. My older sister, who is 9 years my senior and had a similarly timed work schedule, drove me to school extra early every morning so I could attend an extra hour and fit another class into my schedule. It was awful and started at 6 a.m., but we only lived about 15 minutes from my school, so it wasn't all that bad of a drive. One morning we were making our way to the school as per usual through some super curvy wooded back roads by our house, a route we took every day. Suddenly, in a break between the section of road we were on, just between the third curve and the last curve before the road straightened out, I noticed 2 glowing red spots about maybe 600 to 800 feet in the distance. At first, I brushed it off as the area was known for deer and the spacing for eyes wasn't too far off, but I couldn't shake the wrong feeling I had. The eyes just weren't the right color to be reflecting deer eyes, and, as we neared closer, it became apparent to me that if these indeed were eyes, the figure was far too tall to be any type of animal I could think of. It was still really dark out, so I was only able to make out the eyes and a dark black silhouette before. As our headlights were finally near enough to begin illuminating the figure, it took off into the sky like a literal bat out of hell. It moved incredibly fast, and before it took off the dark silhouette expanded significantly in a manner that was incredibly similar to how birds use their wings to take off. Before I could hardly register what had just happened, it disappeared over the tree line and out of sight. At first, I was worried I was seeing things, however, as I looked over at my sister, I was met with a mirror of my same shocked expression. She asked incredulously if I had just seen that too, and we began conferring about what we just saw. I was relieved to hear that I wasn't going crazy, as she described the same things I had also just seen. I still think about that morning to this day and was surprised when a couple of years after it, I came across your articles and reports. A lot of the sightings and encounters you compiled dated around the same time. I saw what, I believe more and more every year, had to be Mothman. I've been going through this for a long time. I'm 28 and feeling frustrated, lost, and ready to die. Recently, I had an encounter with a person entity that made me realize I'm not crazy. It's important to be careful about what you believe because childhood stories can turn out to be real. These entities are present all the time, often unnoticed. They appear as flickers of light, similar to the sparks when you hold your breath or get hit hard. Their intelligence in observing us is a mistake on their part. It all started when I was a child, always curious and seeking to understand how everything worked. I had knowledge beyond my years, even though I didn't fully comprehend it. The adults knew I was different. They control everything, and were caught in the middle of their game. Demons, ghosts, fairies, trolls, Nephilim, and even aliens are real. I've seen more than my fair share of them. I'm dead serious about this, and if you put me on a lie detector, you would know. When I was 8, I discovered a circle mark on my stomach. Months later, I developed a sixth sense, predicting when things would go wrong. I could also sense the emotions of both humans and animals. At the age of 13, I witnessed shadows moving at the end of my bed, and I would become paralyzed with fear. When I woke up, I had a brand on my right hand. At 16, the shadows appeared again, and I woke up with a brand on my chest. This mark stayed with me until I was 18. At 20, my gift of sensing emotions became overwhelming, making it hard for me to go anywhere without having an anxiety attack. At 22, a deep, beautiful voice spoke to me, telling me to search for the golden compass using a golden seal. I couldn't come up with something like that on my own, and I couldn't find any information about it. When I turned 23, I experienced the touch of death when something grabbed my shoulder, leaving me frozen with fear. On July 9th, at the age of 23, I had a terrible feeling that something horrible was about to happen. The next day, my fiancée died in a car accident, drowning upside down in a pool. Since then, the entities that visit me at night have become hostile, trying to paralyze me, but I won't let them. I fought against one of them recently and was able to break free. Now, at 28, I'm ready to ask for help. People like me, with unique abilities, are seen as threats by these entities. They have their own plan, and we need to figure out which side we're on. About a decade ago, I went looking for deer sheds in a new place here in Northeast Oregon. I had a pretty good day and picked up a few buckhorns. As a chronic sufferer from neck ridgitis, I was still a few miles from my truck as it was getting dark. I had stupidly left my headlight in the truck, so I knew it was going to be a long evening fumbling in the snow and deadfall timber. Right at dark, I heard a wolf howl in the bottom of the canyon maybe 3/4 mile directly downhill, big country. I thought to myself, well, that's pretty cool, then heard another respond a few hundred yards closer. I was really enjoying the experience until another responded 100 yards behind me in the pitch black timber with a much deeper, gut-wrenching howl. After a moment of silence, the surrounding area ignited with howls in every which direction. No longer really enjoying the experience, I unstrapped a 4PT shed to protect myself, and began the trek towards my truck, which was right in line with the source of the deep, commanding howl. So off I go, in the pitch black timber, in a remote area I had never been before, with nothing but a 60 FT shed to protect myself. Meanwhile the wolves were communicating back and forth, until the alpha would howl and shut them up momentarily with the eeriest howl you can imagine. This continues as I make my way through the woods, however every time the alpha would howl it was still 100 yards behind me. After this happens a few times, I get a solid idea of what is taking place. It's following me. All I can do is keep hiking. After a while, I make it back to a trail, and scoot pretty quickly back to my truck. Upon reviewing Google Earth later that night and identifying landmarks, I determined that the wolf stayed right behind me for 2.5 miles as I fumbled my way in a V-shaped line back to my truck. The next day and subsequent weekends, I went back, properly armed, and counted at least 10 wolves in that pack, and was able to identify the alpha based on his howl, a big old gray-colored one. I've had cats creep up on me at night, had my share of supernatural experiences, none backcountry related, thankfully, but nothing will make a guy feel more vulnerable than walking through the pitch-black woods, without a headlight, without a sidearm, not really knowing where he's going, pre-on X or GPS for me, and being followed by the alpha wolf. Needless to say, I now always carry a headlight, batteries, and some form of protection on me at all times. I go camping now and then, and there's really nice lake out in the woods about 3-4 hours walk east of Oslo, Norway. It's a popularish camping spot. So, a friend and I are running out of firewood and it's pitch black. Bad planning plus whiskey drunk, so we grab our flashlights and head out to get some more bits and pieces to keep the fire going. Now, the lake is large and dotted around the lake we can see about 3-4 fires going. Other happy campers. One campsite in particular is rowdy. It's a good 200 meters across the lake, but we can hear them chanting and singing football songs and generally be obnoxious. It's about 2 a.m. now and we want to sleep. I can do this weird thing with my voice. I let all the air out of my lungs and then breath in really fast and tighten my voice box. I can create this ungodly, banshee, inhuman scream that is loud and does not sound human. So I go for it. Within a second, the noise from other campsites stop and the fires are doused within 10 seconds. You could hear a pin drop all across the lake. Silence. Sheer terrified silence. Even my campmate was freaked out. He'd never heard me do it before. I was taking a nap at 3 p.m. in my apartment on my Murphy bed and my girlfriend was down the hall with her friend. We lived in Coral Springs, Florida. I noticed her standing in my living room. It was a studio apartment and the entity stood in front of my entertainment system. I thought it was my girlfriend but quickly realized I could neither fully open my eyes nor sit up. I could see her through the slits of my eyes. The sun was coming through the window and the silhouette and outline of her head was irregular. I was not afraid, instead I tried to communicate while trying to sit up. She stood there like a doctor or mother. She worked on a screen which was small, seemed to run diagnostics from a distance. She was wearing red with what seemed to be red lace over her head. If it was not from the sun shining through the veil, I would not have noticed her irregular shaped head. I was excited and I did not fear her. However, she would not allow me to sit up. She literally was capable of hijacking my frequency, preventing me from moving. I lost sight of her when a footstool began spinning on the floor out of sight because it was in front of my bed. With every bit of energy I had, I tried to sit up. I really needed to see this stool spinning. I knew it was the stool because I had Italian tiled floor. My footstool made a distinctive sound when moved across it. When she finally released me, I literally dove to the edge of the bed to watch this stool stop just after for my own personal confirmation. I have had several experiences, some with formulas, and I mean actual equations that our minds cannot decipher. Only those who think in light can read these small equations, which are literally volumes of books in translation that they can read like we read the headline news. Also, similar events like this have been happening since I was a child. I am now 44. My cousin and I were on our second elk hunt. It was rifle season in the Oregon Cascades. We had been hunting hard and were pretty much exhausted from hiking and trying to locate elk. We decided that we would hit up a small valley that everyone else was avoiding due to terrain and vegetation. Beginning of our backpack hunting, we left camp at 3 a.m. and set out to a point that overlooked a corner of an old burn that had a small river flowing through the bottom. After a couple hours of fighting with rhododendrons, we came out to the burn, and shortly after we got to our destination, About noon we were deciding that no animals existed in the area and were about to leave when I just happened to glance over at a patch of blowdown and saw a nice 5x5 stand up. I blurted out "bull." Thankfully he was far enough away that I didn't spook him. After a while of trying to decide what to do, we got close enough, or so I thought, for a reasonable shot. I missed twice. After a few minutes of looking around he trotted down to a meadow that was significantly deeper into the burn and valley. We decided to get closer and try again. We made it to a little hill that looked over the meadow but were running out of light and the wind was all wrong. By this point the bull and his small herd had bedded down just off to the side of the meadow. We were around 4 to 5 miles from the camp and had some really gnarly terrain to get through. I figured we probably wouldn't get another chance at the bull if we left and thought the herd might stay and come back out to feed in the morning. We went to the back side of the little hill and made a half-assed shelter with rocks and sticks. I made a small fire and we went to sleep. I awoke in the middle of the night to my phone vibrating. It was a message from my wife on my Garmin. She said that she hoped we were able to make it back to the truck because the weather forecast called for 3 feet of snow in the higher elevations of the Cascades. I was thinking about how crappy the situation had become when I started hearing strange sounds coming from the bottom of the hill, down by the water. It sounded like a mix of laughter and crying with some noises almost sounding metallic. Think rusty gate hinges. I woke my cousin up and he was just as disturbed by it as I was. We stayed silent and just listened. It was downright creepy and lasted until around 4 a.m. Needless to say we didn't sleep. We did see the elk again but didn't take a shot because of the upcoming storm. Never figured out what the noise was either. My story starts about 25 years ago. 17 years old. I used to take a shortcut through the woods. Freeport, Long Island, New York. And heading towards the shortcut, I'd say maybe about 12 blocks, I had to go through like a marshy swamp area. About 100 yards in, it's dark. It's in the back of an old railroad station. No lit light. You could barely see. You could barely see 20 or 30 yards. About 100 yards in there, I had to follow a trail along a fence. I had to sit down to smoke a cigarette. I'm sitting there. 17 years old. I'm not scared of much, especially growing up in New York. All kinds of surprises. Until after this experience. So out in the marsh, I'm sitting down and out in the marsh, I hear some dog tags, clanking together. I didn't think much of it. There are a lot of dogs out there, goofing off. And as I sat there, the chains just started coming closer. The tags were clinking and clanking and started coming closer. So I'm thinking a dog's on its way, no big deal. No need for alarm. As my ears, I couldn't really see. To my left was a creek that came out of a pipe that came from under the property. It wrapped around in front of me to about a 10 or 12 yard drop to the creek. The creek's about 10 yards and a sand bank on the other side. Then there's some type of marshy small trees and then you could see maybe 10 or 20 yards past the creek. Those clanking sounds are coming closer and closer. My ears are telling me that it should be visible soon, should be coming into my range. And I still thought it was a dog, so I'm expecting to hear a little critter, coming through the grass and the leaves and whatnot. And I hear 2 footsteps. I hear something with 2 footsteps. Thump. Thump. And it's coming towards me. Not a French poodle. Not a German shepherd. 2 distinct footsteps coming through and you can hear the grass, and the walking and the dog chains are still clinking. That's about when my alarm bell went off. I'm thinking, okay, this is a problem. There's no way you can think this is anything but a problem. Something's wrong and my ears are telling me that I ought to be able to see this thing and it should be right there on the other side of the creek. This kinda just dragged on for about 20 minutes. It didn't just walk up. I'm thinking serial killer. I'm thinking something. I didn't know. Just bad. And I was ready to go because I should have seen it. My ears are telling me it should be there but I couldn't see it. And I'm looking around trying to figure, should I go back to the right or should I go to the left? And I'm in New York, so it's not always a friendly place, and I'm out in the middle of this swamp and you can't see that good. To get to the back street of the neighborhood I was heading to, I had to make a left about 10 yards, go across the pipe to the right, go another 25 yards, then up the side of the hill. It brings me to the dead-end street, straight up there to the neighborhood, and I have about 30 more blocks to my house. And the trail on the other side went away from the creek. So whatever would have been done there on that bank would have had a 30-yard trip to where it was, and I had a 30-yard trip to where it was. So I got up and bolted. I figured I'd beat it. I hang to the left, run to the right, and I'm in full sprint. I'm the athletic type, I'm 6'2". And just where I got to the point where I would go up this hill, a 10 or 12 foot shadow with red beady eyes stepped up from the bank and was standing right there. 10 or 12 feet. Huge. It had horns. I froze. It had horns. Just an outline. It was as dark could be. All you could see is dark, all you see was an outline. Looking into this creature, it was as dark as night. Red beady eyes. Beady. Not just glowing eyes. Red beady eyes. And I froze. I was just stuck. And I don't know how long I was there. I stood there contemplating some kind of communication coming at me, like step into me or something. I didn't know. But I didn't want to touch it, so I did what any red-blooded 17-year-old would do in this situation. I turned around and I ran. And I ran. And I didn't stop running. I ran all the way home. This was like 40 blocks, you know. This was like 2 miles. I came home sweating, huffing. My parents kind of looked at me odd. I was well raised, you know. Yes sir, no sir. No ma'am. Catholic boy. I was in an almost shock. I couldn't explain to them what happened. I didn't dare. They would have committed me. They would have sent me to private school or something. I told one person in my life. I grew up in Catholic schools and I tried to tell my priest. Bell asks what he thought the creature was. It was just a definition to figure out that life wasn't what I had figured out at that point. It was something that alienated me from what I considered normal. I was in the U.S. Air Force, 1962 to 1970, and volunteered to go to Vietnam in 1965. I got orders to go to Nha Trang, but when I arrived in Saigon, I was instead sent to Thailand and ended up at Udon RTAFB, which in the north close to the border of Laos. It was a small base with just a couple of hundred personnel. We didn't even have any jets, just prop planes. A couple of months after my arrival, the base started really ramping up. They built a whole new barracks area and more personnel started arriving. I was an electronics tech in the communications service. We had a tiny comm center next to the runway. There were 4 vans with crypto gear parked next to each other with a Quonset hut for the teletype machines centered on the vans. There was a hooch we used as the shop and a couple of others for the radios and other comm equipment. We had wooden pallets laid out for sidewalks, as it got pretty muddy during monsoon season. At the end of one walkway we had a water buffalo, a big water tank on wheels that held our drinking water. During night shift, it was the newest guy's job to make coffee for everyone in a big urn. You'd carry the urn out to the water buffalo, fill it, bring it back and do your thing. So one night, this had to be in early '67 as we were already living in the new barracks, but the new comm center wasn't completed yet. The new guy hauled the urn out to make coffee. After a while, somebody noticed he hadn't returned and went looking for him. He found the urn laying on the ground by the water buffalo, but no sign of the airman. We went on alert, the base was locked down and a big search started. He was gone. Naturally, we all assumed he had been snatched by the Pathet Lao, Laos version of the Viet Cong. What we couldn't figure out was how they could have penetrated into the center of the base. And why grab an 18-year-old airman third-class teletype operator? Due to the treaty with Thailand, we couldn't carry arms, so it was up to the air police to tighten up security. We were pretty spooked. Probably a good thing we didn't have guns. Ha. So 3 days later I was in my hooch and a guy came running in saying they found the missing guy. They found him on the ground right next to the water buffalo. Now, the missing guy's hooch was right next to mine, so I went in there. A minute later he came in, escorted by an AP, and started grabbing his stuff and throwing it in his duffel bag. I asked him what happened and he said, "I've been ordered not to talk about it." So I asked him where he was going and he said, "To Japan." The AP was very uncomfortable and told me not to talk to him, so I shut up. I looked him over as he packed and could see he was in fine shape. He was clean and all I could see wrong were 3 or 4 scratches on his cheek. He finished up, said bye, and off they went. We never saw him again and never heard anything else about the matter. We all shrugged our shoulders and figured the Patet Lao weren't the type that beat up their captives. We couldn't figure how they penetrated the base twice though. We figured it was just to intimidate us and things just went back to normal. I was happy when we got moved into the new comm center and away from that spooky spot by the runway. So years later in the 90s, I was watching a TV show about alien abductions and they said something about the victims having skin samples scooped out of their cheeks. I suddenly flashed back to that event and remembered the marks on that airman's face. Could it have been? This story takes place during a rafting trip on the Deschutes River in Central Oregon. My girlfriend and I had decided to drive down from the Seattle area for the famous salmonfly hatch. With that being said, due to the timing of the year there's a ton of people on the water. Guides doing day trips, as well as other folks like my girlfriend and I spending a couple days fishing, floating, and camping. Our first day of the trip goes by pretty poorly. I had a crappy boat and no idea what I was doing. Dry bags leaked, I hit a rock and got us a sizable leak and then had forgotten the bucket, so I spent the rest of the trip bailing out the boat with a water bottle non-stop. So needless to say, we're both pretty frustrated and tired, and as the day turns to dusk we're scouting out any possible spot to throw our tent up for the evening and get out of that crappy boat. Finally things are looking up for us. We come up on this beautiful stretch of water with a small island diverting the river into 2 flows, with the main flow going along the deep left channel at a pretty good clip. On the right side bank a big clearing surrounded by tall grasses. This is where we chose to make camp for the night. We do some fishing, cook, and decide to lay down for bed and read until it's time to really go to sleep at full dark. Going out to take a leak, nobody as far as I could see or hear had decided to camp anywhere near us, and prior to a few boats floating on by while we set up camp, as far as we knew, we were alone. That's when the music started. At first it sounded almost faintly like someone was throwing a rave, with dance music and the like. My girlfriend and I looked at each other like what the hell? But we chalked it up to the wind carrying sound from far away, because at this point the music was still intermittent. It gets louder and louder, and now we can make out the music except it's not. You know that feeling when someone is blasting the bass out of their car subwoofers and you can feel it in your chest and in your head? We're feeling there, whoever they are, music through the ground as we're trying to sleep. And all we can hear is this unworldly, jarring collection of disjointed bass or drum notes coming through the ground. It doesn't resemble any music I've ever heard, or even any sort of beat you could dance to. By midnight or 1 a.m. we're starting to getting really damn pissed off. It has been since around 10 p.m. since they started, and so that's when I finally decide to go find whoever the hell they are and shut down that damn noise. I have one of those really powerful headlights that lets you output like 1,500 lumens for a short burst, and it really just lights up the whole damned countryside for hundreds of feet. So all pissed off I jump out of the tent and turn up my headlight of doom, and I'm just furiously scanning everywhere I can see. Up and down the river, behind us as far as I can on our own bank, across clear to the other bank, and the little island in the middle. And there's not a single thing in sight. Complete pitch darkness. I turn off my headlight to see if I was washing out any light, and I stand there for about 10 minutes to see if my eyes adjust and see anything. Absolutely nothing at all, and this maddening noise is going on endlessly. At this point I realize it's the same 3 disjointed songs playing over and over endlessly. My girlfriend starts crying because she's exhausted from the bass rattling our skulls while our heads on laying down on our pillows. We're unable to sleep for hours as this thing continues on through the night. Finally, sometime around 4:35 a.m. it must have stopped and we both drifted off to sleep. I have a hard time sleeping in, so I woke up by myself at around 6:37 and I roll out of bed furious, once more just going out to go see if I can find whatever bastards were making that noise all night long. We never saw or found any sign of those people. We waited until about 9 a.m. slowly breaking camp after eating breakfast before we rode out in the main current and back road to try to get a good look at the other side of the small island, and we saw no signs of people. The only reasonable theory we have is that sometime after we went to bed, some folks floated down to the far side of the little island and threw some sort of party? Ritual? All through the night and somehow slipped out between 4:30 and 6:30 a.m. If I wasn't with my girlfriend and she hadn't corroborated as well, I would have thought I was going insane. Just one long maddening sleepless night full of the same noise over and over, with no evidence before, during, or after that it ever happened. Living my life in central West Virginia, I have spent a lot of time hunting in the Monongahela National Forest. While bow hunting in a stand of red spruce on October 31st, yes, Halloween, this happened to me. This takes place back when portable stands had a chain that wrapped around the tree, and fall protection consisted of 2 pieces of seat belt material, one around the tree ran through, the other wrapped around your waist. I was in the stand overlooking a small creek and had watched a couple of doe walk by and decided to stay until full darkness. The moon had risen early, so there was some light and I had a flashlight in my pack. As I was getting ready to lower my bow, I heard loud wing beats heading towards me through the spruce trees when all of a sudden a very large owl landed on a branch about 10 yards from me. I sat motionless watching the owl as it sat there watching me. After several minutes I slowly turned my head to look back to the creek to check for deer one more time before climbing down. All of a sudden I heard wing beats again and the owl was flying straight towards me with talons extended. I threw my arms up, dropping my bow in the process, and screamed at the demon owl who was trying to knock me to the ground. Fortunately, the owl veered away from me and I didn't fall out of the tree. After a few minutes I regained my composure, packed up and walked out to my truck without any more harrowing experiences. Nearly a year ago, the people living along the riverfront near Preston were set agog by the appearance in the woods of a strange being in human form. When discovered by a party of hunters on his all fours pawing and neighing like a horse, their attention was first attracted by what they took to be the whining of a startled horse in the undergrowth. When advanced upon, the strange being ran off on his hands and feet, but the pursuers gained upon him so rapidly he sprang to his feet and, quickly covering the short distance to the river, plunged headlong from a rather high bank into the water and swam to the Indian side. When he reached that bank he stood up, shook himself like a horse just out of a bath, and with what might really be called a horse laugh ran off into the woods. Some months later he was seen under much the same conditions, but this time west of Woodville, on the Indian side. Only a few weeks ago a man crawled across the road in plain view of several people not far from where the horseman was first seen, but disappeared, the pursuit being somewhat tardy. Since Sunday last, the people living near Colbert, 10 miles east of Preston, Grayson County, Texas, have been hunting for a strangely acting man who crawled about like a snake until pursued, when he would jump to his feet and outrun the fastest horses ridden after him. Others who pursued him on foot say they shot at him at close range, but the bullets, if they struck their target, seemed to have no effect. As late as last evening, children claimed to have seen the crawling man again near the Varner place, 6 miles from Colbert. A phone message from Colbert this afternoon confirms previous reports sent out from Durant about the state of excitement and the gathering of several parties for pursuit, but states that public interest has received something of a chill because some of the parties who were present when the close-range shots were tired say that although the peculiar being was in the open and very close, that he disappeared with the smoke of the powder. At the Varner place he crawled into the henhouse. It is stated that out in the field a dead chicken, bitten in the neck, and from which there was the appearance of the blood having been drawn, was found. Though with somewhat reduced enthusiasm, the people of the Varner neighborhood are preparing for another big roundup this afternoon and tonight. I read some of your Ouija board stories. I have one that I believe proves that these boards can become haunted. My father used to buy things from eBay, then sell it at their actual price. One day he purchased an old Ouija board. Its box portrayed it as a game fun for the whole family. None of my siblings played with it though, and neither did I. Then a few days after the board arrived, weird things started to happen even though no one touched the board. It was on a shelf in the garage. One night, the first of many nights, I woke at 3:33 a.m. exactly. I woke up scared for no reason. No nightmare, just scared with a very bad feeling. I'd always just lay there awake, then turn over and try to go back to sleep. This first night, I turned over and tried to go back to sleep. But when I turned and laid my head on my pillow, I immediately heard a man's voice that said directly into the ear, "Go back to sleep." I jumped up and woke my sister who shared a room with me. I was crying and terribly scared. The voice wasn't my father's. No man another than my father lived with us. Another day at home, I was watching a movie alone. I paused the movie and took the remote with me to the bathroom. When I came back, the disc was out in place on the table next to the TV. The disc drive on the Xbox was open, and my room was tossed all over. It was a mess. Another time in the same house, I left the kitchen and heard something behind me. When I turned, I saw a man in a red flannel shirt behind me, though I heard no doors open. I ran from him and turned back around and he was gone. My father soon sold the board and we moved soon after. I've had nothing weird or paranormal happen since. 2 years ago, at Multnomah Falls in the Columbia Gorge, a conversation with my neighbor left me questioning the existence of cryptids. She claimed to have seen Dogman leap over a stone wall near the falls, a memory etched in her mind. Late in the evening, around 11:30 p.m., the falls were illuminated, casting an ethereal glow. She spotted Bigfoot's unmistakable silhouette, covered in fur, leaping with surprising agility over the wall. The bright lights revealed every detail of this massive and mysterious being. Fear washed over her as the creature swiftly disappeared into the dark forest. News of the sighting spread, sparking curiosity and excitement in our community. People flocked to the falls, hoping for their own glimpse of this elusive creature. The encounter fascinated me, prompting countless nights searching for answers. Armed with a camera, I scoured the area but found no evidence. That day is etched in my memory. We had a contract with the USFS to cut silvertip Christmas trees, and it was just another morning after a light overnight snowfall of about 3 inches. Little did we know what awaited us in the snow-covered landscape. Approaching our worksite, we spotted fresh bare footprints in the snow. Only our vehicle's tire tracks accompanied them. These footprints were unique, resembling the size of a 9 or 10-year-old child. Driven by curiosity, we followed the footprints as they emerged from the trees and led down the road for around 100 feet before vanishing back into the forest. The sharp and distinct edges indicated their freshness. They couldn't have been there for long. Oddly, there were no tracks or disturbance beneath the branches of the tall timber. It seemed as if the footprints had materialized out of thin air and vanished without a trace. The origin and destination of the tracks remained elusive. If necessary, I can provide USFS road numbers and map information for further investigation. This intriguing encounter left us with more questions than answers. And no, they were no human or animal prints. on a 41-foot sailboat in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay, with about 7 other men, doing a shakedown test cruise. Planned to be out for about 12 hours. Mid-1980s, not as reliable weather prediction resources. We get caught in a tropical storm, winds gusting into the 50 miles per hour range, just this short of a weak hurricane. We had just barely rigged storm hawsers and storm sails because the one fellow on board, who was the best sailor since the storm was almost on us, otherwise we would have died. During the storm itself, I expected to die at any time. In fact, we made a securite call on the radio. If you have time at sea, you know what I'm talking about. If not, it's not that important. For what seemed like 15 minutes, we were in a maelstrom, no visibility, but then it passed. We would live. This was at about 3 p.m., and although there was cloud cover, of course, the ambient light was such that you could see 2 miles or so in any direction. If you're familiar with the sea, you know that such storms, particularly in shallower depths near land masses, dredge a lot of things of the sea floor. The sighting, we're all on deck, working lines, checking damage, etc. And the bay around us is choppy and churning and foaming. Old-timey sailors often use the saying, the sea is confused. I look about 15 feet of the starboard side and something swims to the surface, breaks the surface, looks at us, then submerges again. It was like a thin man, with humanoid shape, arms articulated like a man, a human head, but its skin was covered in scales like a snake. It looked at us, blinked its weird, heavy-lidded eyes, then dove back under. So maybe you need to know a few things about me at that moment. No drugs, no alcohol, no injuries. I was elated because I was glad to be alive, but my senses in that situation were sharpened, not dulled. I had, at that time, about 6 years' experience on ships and fishing boats, and had seen squid, octopi, flying fish, sharks, skates, etc. all around the world. I was not the type of guy to see a patch of seaweed and call it a sea monster. I made an instant decision that I was not going to say anything. What could I say? I just saw a strange creature, take my word for it. The men on this boat were all mechanics and engineers and professionals. Why get a reputation as a flake? At the time it was important for each of us to get D skipper or OOD qualifications, and saying something like that would be frowned upon. And as I stood there in my life vest, soaking wet, hooked onto the steel lifeline, glad to be alive, one of the other sailors, AUSN Captain Jack, with over 30 years experience in the surface Navy, piped up and said, "I just saw a brown thing pop up on the surface. It looked like a lizard man, with a scaly face. It blinked at us with these big eyes and then went back under." "Yeah, I saw it too," I said. No one else said that they had seen it. Then we sailed back to the pier later that day and didn't speak of it again. Coda, A. Everything I've written above is the truth. B. This is the internet. For all you know, I may be a dog, a brain floating in a jar making up stories, or a landlubber who's never even been to the beach. C. No, I don't have pictures, and if I did, wouldn't people say they were faked? D. I am well aware that a momentary glimpse of something on the surface of the sea is notoriously unreliable, and the mind and eye and the imagination play tricks on people, even in the best of times. E. If you have read all of this, thank for your time and for the invitation to share my experience. I grew up in the Arctic. In the town I lived in, as long as it was a clear night, it was an extremely normal occurrence to see all sorts of strange lights move across the sky. Keep in mind the winter is long in the Arctic, which means longer amounts of time being spent under the stars. It's quite beautiful, as long as you don't mind the cold so much. Sometimes I would drive a snowmobile a few kilometers out of town, shut it down, and just lay down on the snow looking up at the majesty of it all, the only thing disturbing the silence being the occasional breeze. The northern lights are also a common occurrence. Doesn't happen every day, but often enough that they start getting ignored after a while, as long as they aren't too spectacular anyway. On one particular night, without asking my parents, it was their snowmobile, I decided to go on one of my midnight drives out of town. I drove a few kilometers over the hills to find a spot devoid of light pollution from town, shut off the machine, and settled into a good spot to look up and be introspective. It wasn't all that interesting a scene. A few satellites passing here and there, some relatively boring activity affecting the magnetic field, etc. And then I started noticing a clicking noise. At first I thought it was the sound of the snow machine cooling down, as engine expands and contracts a lot in the cold. But the source of the sound definitely wasn't coming from that direction. My next thought was there must be an animal nearby, in which case I need to get out of there fast. You don't really want to mess with a wild animal. But the clicking is far too regular for an animal to produce it. It was fairly mechanical sounding. And again, the source of the sound isn't coming from anywhere around me laterally. It was coming from up. So naturally I look up, determined to ascertain the origin of this strange noise. I see what I always see: stars, northern lights, a lazy satellite crossing the sky. All normal stuff. But before I dismiss it altogether and begin heading home, I notice something strange in the aurora borealis. There were 3 rather strong points of light. I ignored them at first, thinking they were oddly symmetrical stars, but this proved false. They were definitely getting brighter. I kept staring in morbid fascination as they grew stronger and stronger, yet still only remaining single points in the sky. All the while the clicking noise is getting louder and louder and more pronounced, almost like someone started with tapping a pen on a desk to clacking BR balls together inside my head. Then it stops. The lights are gone, the clicking is not heard, and aside from being a little stiff, cold, and rather petrified, I'm fine. So I jump back on the snowmobile, thinking maybe I'm going crazy. The machine takes a little longer than usual to start up, and I'm beginning to worry, but soon it's running and I'm heading back to town. As I'm driving back, several plausible scenarios as to what occurred are running through my head. I'm thinking it could have been a helicopter from the mine, or some strange northern lights behavior, etc. Probably not that big a deal. I pull up to my house. Lights are all dark. Strange. It wasn't that late when I left. Open outer door as quietly as possible, remove winter gear, enter inner door. House is quiet. Really quiet. My parents are teachers and are usually up late marking or watching TV. All I'm thinking is I have to get to bed without anyone noticing. Proves to be easy as I'm soon under my covers. I go to set my alarm for the next day. All of the sudden everything makes sense. Engine hard to start, stiff, rather chilly, nobody up when I was gone what felt like relatively short period of time. It was almost 11 p.m. when I left, and now it was creeping up on 6 a.m. I stood, staring at clicking lights for almost 7 hours. I never ended up sleeping that night, and I don't go on late night snow machine rides anymore. Our team of Navy SEALs was on a covert operation near Japan, searching for vital intelligence concerning China's possible invasion of Taiwan. I led the team, with Joe as my second in command, a seasoned warrior with a wealth of experience. Little did we know that this seemingly routine operation would lead us to the edge of our sanity. Joe, ever curious and adventurous, discovered a hidden underwater cave system during one of our reconnaissance missions. Intrigued by the mystery that lay within, he decided to gather a small group of 5 men, including myself, to investigate further. We donned our diving gear and descended into the depths, unaware of the horrors that awaited us. As we explored the labyrinthine cave system, our excitement turned to unease. The oppressive silence weighed heavily upon us, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into our hearts. It was then that we unknowingly disturbed a nest of aquatic cryptids that had been lurking in the shadows, their existence unknown to the world above. The first sign of danger came with a sudden surge of movement in the water, accompanied by an eerie silence that seemed to suffocate the very air we breathed. Our senses heightened. We realized we were being hunted. Vicious creatures, born of nightmares and hidden from human eyes, closed in on us with savage intent. A battle for survival ensued, as we fought tooth and nail against the relentless onslaught of these aquatic horrors. Our training and instincts kicked in, but the cryptids were unlike anything we had ever encountered. Their strength, speed, and ferocity were otherworldly, pushing us to the brink of our physical and mental limits. One by one, my comrades fell to the cryptids' relentless assault, leaving only Joe and me to face the horrors that dwelled within the abyss. We fought with everything we had, employing every ounce of skill and determination to escape their clutches. But it was Joe, with his unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit, who found a way to lead us out of the abyss and back to the surface. After barely surviving the ordeal, Joe made a fateful decision. He chose to keep the existence of the cryptids a secret, forever buried within the depths of the Pacific. He understood the consequences of revealing such a horrifying truth to the world, knowing that panic and chaos would ensue. And so, we returned to our lives, carrying the weight of the horrors we had witnessed deep within our souls. We never spoke of the cryptids again, silently accepting the burden of our experiences and the sacrifices made by our fallen comrades. It was a testament to our unwavering loyalty and dedication to protecting our nation, even when the threats we faced lurked in the shadows, forever hidden from the world's gaze. Not my story, but one my family has shared with me as they are close with one of our fellow reservation officers. My uncle, a police officer on the Navajo reservation, was out in his squad car patrolling the area when he comes across something moving in the shadows of the mesa. He slowed down to get a better look at what was out during patrol hours, and what emerged from the shadows was not any kind of animal my family has seen before. It stood on its hind legs, just like a man, but its body resembled that of a canine. It had long arms that dragged along the ground as it walked towards my uncle's patrol vehicle. The strangest part about this creature were its eyes. They were just these large yellow orbs, and they glowed in the complete darkness with no additional light sources around. My uncle described these orbs similar to headlights while looking at them head on. At first, he thought he might have come across some sort of demon, so he quickly checked his weapons, firing at this creature. The gunfire did nothing to stop this thing's progression. It continued its steady march towards my uncle, unfazed by blunt force or loss of blood. It took several more shots until the creature slumped over and disappeared from view in a cloud of dust. My uncle got out of his car cautiously, gun drawn, but could find no sign of the thing he had tried to kill, only some large canine tracks leading back up onto the mesa where it stood before continuing into a cave that supposedly had been closed off for safety reasons due to a large rock slide decades ago. He continued to search but found nothing. The next day, my uncle went back to the area and noticed a small patch of gravel where he had shot this creature. The only explanation for this is that the thing dragged out the rocks from its chest and took them back with it to its den in order to use these rocks to somehow patch itself up. As of now, my uncle has since been suspended from his job for misconduct and due to firing his weapon without authorization while on duty. He claims he saw a skinwalker, and I believe him, especially after what happened in New Mexico. Even if there isn't much we can do about it now, they're practically extinct. If you read this, please help us by getting rid of all these things before everybody starts trying to go out and find these things themselves. The world needs much less of these creatures, not more of them. As soon as I turned 18, my parents demanded that I got a job. When 3 months passed, I was still unemployed. They went out and did it for me. I got hired at my family's ranger business, supplied places with rangers, and we'd go out and protect the park for however long the rangers' owners could pay. I started in early winter. I was cold all the time. The job I was working at did not start until about 9 at night, Or at least my shift didn't. I had to work until 9 in the morning, 12 hours, 5 days a week. The pay was alright. It was my first day at a new park, a ski resort, and they had hired rangers to act as security. We weren't really as qualified, but my family didn't have the greatest moral compass, so to speak. I started my shift. I talked with a little guy at the front and said it was slow, not much happening. I was glad to hear this, sitting inside and doing nothing for 12 hours. That's what I'd normally be doing anyway. I went inside and met the guy I'd be working with. We'll call him Freddie. He was reading the paper and drinking coffee. First day, he'd asked, "Well, I never worked at this place before, but I've been working with Tony for quite a while. It's a good business, I trust him," he responded with a little chuckle and went back to sipping his coffee. Nothing happened for a couple of hours. We sat back and relaxed, talked about our lives, and even got into a funny conversation about my uncle. About 3 hours in, we heard a loud banging at the door. Freddie got up to open it. There was nothing there aside from a trail in the snow leading to the door. There wasn't much we could think about it, maybe a bird or an animal, and I don't know, Freddie said, getting back to his seat. I thought it was a bit weird for a bird to slam into the door fast enough to make a bang that loud and still somehow get back up and walk out of sight. I didn't say anything, I just shrugged, whatever. After even more sitting and talking, Freddie got up and said that he was going to go use the bathroom. He jokingly asked if I could hold down the fort, then went outside to use the restroom. I leaned back in my chair, quietly singing a Billy Joel song that had been stuck in my head. When Freddie basically kicked the door in, holding his hand, it was cut up and bleeding badly. I did not think to ask questions, so I shut up, ran to the first aid cabinet, grabbed the wrap, and put it around his arm. "What happened out there?" I'd asked him. He looked at my eyes and opened his mouth. There was another super loud bang on the door. I rushed to the door and locked it. I didn't know what was out there, but I did not feel like waiting for it to realize the door was open. Freddie was screaming in pain. I wrapped his wounds, but it wouldn't keep up forever. I went over to the phone. I picked it up. It called an ambulance. I explained that something attacked my coworker. They asked what. I told them I don't know, and they gave me a half-assed "we'll send somebody," and I hung up. They asked to stay on the line with them, but I didn't see how that would stop Freddie from bleeding out. Freddie slumped down, leaning against the table in the room. I slapped his face slightly to keep him awake. "Freddie, who did this?" He cleaned his eyes and couldn't be bothered to keep his head anymore. He was out. His cut was worse than I thought, and the ambulance needed to come very quickly. As I put a blanket on him, another loud bang at the window made me jump. I looked back and there was a bloody hand on the window. It was a man, and he was begging to be let in. I ran over to the door and unlocked it. I went to the side where he was at, and I didn't see him. Did he run around? I looked down, and my jaw dropped. Right where he was standing was a trail of blood in the snow, going around the wall. I broke out of my shock, turning the corner, and there were the culprits, and just one wolf. But I knew he wasn't the only one there. We both stood there, looking at each other. He snarled, and I gulped. I knew the time it took me to get to the door was a lot less than it took him to get to me. I didn't want to risk it, just in case. I kept standing there. He took a step back. Maybe he's leaving, I thought to calm myself down. But he did not leave. He took a step back and howled, and knowing what was coming, I ran to the door. He stopped. He lunged, biting into the flesh of my leg. I screamed out in pain, but at least he wasn't calling the others back. Or so I thought. He started to tear flesh, and I foolishly attempted to shake him off. He was on there tight, ripping. I tried to push him off, but his teeth only sunk in deeper. Now, I'd put my right hand between my leg and the roof of his mouth, prying his teeth. I limped inside, slamming the door shut. I could see him, these loud bone noises popping, and seeing him now stand up on two legs, looking at me through the door. How I was lucky I had survived. I wasn't sure what to do. I was bleeding out pretty bad, and the only gun I had was in my Jeep that was left outside. That's when I saw more of these things. They were upright walking wolves, and they were pacing around this place, moving back and forth, looking in the windows, waiting for one of us to come out. I sat there next to Freddy, holding him, holding myself, trying to keep myself conscious. I was bleeding pretty bad, and these things were out there. I counted at least 3 of them, 3 of the largest wolves I'd ever seen in my life. What was going on? As I remember things starting to fade, I couldn't tell you what happened next, but the door burst open, and several EMTs rushed in, attending to myself and Freddy. They loaded me up on a stretcher, threw me in the ambulance, and the next thing I know, I'm being patched up. After this, I never heard from Freddy again, and I was quickly removed from that location and reassigned to a different one altogether. I was told nothing. I was not allowed to ask questions, and even now, I live with a nightmare of strange, violent wolves. And had I not made it back inside, I would have been torn to pieces. This wasn't necessarily a lot of time, but I was in solitude, and it was at sea. When I was 23, I was a dockhand for a boat rental club. I bought myself a 27 feet Catalina sailboat and lived on it at the docks for about a year while I worked for the boat club. I would often get toasted on 101 proof peppermint schnapps and go joy sailing late at night on the Chesapeake Bay for kicks. My mainsail tears, and my atomic 4 engine breaks down. I drift out of the channel, drop anchor, plug in my backup batteries for power for my anchor light, and bed down in my forward berth to wait until morning for one of my coworkers to tow me back in. I'm about a mile offshore, well out of the channel in about 60 feet of open water when I hear a rhythmic thudding on my hull beneath me. It was like someone was doing a semi-fast snare roll with closed fists against my hull. There was nothing in my head that I could figure could make that noise happen besides someone diving under my boat and literally beating on it. I went topside with my flashlight to investigate and couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, and the sound continued on and off for about 15 minutes then stopped. It was a calm night with nearly no wind or waves at this point, and I visually couldn't see what could have been making the noise. It came from midship, so it couldn't be the motor being weird or something. And I checked my bilges for any anomalies and couldn't find any. It left me pretty shaken up because I just couldn't figure what could make that sound as loudly, and as precisely as it was. I could feel the bumps hitting against the fiberglass hull. I eventually got back to sleep and made it back to the docks next morning. I dove on my boat that day to check for anything amiss and didn't find anything off. Needless to say, that was the last time I went out alone at night. Some friends and I used to go exploring in the woods. We were all insomniacs and never slept, and we'd even walk around when it was night with flashlights obviously. We'd wander around until we got tired and then turn around. Dumb, I know, but we were young and thought we were invincible, and we also grew up out there and knew the area really well. Well, one day we get really deep in. We've been hiking for over a few days, obviously have taken breaks to rest and eat. We'd been planning this, but we were in the part of the woods we'd never been before. No one really went in this part because there's a rumor it's haunted. There's no particular reason why it's haunted. People just say it is and everyone stays away from it. So obviously that meant the 5 of us needed to check it out. We've been hiking for a few hours again. We stumble upon this compound. I don't know what else to call it. It was a bunch of huge brick buildings. I mean hundreds of them. They were all falling apart and caving in, overgrown with ivy, but there weren't any signs anywhere. We decided to check it out. Some of the buildings are pretty unsafe, the floors have caved in, but we're so fascinated wondering WTF is this place until we start to notice something really weird about it. It's these huge buildings, but there are no bathrooms, no kitchens, no closets, just rooms. Just a ton of rooms in all the buildings. They all have chimneys, but there's no fireplace. Except a huge incinerator room that leads into a smaller incinerator room that is like a fake door that leads into an even smaller room with some teeth. We start getting a little freaked out. But we figure it's probably just animal teeth or whatever, so we move on. We decide to go in one last building because it's closer to where we came from and is more in a clearing, so we can make a safe getaway if we need one. Now while we're here, the whole time it's been eerily quiet. The buildings have all been really dirty, but we start to notice it's also really weird that there's nothing left behind in any of these rooms. No furniture, no clothes, no odds and ends, no beer bottles or chip bags from squatters or teenagers. There's also windows on the outside of the houses, but no windows inside, like the rooms are just walls. We climb into this house through a hole on the side of the wall because the door won't budge. It's small and some of us have to squeeze in. I go in first and I immediately feel just weird. Like bad. I tell them to hold on, but they make it sound like I'm being silly, so we laugh it off and they all come in, but then we all feel weird. We notice this is the first staircase we've been able to find. All the other buildings have 3 stories, but there were no staircases anywhere. This staircase is right to the side as soon as walk in. We all kind of look at each other like we want someone to say we should leave, but none of us want to be a little bitch, so we decide to go up the stairs. My friend and I go first to check it out, and again it's just a bunch of empty rooms. But my friend and I start getting really creeped out. Our other friends are exploring and find this creepy-ass book sitting on like this beam in the middle of one of the rooms. And then we notice a door to the side, which is weird because there haven't been any doors, so we decide to open it, and immediately we want to scream. But we suppress it. We know we can't. There's blood everywhere. It's a bathroom. A small tiny bathroom with a tub. There's blood in the tub and the walls and the mirror and marks where it looks like someone was dragged but was trying to pull themselves away. We take some pictures before we get the F out of there, and we turn around and our faces are just pale. Our friends ask us what's wrong and we say nothing, it's just a closet. But we know we need to leave immediately. We feel like we're being watched, so we don't say what we saw. We continue checking around and saying how cool stuff is. We don't want to let up we saw anything. But then our friends start going down the hallway, even though it's so dark down there that their flashlights won't even work. We look at each other, knowingly, and we grab them and say, hey, let's check out this room first to the side because we missed it. So we put them closer to the stairs and us closer to the hallway, in order to try and get them away from whatever we feel like is down there. Our friends are clueless and peek into the other empty room while my friend and I hear something move, something definitely human. I can't describe it, but I know it wasn't an animal. It's like a shuffle across the floor and almost a whisper. Our flashlights all start to go out one by one, which we think is weird, but we're telling our friends is just probably because of the batteries. We tell our friends we gotta go check out that room we missed downstairs first before we come back up here and check out the cool hallway. My friends don't know what's going on, so they start going down the stairs. A marble rolls down the hallway. One single marble. We all freeze. We see a big hunting knife downstairs that wasn't there before. You can see part of the room downstairs from upstairs. By this time my friends know something is wrong. Something creaks. We shout run. We run down the stairs, but we all have to fit through the tiny hole, but something is blocking it. We're freaking out. We hear laughing. My friend and I break the glass on the door and kick through the rotten wood, but it's still a smaller, just bigger hole. We send them through, then my friend goes. I'm in the doorway. I look up. I see a sliver of 2 or 3 figures in different parts of the house. I see a blade in one of their hands. We all book it. I mean, we ran faster than I've ever run in my life. We didn't stop for hours. We just kept running and running and running. We told our friends not to stop. We said we have to keep going. Eventually, all of a sudden, we just felt this weight lift off our shoulders. It was like the woods even got lighter, more beautiful. We slowed down, We kept walking for a while until we were absolutely positive, and we went through some riverbeds to throw off our tracks and set some fake ones. Our friends had no idea what was going on, so we finally tell them that someone was in that house or building or whatever and was about to straight up murder us or do something worse, and that we had found someone's murder bathroom. We show them the pictures and they start freaking out, and are upset we didn't show them, even though they admit they would have screamed, which would have for sure given us away. We all were silent the rest of the way out because we were so scared. We finally make it out a while after as the sun is rising, and we call the police, but they don't believe us. We were just teenagers at the time. We can't even tell them where it was because we stumbled upon it and we were so freaked out. A few days later there's a fire in the woods. They find some remnants of structures and a few buildings are left standing, but not the one we were in, and no evidence of someone living there. But everyone in town thought it was weird, but in a cool way, except us obviously. The police said if anyone was there it was probably just a buck they were skinning and that's all. But I know it wasn't. My friends and I have never talked about it again. It's kind of like an unspoken rule, and we never go to those part of the woods, not even in that general direction. A friend of mine, known as Damo, was an avid fisherman, and he and his dad used to go out sea fishing whenever they could. A few years ago he told me this story and it creeped the hell of me, so this seems like an appropriate place to tell it. Damo and his dad were on the second night of a trip deep sea fishing, and they decided to get some sleep in the early evening so they could go for whatever fish they were after at around 1 a.m. The best time to get this fish apparently. Anyway, they only had a smallish boat, but the weather was extremely pleasant and the sea was calm to the point of stillness, so they figured it would be a great night's fishing for them. Around 12:30 a.m. they started to set their gear up, and, as they were on the starboard side getting bait ready, they heard a loud splash on the port side. As there was almost no swell, they figured it was either a large fish or some gear had somehow fallen in, so they went over to have a look. Floating face up in the water only a few feet from the side of the boat was a young woman. They reckoned she couldn't have been more than about 30 at the most. She showed absolutely no signs of decomposition, bloating, and there was nothing tangled in her hair, all of which would normally suggest she had been in the water for some time. She was wearing a simple white skirt and a blue-colored strappy top, both of which were clean and apparently looked barely wet, again, all indicating she had only just gone in the water. She showed no signs of damage like having been beaten or attacked, and her eyes and mouth were shut. Damo said she looked totally peaceful and like she was simply asleep and just floating on her back in the water. They were both totally freaked out by the whole thing, but reacting more to the need to make sure she was okay, instead of just standing there trying to work out where she came from. They tried to wake her up, shouting to her, etc., and they threw a line to her hoping they may catch her enough to pull her back in. She showed no signs of movement, and the splashing around they were making with the rope served only to let her body drift further away from the boat. When she was a few meters away, Damo ran off to grab a fishing rod, hoping they could pull her in that way, and his dad ran to the cabin to try and call a Coast Guard for help. When Damo got back to the side, she had vanished. He frantically searched around and splashed into the water with the rod, thinking she had bobbed underwater or even drifted under the boat somehow, but the body had vanished. Eventually his dad, figuring they couldn't just leave a potential dead or unconscious body floating in the water, jumped in and swam over to where she had last been, hoping he may find her under the surface, but they couldn't find anything. They did eventually drive the boat around in a good half-kilometer circle, but they never saw the body again. The Coast Guard did come out, and obviously Damo and his dad were kind of interrogated to make sure they hadn't dumped the body, but nothing came of it all. The freakiest thing about it all was that the boat was thoroughly checked before they had set out fishing the day before, so they could say with certainty that there had been no woman on board when they set off, either a dead body or a stowaway homeless woman. The apparently fresh state of the body kind of removed the possibility that she had been in the water a while and that they just found the body and they were far enough out from land, and nowhere near any other boats, that her appearance there was just totally unexplainable. as was the way the body just disappeared. Damo and his dad hadn't been gone more than 20 seconds from the side of the boat, but in that time the body just vanished. They were both really shaken by the whole thing and were most terrified by the fact that her appearance was preceded by the heavy splash in the water, to them suggesting the body had only just entered the water from their own boat. They tell the story now as a kind of "you won't believe what happened to us once" type thing, but it shook them badly and neither has been back to the same fishing spot since. Sorry it's a long one, but it's so creepy it felt like it deserved to be explained fully. When I was 15, I was at a Boy Scout camp in Illinois. My tent mate was sick, so he went home on Tuesday. Wednesday night, I'm alone in my tent and I heard like thuds. Between 10 and 12 a minute. I thought little of it and went to sleep. Thursday night, alone again, I need to take a shit about 1 a.m. I walk up to the latrine, and behind me, I start to hear those thuds. Someone is chopping wood with our troop's axe at 1 in the morning. Someone who then stops, looks directly at me, and then walks away into the woods. I've never been so scared in my life. I heard laughing accompanying the chopping later that night. I reported it to the camp staff, and they did an investigation, which revealed that others heard what I had and one had even seen the same thing, and to this day, 5 years later, has come up empty. This woodchopper hasn't reappeared, and it was confirmed not to be a camper or staff member. One time my boyfriend and I were camping out in the wilderness. It was probably close to around 11 p.m. or midnight and we're both in our tent, laughing and talking before we fall asleep. His dad and stepmom are both doing the same about 50 feet away from us in a camper. The conversation died for a second and, as it was quiet, we hear a freaking roar. Imagine a man full-on roaring, like the most anguished yell I've ever heard before in my life, only it wasn't a man. It was close to it but way bigger, way more powerful sounding. There's no doubt in my mind that this was not human, but I couldn't think of a single animal it actually matched up with. Neither of us are new to the wilderness. He grew up in that forest and has probably slept more nights out there than he could count. I'm a really big camping nature enthusiast myself and have heard so many different animals make so many different noises. As this is going on, both of us are completely paralyzed, so I know he can hear it right along with me. The noise dies out and, as soon as it's been quiet for more than a few seconds, dozens upon dozens of coyotes start answering back in every direction. Yipping, crying, just everything in this dead quiet forest is completely filled with them calling, all over. This goes on for what feels like forever before the yell comes back out again. All of the coyotes stop at once. The only thing you can hear is that roar. It sounds like it's miles away from us but right next to us, simultaneously. The coyotes all stayed completely silent after that. Both of us have been quiet, listening, the entire time. Then the yell goes dead, there's no noise after. The entire forest is silent and it takes me a minute to ask if he heard it, already knowing that he did. He told me yes, no tone in his voice. Just flat and fast, yes, so I sat frozen in my spot and tried thinking of every animal I've ever heard, in the wild, at the zoo, on nature documentaries. The closest thing I can think of is a person, but almost more primitive. Way bigger, more powerful, more wild. I ask him, do you know what that was? Have you ever heard anything like that before? He answers, with the same dead tone, no. I've never heard that before. Both of us agreed that, despite going through every animal in the almanac we could think of, every state of all those animals, hungry, mating, challenging, dying, that could produce that kind of noise, or what kind of animal could be big enough to even make that kind of call, let alone with that much range and depth? Nothing. The next morning we didn't even have to say anything. His dad and stepmom started the morning by asking if we heard it. They said Bigfoot first, just for the record. I don't disagree at all. This is exactly how I decided that I believed in Sasquatch. I've searched on YouTube and I've found some really similar calls. Nothing has matched perfectly, depth, length of call, that sort of thing, but some of them are almost so spot on that I don't have a problem thinking they're made from the same thing. I came to this thread to read other sassy stories but haven't found one yet, so I figured I'd throw in mine. This happened about 3 years ago and I want to hear it again so bad so I can try to record it. I'll be completely open to somebody suggesting an alternative to what it was, but I promise it wasn't any of these things: cougar, bear, bobcat, lynx, elk, deer, fox, osprey, squirrel, porcupine, beaver, wolf, coyote, person, really drunk, high person, songbird, insect, mouse, dog. This is what my mind looked like, just trying to find an answer. Definitely one of the craziest few minutes of my life. I used to live in Spain because my father was a government official. We lived near an area that was frequented by pilgrims. I saw a few dead bodies while I was there. A lot of the pilgrims are really old, and they can't handle the physical toll that the hike takes, so they suddenly drop dead, or they rest on the side of the road and they never wake up again. I once had the displeasure of seeing one of the corpses up close. The face on the dead woman was contorted. She looked terrified, like death had taken her by surprise. As for supernatural, I remember in 2013 I got up early, and I traveled to a path that was frequented by pilgrims. I wanted to go stargazing, and there was relatively little light pollution out in the countryside. When I arrived at my usual spot, I noticed there was a man in brown robes not too far off in the distance. When I yelled a greeting towards him, he turned his face towards me. He was unnaturally pale, as if he were a corpse or gravely ill. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked like he was crying. He said not a word to me and turned around again, continuing to stare off into the distance. I remained for a few minutes, but shivers kept running through my spine, and I decided I shouldn't be there, so I left. Later that evening, a train derailed at Santiago de Compostela, which is the end point of the pilgrimage, and 80 people died. I think this is all a coincidence, and I probably met some sleepy pilgrim. But I told my grandma and she said it was the spirit of Saint James the Muslim killer, as the pilgrim's path is dedicated to him. She says he was trying to warn me of the tragedy that was going to take place later that day. When I was younger, my dad and I went deep sea fishing all the time. The creepiest thing that ever happened to me was when we decided to do a little more surface fishing further out on the open ocean, rather than fish for grouper and whatnot. So I'm sitting with my feet off the edge of the boat, and my dad hooks a fish. It seems pretty big, based on the way it was pulling, so I look over to see if he needs help. Then something slowly brushes my legs. I looked down and there was a 4 to 5 geek barracuda brushing against my legs. I froze, and seconds later it shot off. When my dad felt the line go slack, he started reeling in faster. The barracuda had bitten off most of the fish. It was only a mouth on a hook, really. Pretty creepy. One time we were camping and were talking with one of the locals we came across that lived in the mountains, Appalachian Mountains. He eventually talks us into going down a back gravel road to show us some more of the land. He drives us down this back gravel road and eventually turns off onto a small hill and goes back through a path into a small corner in the woods. There is a group of people in old vans with doors open, propane tanks, and other random non-camping equipment. He cuts the engine and a big dude with a scraggly beard starts slowly walking up to us. At this point we immediately knew they were cooking and gave each other the "we need to get the F out of here" look. The bearded man starts talking to our driver and arguing about money a bit and then ends the convo. Driver starts up the truck, turns around, and we leave. I felt like I was in The Hills Have Eyes or Deliverance. Kinda different story, but nonetheless creepy, and thought we were going to die. I once climbed the wrong couloir on the Middle Teton after getting bad route advice. My camera worked fine before and after entering the couloir, but when I tried to take pictures from the base it showed only weird ghostly images of the rock with half the pixels missing. I ended up stranded alone on a ledge at 12,500 feet with no sleeping bag. Search and Rescue said I was the third person they knew about soloing the route that year. One died and the other barely survived with a severe brain injury. I turned out okay, but a dude died the same night on the route I should have been on. Not sure what my camera was trying to tell me. Near where I go to school there's a massive state park that is rumored to have an old Air Force research facility in the back corner of it. The front part is visited frequently by hikers, hunters and whatnot. But if you wander into the back of it far enough you find some really creepy stuff from meth heads to cults to estranged citizens. A couple of good ones come to mind. The ROTC program used to do field training out there once a semester, and part of it is a land navigation course. That pretty much consisted of the cadets out in the woods by themselves for around 5 to 6 hours navigating the land. I've heard from multiple people they'll be walking to their next point or take a break on a tree and find human skeletons or bones. Another one that happened to me when some friends and I were hunting exploring one weekend. We were wandering through woods when we came up to a clearing. In the clearing is this old run-down and almost abandoned church. We didn't really think anything of it at first, but we noticed that there were things off with it. First, the cross on the steeple was upside down. Then we noticed there were no windows on the building itself at all. We were about to come out of the clearing to have a look around when the door opened to it and a man in black robes came out for a minute and then went back inside. That's when we booked it out of there. I have tons of stories of that national park. I hate going there every time we go, but the stories that come out of it are something else.